Chapter 3371. Refining the God-eating Devil Emperor was a way to increase his combat strength. Lin Feng was probably the only one who could do such a crazy thing. However, it was not an easy task to find the ogres in the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng searched for more than 10 days but did not find any trace of the ogres. On this day, Lin Feng saw a life planet in the distance. He flew towards the life planet. When Lin Feng landed on the life planet, he was shocked to find that the life planet had been destroyed. The life planet in its heyday. People came and went. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Now, it had become a dead land. The cries of malicious spirits could be heard everywhere. During the day, they could even see ghosts roaming about. Even a life-bearing planet has been destroyed. What exactly happened? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that this place was not simple. Lin Feng landed in an ancient city. The ancient city was eerily quiet. There were many stalls on the streets. The doors of the shops were even open. But there was no one. He could only see some wandering malicious spirits. Screech! Those malicious spirits let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Then, the malicious spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, directly pouncing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand. Swish! A light flashed. Suddenly, the ghost-raising jar flew out. Huff, huff, huff. A powerful devouring force gushed out from the ghost-raising jar. One by one, the malicious ghosts were enveloped by the powerful devouring force. Then, they were directly devoured by the ghost-raising jar. Previously, Lin Feng had activated the ghost-raising jar to devour tens of thousands of malicious spirits in the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Now, Lin Feng continued to activate the ghost-raising jar to devour the malicious spirits on this planet. Lin Feng felt that perhaps it wouldn't take long. He would be able to cultivate the third Ghost Emperor. Soon, the malicious spirits in an ancient city were all devoured by the ghost-raising jar. Four Seasons Restaurant. Lin Feng stopped in front of a restaurant. Four Seasons Restaurant. That was the name of the restaurant. When Lin Feng arrived at the Four Seasons Restaurant's kitchen, he found that the charcoal under the kitchen stove was still warm. It hasn't been extinguished for a long time. It seems that the calamity on this planet happened in the past few days. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Although the scale of this planet was not particularly large, it would not be a problem for hundreds of millions or even billions of people to live here. Now, on such a planet, all of the creatures had disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind. It was just too strange. This filled Lin Feng's heart with doubts and puzzlement. What exactly happened? Lin Feng entered the depths of the ancient city. In the depths, there was a huge palace. This palace was called Floating Palace. Lin Feng guessed. The owner of this palace should be the owner of this planet. Lin Feng entered the Floating Palace. There were many palaces. Lin Feng passed through one palace after another. Finally, he passed through 18 palaces. In the depths of the 18 palaces, there was another palace. The door of this palace was a stone door. The stone door on the left had a drawing of a giant dragon. The stone door on the right had a drawing of a white tiger. The two drawings were vivid and lifelike. Whether it was the giant dragon or the white tiger, they seemed to want to rush out of the murals. These two drawings, it was really shocking. Lin Feng tried to push open the stone door. However, the stone door was thick and heavy. He actually couldn't push it open. The legendary Dragon Tiger Stone, the Demon Lord said. Dragon Tiger Stone? What kind of stone is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Before this, he had never heard of this stone. The Demon Lord said, rumor has it that the Dragon Tiger Stone is one of the most mysterious ancient stones. There is a rumor that the place where the Dragon Tiger Stone was born is also the place where the heaven-shaking stone Steely was born. Oh, there is such a rumor. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Demon Lord said, whether the rumor is true or not is still unclear for the time being. However, the Dragon Tiger Stone is indeed an amazing treasure. What can this thing be used for? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, It can be used to forge treasures. The effect is the best. It can be used for both offense and defense, and its power is great. The demon lord said. Forge treasures. Since it can forge treasures, why didn't the owner of this floating palace use the dragon tiger stone to forge powerful treasures for his own use? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The demon lord said, I think it's not that the cultivator is unwilling to forge the dragon tiger stone into treasures, but that he doesn't have the ability. What do you mean? Lin Feng continued to ask. The demon lord said, the dragon tiger stone is too hard. Ordinary people can't smelt the dragon tiger stone at all, let alone forge treasures with it. If you want to smelt the dragon tiger stone, you either need to have an extremely powerful cultivation or borrow some external power. For example, borrow the power of heavenly fire. However, heavenly fire is too rare. Borrowing the power of heavenly fire is unrealistic for countless cultivators. So that's how it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The owner of the floating palace had only occupied such a small planet to cultivate. Obviously, this person's cultivation wasn't very high. Even if he was a great emperor, Lin Feng guessed. The owner was probably a beginner great emperor. Therefore, he couldn't forge the dragon tiger stone into his own treasures. Look carefully at the two pictures. You'll see that the dragon and white tiger images weren't drawn on, but appeared on their own. The demon lord continued. Hearing that, Lin Feng moved closer and looked carefully. He found that it was exactly as the demon lord had said. The images of the giant dragon and the white tiger were not drawn on the wall. Instead, they were the images of immortal stones. The two pictures were formed by the dragon tiger stone itself. It was too magical. You've now forged the primal chaos ancient lamp, but have you ever thought of forging another life origin magic treasure? The demon lord suddenly asked. Forge another life origin magic treasure? Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. What was going on? He remembered. A cultivator's life. He could only forge one life origin magic treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, can't a cultivator only forge one life origin magic treasure? The demon lord said, that's not right. To be precise, a cultivator can forge a few life origin magic treasures depending on how many primordial spirits they have. Because a cultivator's primordial spirit and life origin magic treasure are connected. You have one main primordial spirit and 3 auxiliary primordial spirits. In other words, in theory, you can forge 4 life origin magic treasures at most. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, he revealed a look of joy. He could actually forge 4 life origin magic treasures. This was too shocking. Chapter 3372. The demon lord's words made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. 1 main primordial spirit. 3 main primordial spirits. A total of 4 primordial spirits could be forged into 4 life source magic treasure. The life source magic treasure was too important to cultivators. The more one reached the later stages of cultivation, the role of the life source magic treasure became more and more obvious. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level of the life source magic treasure he forged was strong enough. It was not an easy task to forge the life source magic treasure into an invincible treasure. The requirements for the materials were too high. For example, the primal chaos ancient lamp that Lin Feng forged was forged with the primal chaos ancestral qi as the main material. After that, it was fused with the dark yellow ancestral qi and other treasures. Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was so powerful. And now that it had broken through to the emperor weapon, he believed that it would definitely break through to the immortal weapon in the future. The magic treasure that could truly help cultivators was a magic treasure like the primal chaos ancient lamp. Of course, it was too difficult to forge a magic treasure like the primal chaos ancient lamp. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find. However, a material like the dragon tiger stone was a rare refining material. This stone material came from the same place as the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Although it couldn't compare to the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet. But it was heaven-defying enough. One could imagine. Once this material was forged into a life source magic treasure. Perhaps, This treasure could also be upgraded to the immortal weapon level in the future. A magic treasure forged from a material like the Dragon Tiger Stone might not be comparable to the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp in the future. But it wasn't far off. Following that, Lin Feng thought about how to remove the Dragon Tiger Stone. This stone door was divided into 2 doors, left and right. Now that the 2 doors were combined, it was extremely difficult to open them. After Lin Feng studied for a while, he still couldn't figure out a way to open the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger. The diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger. They echoed from afar. Was there some kind of special connection between them? Lin Feng didn't want to think about it. He was an extremely observant person. In addition, he had an extremely profound understanding of formations. Therefore, he could often find some clues. This time, Lin Feng discovered that the key to opening the stone door was the dragon and tiger diagram. It was a rune that formed the image of a dragon and a tiger. They were connected together. Mysterious and unfathomable. Taking a closer look, one could see that the runes were on 2 different stone doors, but the runes were different. However, there was a special connection between them. Let me draw a rune to connect the runes on the 2 stone doors. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He tried to draw a rune on the 2 stone doors. As for this rune, it connected the 2 doors together. To be precise, it should have connected the giant dragon and the white tiger together. Roar, the giant dragon let out a long roar. Roar, the white tiger's roar resounded throughout the world. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Finally, something shocking happened. The huge dragon and the white tiger rushed out of the stone door. After circling around Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the stone door again. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw what had just happened. He was astonished. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The world was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. This sentence was indeed incomparably correct. What Lin Feng saw fully confirmed the correctness of that sentence. After the huge dragon and the white tiger flew back to the stone door, they retracted and entered the interior of the stone door. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression and could not help but mutter to himself, "Can I open the stone door now?" He stepped forward. He attacked again. He tried to open the stone door. Rumble. Rumble. This time, the stone door made a violent grinding sound. Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. Because the stone door was really shaken by him. It seemed that the stone door was about to be opened. Crack, crack. The stone door violently rubbed against the ground. Finally, the stone door was gradually pushed open by Lin Feng. However, the stone door had just been pushed open by Lin Feng by a gap of more than a meter. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that it made one speechless. The black shadow stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng's chest. That terrifying claw lightly scratched. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. There was actually a living creature behind the stone door. He could not help but be shocked. The other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. It was too late to react to this attack. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Lin Feng dodged the claws of the black silhouette again and again. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. The black shadow could not help but let out an angry roar when its attack missed. Gluttonous godfiend. When Lin Feng saw the existence that attacked, his eyes suddenly lit up. That black shadow. It was actually a gluttonous godfiend. If one had not seen a gluttonous godfiend before, they naturally would not be able to recognize it. After all, it was pitch black and one could not tell what it was. However, Lin Feng had eaten the gluttonous godfiend fruit before. Therefore, he recognized the gluttonous godfiend. Lin Feng spent a long time looking for the gluttonous godfiend, but he was unable to find its whereabouts. Today, he actually saw a gluttonous godfiend here. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. In Lin Feng's opinion, the gluttonous godfiend was a peerless opportunity to increase his cultivation. Lowly human cultivator, you were actually able to dodge this lord's attack. This lord is truly astonish. But next time, don't even think about dodging this lord's attack. You will undoubtedly die. As soon as its voice fell, the gluttonous godfiend directly charged at Lin Feng. This gluttonous godfiend was as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws once again swiped at Lin Feng. Moreover, this gluttonous godfiend's body emitted a dark power. The darkness directly enveloped the floating palace. This dark power was very terrifying. If a cultivator was swallowed by the darkness, move, speed, combat power, they would all be greatly suppressed. This point, it was very similar to Lin Feng's magnetic field. Whoosh! Cold light flashed. The gluttonous godfiend's sharp claws, it had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. If the gluttonous godfiend's claws were to land on him, his body would be crushed by the gluttonous godfiend's claws. An incomparably contemptuous expression flashed across the gluttonous godfiend's eyes. In the gluttonous godfiend's opinion, this human cultivator in front of him, there was no way he could escape. He would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He threw a punch at the gluttonous godfiend. That terrifying power suddenly erupted. After sensing the power erupting from Lin Feng's body, the gluttonous godfiend's expression changed abruptly. The claws that were originally swiping at Lin Feng changed its attack pattern. It directly slashed at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and the gluttonous godfiend collided. Crack, crack. Chapter 3373. The gluttonous god-demon let out an incomparably shrill scream. He took on Lin Feng's terrifying attack. The gluttonous god-demon was heavily injured. You're a human cultivator who hasn't even entered the Great Emperor realm. How can you be so powerful? The gluttonous god-demon looked at Lin Feng in disbelief after being injured. A human expert. The gluttonous god-demon had seen him before. However, a monster like this young human in front of him. The gluttonous god-demon had never seen him before. Even some of the princes of the gluttonous god-demon imperial family before entering the Great Emperor realm. It was very difficult for them to have such terrifying fighting strength. However, this human cultivator in front of him had such terrifying fighting strength. The gluttonous god-demon couldn't help but be deeply shocked. He was a fourth-stage god-emperor realm gluttonous god-demon, because the gluttonous god-demon clan was incomparably powerful. In addition, when he was at his peak in the past, this gluttonous god-demon had the fighting strength of a holy emperor realm gluttonous god-demon. Therefore, although his cultivation level had dropped, with his race's talent and past experience, it was even possible for him to defeat an immortal emperor realm expert. But now, he had only clashed with a young human cultivator once. He had suffered such serious injuries. The gluttonous god-demon couldn't accept it at all. Lin Feng said indifferently, I only used less than 10% of my fighting strength just now. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the gluttonous god-demon's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Lin Feng's words, he naturally didn't believe it. Less than 10% of his fighting strength. How could he be so powerful? Who was he trying to fool? Kid, you're bragging to the heavens. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The gluttonous god-demon looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had some extremely powerful techniques. These techniques, they were all trump cards. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use them normally. But now, the gluttonous god-demon knew, he had no choice but to use these powerful techniques to deal with this young human cultivator. Although this young human cultivator was good at bragging, however, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Darkness descend. Suddenly, the culinary godfiend let out a deep roar. The next moment, boundless dark power surged out of the gluttonous godfiend's body. At this moment, the dark energy that surged out of his body was very different from the dark energy that had surged out before. The dark power that had gushed out earlier. Although it was also extremely terrifying, it was far from being comparable to the power of darkness at this moment. And what surprised Lin Feng was that, he realized, the culinary god-demon had actually disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will was constantly searching for the gluttonous god-demon. He clearly felt that the gluttonous god demon should be here. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng searched for the gluttonous god demon, he found nothing. The situation was extremely strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord said, "The gluttonous god demon has fused with the darkness. He has become a part of the darkness. This is an extremely terrifying technique that the gluttonous god demons possess." After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The gluttonous god demon's techniques were truly terrifying. As expected of a race that could threaten the entire starry sky world. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all, because Lin Feng had a way to deal with the gluttonous god demon's techniques. Triple magnetic field superposition. Lin Feng activated Ira Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Supreme Haki at the same time. The triple Haki superposition. It formed a powerful magnetic field. It protected Lin Feng within it. Just as the magnetic field was activated, behind him, there was a muffled sound of collision. The gluttonous god demon, who had turned into darkness, attacked Lin Feng. However, it was blocked by Lin Feng's magnetic field. The timing of Lin Feng's magnetic field was truly impeccable. If it was a little later, he might have been injured by the gluttonous god demon. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. "Do you think that I can't deal with you just because you're hiding in the darkness?" The gluttonous god demon didn't answer Lin Feng. The gluttonous god demon turned into darkness. He observed from the darkness. He was looking for Lin Feng's weakness. Then, he wanted to launch a surekill attack on Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking forward in the darkness. God said, "Let there be light." Thus, there was light in this world. I am the embodiment of the great Tao of light. I am the messenger that dispels the darkness. Great light, dispel the darkness. Let this world return to the world of light. A series of low and deep voices suddenly rang out. Next, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Suddenly, his right hand changed. His right hand became dazzling and resplendent. It was so bright. The light was so dazzling. Lin Feng used the great light. This was one of the 3,000 great Taos. It was also one of the 1,033 types of the 3,000 great Taos that he cultivated. This great light was capable of dispelling all darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng had used it. The surrounding darkness, it was gradually being dispelled. The gluttonous god demon's hoarse voice could be heard. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Lin Feng's great light completely countered his descent of darkness. A streak of black light rushed out under the cover of the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the darkness had not been completely dispelled to escape. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation outside. It wanted to escape under Lin Feng's nose. It was simply daydreaming. Lin Feng sneered. "Gluttonous god demon. You won't be able to escape. I want to kill you and refine your emperor laws. How can I let you escape so easily?" As soon as he finished speaking, endless chi condensed and shot toward the fleeing streak of black light. Bang! A muffled sound of impact was heard. The streak of black light collided with Lin Feng's endless chi. The streak of black light was beaten back to its original form. "Ah! Who are you?" The gluttonous god demon roared in fear. Lin Feng's strength made him feel a deep sense of despair. "I'm the one who will kill you," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Our gluttonous god demon clan has an emperor-level expert. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Why don't we both take a step back?" The gluttonous god demon shouted. "So what if you're an emperor-level expert? Perhaps it won't be long before an emperor-level expert dies in my hand." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged forward. He directly used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack the gluttonous god demon. 3 consecutive punches were thrown. Bang! Chapter 3374. Refine. After killing the gluttonous god demon, Lin Feng opened his hand and began refining the final blood mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon. The bloody mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon turned into a gluttonous divine fruit. Now, no matter what level of emperor law it was, Lin Feng did not reject it. Even if it was a first heaven god emperor's emperor law. Even if it was an emperor law, it would still be extremely useful to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng collected the gluttonous god fruit, he did not immediately refine it. This place was not the place to refine the gluttonous god fruit. He opened the 2 stone doors completely and carefully studied them. He found that the 2 stone doors were embedded into the palace and could be easily removed. Peng, peng, peng. Lin Feng punched out 3 times in a row. The left stone door moved. It left the range of the door frame. After Lin Feng removed it, he kept it in his mountain river ring. Following that, peng peng peng, Lin Feng punched out 3 more times. The right stone door moved. Lin Feng did the same and removed the right stone door. Both stone doors were removed by Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng entered the deepest part of the palace. There were large amounts of treasures here. For example, immortal stones of various quality were piled up like mountains. Apart from that, there were many refining materials. Immortal iron, god stones, natural treasures, etc. This palace should be a treasure trove built by the floating palace's owner. Lin Feng naturally did not hold back. He kept all the treasures in his mountain river ring. Following that, Lin Feng returned to the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship soared into the sky. It flew towards outer space. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Wang, wang. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that 2 things in the mountain river ring were emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng used his spiritual will to investigate. When he saw the item emitting the fluctuations, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. The 2 treasures emitting the fluctuations were actually the 2 fire demon talismans that Lin Feng obtained before. Fire demon talisman. One of the 72 martial talismans. Martial talismans were very special. It had a huge impact on cultivators. This was because martial talismans could allow a cultivator's martial soul to evolve. Lin Feng's martial soul had already undergone 2 evolutions. Therefore, his martial spirit had increased from 1 devouring martial spirit to 5. If he could find a new talisman, at that time, he would still be able to borrow a new talisman. Once again, his martial soul evolved. If Lin Feng's martial soul were to evolve once more, the 5 devouring martial spirits might be able to evolve into 6 or even 7. The devouring martial spirit was extremely important to Lin Feng. For example, Lin Feng's 5 times dragon elephant arm. It was the devouring martial spirit that played a crucial role. If Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had 6 or even 7 martial spirits, in that case, when he displayed the arm of dragon and elephant, it would be even more powerful. At that time, it would no longer be the 5 times dragon elephant arm. Instead, it was 6 times dracophant arms or 7 times dracophant arms. The fire demon talisman is acting strangely. What's going on? Could it be that these 2 fire demon talismans have sensed the location of the 3rd fire demon talisman? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Martial talismans were too precious. To collect a complete set of martial talismans was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng had always wanted to obtain a complete set of martial talismans. However, this was easier said than done. But now, Lin Feng saw the hope of gathering the fire demon talismans again. Lin Feng carefully observed the fire demon talisman. He wanted to rely on the fire demon talisman's reaction to find the 3rd fire demon talisman. However, at this time, Lin Feng's 2 fire demon talismans no longer emitted any fluctuations. He became ordinary and mediocre. What's going on? Could it be that the reaction to the fire demon talisman has disappeared? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. After a long time, there was still no movement from the 2 fire demon talismans. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, and said, "It seems that they really have lost their connection. It's such a pity. It seems that the time to obtain the 3rd fire demon talisman is not ripe yet." Although the 2 fire demon talismans had lost their connection to the 3rd fire demon talisman. But Lin Feng believed it, since he had already sensed it for the first time. Then, in the future, he would be able to sense it for the second time, or even the third or fourth time. As long as the 2 fire demon talismans on him could sense the location of the third fire demon talisman from time to time. Lin Feng believed it. It was only a matter of time before he obtained the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng kept the 2 fire demon talismans. Then, Lin Feng took out the divine eating fruit. Lin Feng began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. The pure energy contained in the divine eating fruit was steadily increasing Lin Feng's battle prowess. After the pure energy had been completely refined, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Only the Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level was left. What made Lin Feng happy was that there were actually 3 Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level. Every Emperor Law. They were all emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. What a pleasant surprise. 3 Emperor Laws. How much would his battle prowess increase? Lin Feng began to refine the 3 Emperor Laws. After the experience of refining the Emperor Law for the first time. At this moment, he refined the Emperor Law again. It was much easier than the first time. Lin Feng only used a mere 10 days of the stone sword to successfully refine all 3 Emperor Laws. After successfully refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Lin Feng felt that his battle prowess had soared once again. What made Lin Feng extremely happy was that refining the Emperor Law would not make the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows stronger. It seemed. Only by cultivating the 3000 Great Tao would the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows become stronger, breaking through the Emperor realm and breaking through other realms. It was somewhat different. After refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Lin Feng had already refined 4 Emperor Laws. An Imperial Lord level Emperor Law. 3 Emperor God level Emperor Laws. Lin Feng's battle prowess. He didn't know how many times it had increased. Lin Feng didn't plan to forge the Dragon Tiger Stone into a natal magic treasure for the time being. This was because refining the Dragon Tiger Stone was very difficult. It would take a long time to forge a precious material like the Dragon Tiger Mountain into a natal magic treasure. And Lin Feng was currently traveling in the starry sky. He was searching for traces of the God Eater. He didn't have that much time to refine the Dragon Tiger Stone. After he became an emperor, he would have time. The ancient starship Shenyuan continued to fly quickly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng entered a starry sky world. That starry sky world. The starry sky was endless. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered many cultivators. On this day, a great battle broke out above a planet. 2 beautiful female cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. When he saw one of the female cultivators, Chapter 3375. Witch Guan Guan. It turned out to be this woman. Lin Feng met the witch Guan Guan in the battlefield of geniuses. In Lin Feng's impression, Guan Guan was a passionate and bold woman with a hot and charming figure. However, after parting on the battlefield of geniuses, Lin Feng never saw Guan Guan again. Later, he found out that the cultivators of the Saint Devil Palace had all gone to the 9 Regions Great World. However, in the 9 Regions Great World, Lin Feng also couldn't see Guan Guan. After many years, Guan Guan was as beautiful as ever. She was still that peerless demoness who could mesmerize people to death. And the female cultivator who was fighting with Guan Guan was also extremely beautiful. The female cultivator was dressed in white, which made her look very otherworldly. However, she always had a cold expression on her face, as if she didn't want strangers to come close. The cold female cultivator's cultivation was extremely powerful. Of course, Guan Guan's cultivation was also tyrannical enough. The 2 were locked in a fierce battle. The ancient starship Shenyuan stopped in the starry sky world. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked at the witch Guan Guan and said, "Why are the 2 fairies fighting together? This starry sky world is so dangerous. If the 2 of you are injured, others may find an opportunity to take advantage of." After hearing this voice, the 2 women turned their heads. The cold female cultivator couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Lin Feng. Although the cultivator in front of her was very young, and his cultivation didn't seem to have broken through to the Emperor realm. But he still gave her a feeling of extreme danger. The cold female cultivator didn't know why she had such a feeling in the depths of her heart. She always felt that the man in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. When the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng, she showed an extremely surprised expression. Then, her lips curled up slightly. Then, she revealed a mesmerizing smile. Even after many years, when the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng again, she still recognized Lin Feng's identity at a glance. Many years passed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. "Husband, why aren't you coming to help me deal with this woman?" Demoness Guan Guan said sweetly. Her voice made Lin Feng's bones go soft. Witch Guan Guan's personality was very bold and unrestrained. In the past, she had always called Lin Feng her husband. He even told Lin Feng about it. She, the witch Guan Guan, was destined to be Lin Feng's woman. It was just that when Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of her, the witch had never let Lin Feng succeed. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally felt that the witch should take care of what she said. It was said in a flirting manner. Men could flirt with women. Women could also flirt with men. Being teased by such a high-quality woman like the witch Guan Guan, it was quite an interesting thing. He had teased her too many times. Dry wood meets raging fire. Perhaps the two of them might even turn the act into reality. When the cold-as-ice female cultivator heard the way which Guan Guan addressed Lin Feng, her complexion changed slightly. Lin Feng gave her a strange feeling. He didn't look strong, but he gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, the cold-as-ice woman didn't want to be besieged by the witch Guan Guan and Lin Feng. She once again slapped the witch Guan Guan. With the help of the collision generated during this confrontation, the cold-as-ice female cultivator quickly retreated. She looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way and then quickly left. "I wanted to make a move, but that woman has already left." Lin Feng shrugged and said. That woman left, but the witch Guan Guan didn't seem to take it seriously. She quickly flew towards the ancient starry sky ship Lin Feng was on. Then she landed on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but say with a smile. His praise came from the bottom of his heart. One had to know. In the past, Guan Guan was known as the #1 beauty of the demonic path. Her beauty was naturally a beauty that made all flowers pale in comparison. Guan Guan Guan, such a woman. No matter where she went, she would become the focus of everyone's attention. Guan Guan smiled and said, "No matter how beautiful she is, isn't she also your woman?" Lin Feng reached out and hugged Guan Guan's small waist. But Guan Guan was like a butterfly step. She nimbly dodged Lin Feng's hug. "Fairy, didn't you just say that no matter how beautiful she is still my woman? Why are you avoiding your man's embrace now?" Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that was not a smile. Guan Guan said, "She is indeed young master's woman, but we have to wait until young master is officially married before we can have some intimate actions." After saying that, Guan Guan even winked at Lin Feng. This woman. She was really a vixen. Every move. She could make people fall head over heels for her. Lin Feng smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He asked, "Back then, I once inquired about you in the Sky Martial Continent and the 9 provinces, but I didn't get any results. What have you been doing all these years? Could it be that you have been cultivating in seclusion?" Guan Guan shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Before the Sky Martial Continent fell into chaos, I had already left the Sky Martial Continent. I only heard about the Sky Martial Continent a few years ago, and even the 9 provinces fell into chaos. But fortunately, the chaos has been quelled." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, to be able to quell the chaos is really not easy." Guan Guan said, "I heard that a few extremely terrifying existences appeared in the 9 provinces, and only then did they quell the chaos. I was cultivating in the Xian Domain Star Ocean, and because it was rather far from the 9 provinces' great world, the information I know about that great battle is limited. I wonder if the information I received is true." "The information is correct. It was indeed a few experts who appeared and killed the myriad race's 5 ancestors, which quelled the chaos, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan couldn't help but say in shock, I didn't expect this rumor to be true. The 9 provinces' great world has declined for so many years, but there are still experts who can kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. It's really inconceivable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although killing the myriad race's 5 ancestors was an indisputable fact. However, the 9 provinces' great world had to pay a heavy price. For example, Zhongju, the old farmer, and the Patriarch of Destruction would be corroded by the curse. They might even lose themselves completely. In the end, they would become slaves to the curse. They wouldn't know who they were. They would live in pain for all eternity. As for the Mu clan's patriarch, because of that attack, his already short lifespan was greatly reduced. You don't look too good. Are you all right? Guan Guan couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Feng collected his emotions and said with a smile. Then. Chapter 3376. He mentioned that woman. Guan Guan curled his lips and said, that woman is called Murong Bing. I don't know where she came from, but when we were training, we had a conflict over a treasure. That treasure was taken by me, so this woman hates me. I never thought that I would actually see this woman in this world of stars. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, so this woman wants to kill me. It's just that she doesn't have the ability to do so yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Guan Guan had been putting herself on a pedestal. This had to do with her unyielding personality. However, with Lin Feng's eyesight, he could still see it. That female cultivator called Murong Bing was very scary. She had some hidden techniques that she hadn't used yet. If she used them, Guan Guan shouldn't be a match for that female cultivator. Of course. Guan Guan's cultivation was strong enough. Lin Feng estimated that Guan Guan's cultivation should have reached the immortal emperor realm. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He didn't know how Guan Guan cultivated. What kind of opportunities did you get all these years? How did your cultivation increase so quickly? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Guan Guan said, back then, I entered a secret realm left behind by the time god to cultivate. That's why my cultivation increase. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Space god. Time god. They were all ancient existences from the era of titled gods. They were many times stronger than ordinary innate life forms. Even immortals were extremely terrifying in front of them. Of course. The space god and time god that Lin Feng was talking about were the first generation titled gods. How many generations did the time god pass down their legacy? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. However, the secret realm that I entered by chance is very likely left behind by the first generation time god. One day outside. 1 year in that place. What? A day outside is equivalent to a year in the secret realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He could imagine. There must be many opportunities in that secret realm. Moreover, the law of time could create such a huge difference in time. No wonder, in such a short time, Guan Guan's cultivation had actually reached the immortal emperor realm. Guan Guan said, the secret realm that I entered was actually nothing. It is said that the time god left behind an even more incredible secret realm. 1 day outside is 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years in the secret realm. Unfortunately, I don't know where those secret realms are. Lin Feng said, this time god is truly heaven-defying. To think that his methods would be so terrifying, it's truly inconceivable. There was a slight pause. Lin Feng continued asking, where is the secret zone you were cultivating in? Such an extraordinary secret realm. Lin Feng naturally wanted to enter and cultivate as well. If he could get in. What a heaven-defying opportunity. Guan Guan said with a wry smile, that secret realm has already disappeared. Originally, I wanted to continue cultivating in that rice landscape for a few more years, but that secret realm is very special. It seems that there is a specific time limit for cultivation. When the time limit was exceeded, I was sent out. As for where the secret realm went, I don't know. Hearing Guan Guan's words, Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. Such an extraordinary secret realm. It had actually disappeared. There was no chance to enter and cultivate. It had to be said that it was truly a pity. Why did you come to this star-sea world? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I obtained an ancient starry sky map. This ancient starry sky map recorded the starry sky Saint Emperor's training ground in the past. Guan Guan said. Starry sky Saint Emperor? Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually a Saint Emperor level expert. It seemed that Guan Guan had come to find this Saint Emperor level expert's legacy. Do you have any clues? Lin Feng continued asking. Guan Guan said, the stars in the space-time world are always moving. After so many years, it is very difficult to find, so I haven't been able to find it for the time being. However, it should be in this star sea. This star sea is very vast. There are dozens of star fields. Finding it is not an easy task. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly as he said. Guan Guan said, this starry sky Saint Emperor's training ground must be found because I heard that this starry sky Saint Emperor obtained the legacy of an ancient immortal. Therefore, the starry sky Saint Emperor's legacy is very likely to contain the legacy of an ancient immortal. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The legacy of an ancient immortal. It was naturally extremely heaven-defying. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Husband, do you want to help me find it? When the time comes, the two of us will share the legacy, Guan Guan said coquettishly. She revealed a seductive expression. It was really extremely charming. Lin Feng also had the same intention. Because if he could really find this starry sky Saint Emperor's legacy, then he might be able to obtain quite a few of the 3,000 great Tao, other magical powers, magic treasures, and so on. Lin Feng might not care, but only the 3,000 great Tao. He cared about it very much. Because the 3,000 great Tao were too important to him. Before becoming an emperor, Lin Feng needed to constantly collect the 3,000 great Tao. Naturally, the more the 3,000 great Tao he refined, the better. This would play an extremely crucial role in Lin Feng's future. No problem. We can search together. At the same time, we can deepen our relationship during this period of time. I have missed you very much all these years. Lin Feng's eyes fiercely glanced at Guan Guan's hot and delicate body, and then said, Hehehehe, really? Guan Guan asked with a flirtatious smile. Then, she twisted her small waist and walked towards the cabin. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and Guan Guan searched for the location of the starry sky Saint Emperor's training ground. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the ancient star map that Guan Guan took out as a medium and used the deduction technique of the innate 8 trigrams to deduce. They searched for about a month. The two of them arrived on a lonely star. This star was surrounded by a large amount of death aura. That kind of death aura was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of oppression. The two of them entered this death planet. They went deeper and deeper. Finally, they arrived outside a huge mountain range in the center of the death planet. This place really doesn't look like a place with opportunities. Guan Guan couldn't help but frown and say. Lin Feng said, whether the starry sky Saint Emperor's legacy is here or not, we'll know once we go in and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the lead and flew towards the mountain range. Finally, they saw a huge cave dwelling in the deepest part of the mountain range. There were 4 words written on the cave dwelling. Star Cave Sky. Star Cave Sky, we really found it. This is the place where the starry sky Saint Emperor cultivated in the past. Guan Guan said in surprise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment. Chapter 3377. Someone is here. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded and could not help but frown slightly. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that someone had followed them. However, both he and Guan Guan did not notice these people following them. From this, it could be seen. Just how extraordinary were these people's methods. Very soon, a group of people quickly flew over. There were a total of 13 cultivators. They were actually all great Emperor realm cultivators. These great Emperor realm cultivators were very powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the qi of some cultivators. Su Aojuan, it's actually you. After seeing one of the cultivators, Guan Guan's expression suddenly changed. The cultivator that Guan Guan called Su Aojuan looked rather young. However, Lin Feng sensed their life aura. He realized that this person's lifespan should be around 1,000,000 years. Of course. Although this Su Aojuan had lived for more than 100 years, his lifespan was estimated to be at least 10 to 20 million years. He still had an extremely long lifespan. Guan Guan, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect to meet here. Su Aojuan looked at Guan Guan with a smile that was not a smile. It was as if he was in control of everything. Humph. Guan Guan could not help but snort coldly. Her expression was very ugly as she said coldly, "You obviously followed us here, and you have the nerve to say that we haven't seen each other for a long time? You are really hypocritical. Ha 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 ha." Su Aojuan suddenly laughed out loud. He said, "If someone else said this to me, they would have been a dead man. However, it's different for you. Perhaps, this is called loving the house and its crow." Lin Feng could tell. This cultivator called Su Aojuan should be interested in Guan Guan. But Guan Guan. Obviously, she was not interested in this person. "Put away that hypocritical look of yours. Who doesn't know that you, Su Aojuan, have more than 900 concubines and you often give your women to others? Therefore, when I see someone like you standing in front of me, I feel disgusted," Guan Guan said with a cold smile. Surprisingly, Su Aojuan did not get angry. He smiled and said, "Everyone, what do you think of this woman?" A cultivator said, "There aren't many women who can resist Brother Su's charm." Another cultivator said, "This kind of woman is interesting. She can be taught slowly. She's much more interesting than those female cultivators who are obedient from the start." Ha 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 ha. It seems Brother Yang is also a top expert in teaching women, a cultivator said with a laugh. These people began to talk at the same time. And the topic was very explicit. These cultivators were very powerful. To them, women were just seasonings for their cultivation. They would not give true love. As he spoke, there was also a lot of discrimination towards women. In their eyes, women were just their playthings. Birds of a feather flocked together. Birds of a feather flocked together. These 13 people were all the same. No wonder they could gather together. Who are these people? And who is that Su Aojuan? Lin Feng could not help but ask in a low voice. Guan Guan said with an ugly expression, "Among these people, I only know Su Aojuan. He is also from the Xian Domain Star Ocean. He is from the Su clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Xian Domain Star Ocean. His father is a grand elder of the Su clan. This person is already a sovereign emperor expert. Currently, the clan that I am relying on is my mother's clan. However, my mother's clan is much weaker compared to the Su clan. My mother's position in the clan is rather special. Although my mother's clan cannot be compared to the Su clan, it is still not a small matter. This Su Aojuan would not dare to do anything to us. However, these people have followed us here. It seems like we have no fate with this place." Seeing Guan Guan and Lin Feng talking so close to each other, Su Aojuan's expression could not help but sink. He felt that Guan Guan and Lin Feng's relationship should not be ordinary. This Su Aojuan had a very big hobby, and that was to collect beauties. He built a 10,000 immortal palace. Within the 10,000 immortal palace, it was the various beauties that Su Aojuan collected. Some of the beauties were his concubines. Some of the beauties, they were just female slaves that he played with. Ever since Su Aojuan saw Guan Guan, he had been thinking about Guan Guan. However, Guan Guan's mother was very powerful. Su Aojuan did not dare to go overboard. This time, Su Aojuan was heading to the 9 mysterious great world. He also wanted to go to the 9 mysterious great world to try his luck. He wanted to see if he had the chance to obtain the treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. However, Su Aojuan did not expect to see Guan Guan. Su Aojuan had some understanding of Guan Guan and knew that Guan Guan had great luck. This time, he came out to walk around. Perhaps it was because he had obtained some special clues and came to look for the opportunity. Hence, Su Aojuan and the others followed him silently. Now, they had really found the opportunity. It was also the place of inheritance of the starry sky Saint Emperor. However, now, Su Aojuan was extremely angry. Because, the Guan Guan that he had been thinking about actually looked so intimate with another man. Brat. Who are you? Su Aojuan looked at Lin Feng and asked indifferently. What's the matter? Lin Feng looked at Su Aojuan indifferently and asked. This guy actually dared to peek at Guan Guan. He was simply courting death. Lin Feng had already regarded Guan Guan as his exclusive property. Such a top-grade woman. She could only be his. Who was this Su Aojuan? How dare he think about her? When he saw Lin Feng's carefree expression, Su Aojuan's brows could not help but twitch violently. In his eyes, there was also a flash of coldness. A cultivator who had not even broken through to the Emperor realm. He actually dared to act mysterious in front of him. He was simply courting death. A cultivator who has not even entered the Emperor realm actually dares to use such a tone to speak to me. You really overestimate yourself. Should I say that you are stupid? Or should I say that you are arrogant? Do you know that your actions are already enough for you to die 10 times? However, I can give Guan Guan face and spare your dog life. However, you have to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. Su Aojuan said in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng dared to say no. He seemed to be about to unleash a thunderous attack to deal with Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, Brother Su is really talented. You can even think of such an insulting method. I really admire you to the extreme. Suddenly, a cultivator laughed out loud. Su Aojuan and the group all looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Someone loudly berated, "Little brat, didn't you hear what Brother Su said? Brother Su asked you to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Let us see if you can do it well." Chapter 3378. Seeing this group of people humiliating Lin Feng, Guan Guan immediately said angrily, "Su Aojuan, don't go overboard." Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak. However, he was only a peak quasi-emperor after all. Hence, Guan Guan knew that Lin Feng would definitely not be able to fight against these people. Hence, Guan Guan took the initiative to stand up for Lin Feng. So what if it's overboard? In a world where the strong are respected, no matter what the strong do, it's not overboard. Instead, it's the weak who get bullied. They only have themselves to blame, Su Aojuan said indifferently. He did not care about what Guan Guan thought. He was an extremely self-centered person. He would not easily change his mind once he decided on something. What will it take for you to let Lin Feng go? Guan Guan asked with an ugly expression. If they were to compete with strength, even if she and Lin Feng joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Su Aojuan and the rest. Hence, she could only talk about conditions. Seeing Guan Guan so nervous about Lin Feng, Su Aojuan only felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. That ball of fire almost ignited his entire body. That ball of fire, it was the fire of jealousy. Su Aojuan laughed sinisterly and said, "It's not impossible to save this kid, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Guan Guan asked. "Accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, I'll let this kid go," Su Aojuan said. Hearing that, Guan Guan's expression became extremely ugly. "Why? You don't want to promise me?" Su Aojuan sneered and asked with an aggressive look. Guan Guan bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak. At this moment, Lin Feng said indifferently, "You're called Su Aojuan, right? Emperor realm cultivation is not considered weak. However, this does not give you the right to do whatever you want outside. I don't care if you offend others. However, if you dare to offend me, you're courting death. Just now, you wanted me to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times, right? Now, kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." When Lin Feng said this, everyone present was stunned. Because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. Guan Guan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. One must know. Su Aojuan was an imperial emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Apart from Su Aojuan, there were 2 imperial emperors among the remaining 12 people. There were 10 other people. They were all at the immortal emperor realm. The combined power of such a group of people was simply unimaginable. However, Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to Su Aojuan. Even Guan Guan wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head and see what Lin Feng was thinking. Because after he said those words, it could be said that he had completely fallen out with Su Aojuan. Su Aojuan was such an arrogant and self-righteous person. He definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Good, good, good. There's actually someone who dares to say such words to me. He's simply courting death. Su Aojuan's face revealed a cold murderous intent. He was an imperial emperor realm expert. In the starry sky world. He was also an overlord realm expert. Now, he was being humiliated by a boundary emperor. This anger. How could he swallow it? Now, Su Aojuan only had one thought in his mind, and that was how to torture this reckless brat in front of him. Humiliating you, that's because I have the strength to humiliate you. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then only death awaits you. Lin Feng continued with an unquestionable tone, causing Su Aojuan to kneel on the ground. Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. A boundary emperor realm cultivator. He actually made an imperial emperor realm cultivator kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Moreover, he even shamelessly boasted to this imperial emperor realm cultivator that he had the strength to humiliate an imperial emperor realm cultivator. The cultivators present had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Now, Guan Guan smiled bitterly at the side. He knew what kind of person Su Aojuan was. This person would take revenge for the smallest grievance. To humiliate Su Aojuan like this. Su Aojuan would definitely not let this matter rest. Guan Guan could not help but be very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Brat. Later, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me to spare your dog life. Su Aojuan's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was already difficult to suppress. However, Su Aojuan did not want Lin Feng to die too easily. He wanted to ruthlessly torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Enough torture. Only then would he kill Lin Feng. Su Aojuan's body moved. He was about to make a move. At this moment, an immortal emperor realm cultivator said, "To deal with such an ant, there is no need for Brother Su to take action. That would be beneath Brother Su's status. How about I suppress this brat on Brother Su's behalf?" The cultivator who spoke was an extremely thin cultivator. There was a sinister and terrifying aura lingering around his body. He should be an expert of the demonic path. His eyes were extremely sinister and evil. He looked into that pair of eyes. It was enough to make people shudder with fear. This cultivator was called Lian Hualong. He was an expert of the demonic path. He was at the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Among all of them, he had the lowest cultivation level. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. The second heaven of the immortal emperor realm. In any place, he could be considered an expert. It was naturally an easy task for Lian Hualong to deal with Lin Feng. At least, that was how it seemed to everyone. If you want to deal with Lin Feng, you have to get through me first. Guan Guan said coldly. She wanted to protect Lin Feng. At the same time, Guan Guan transmitted her voice to Lin Feng. "I will try my best to delay these people. You should run quickly. They won't dare to do anything to me. You don't have to worry about me." At this moment, Lin Feng naturally could not leave Guan Guan alone here. This was not something a man should do. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just a bunch of nobodies. It's a piece of cake. A bunch of mediocre characters." This time, the 13 experts on Su Aojuan's side all looked gloomy. Because, this time, Lin Feng had directly humiliated the 13 of them. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's see how you die later. Many cultivators on Su Aojuan's side looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. I only need one punch to beat you half to death. Lian Hualong stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Next. Chapter 3379. Be careful. Guan Guan could not help but exclaim. Lian Hualong was a cultivator of the second celestial emperor layer, while Lin Feng only had the strength of the top of the Di Qi layer. The gap between them was huge. As such, Guan Guan was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be in trouble. As for Su Aojuan and the rest, they looked at Lin Feng coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. A second heaven immortal emperor against a peak quasi-emperor. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. As such, they felt that, under Lian Hualong's attack, Lin Feng might not even have the strength to resist. Lian Hualong's terrifying attack was about to collide with Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards Lian Hualong. Seeing that Lin Feng actually chose to fight Lian Hualong head-on, the corners of Su Aojuan and the others' mouths curled up into a mocking smile. They all thought that Lin Feng was overestimating his own abilities. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Fist and palm collided. Lin Feng and Lian Hualong collided. The scene that everyone imagined of Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Lian Hualong did not happen. Instead, Lian Hualong looked as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew out. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Lian Hualong's arm that collided with Lin Feng broke. Even his bones were exposed. White bones. It was extremely miserable. Ah! My arm. Lian Hualong could not help but scream. How is this possible? A series of exclamations could not help but resound in the air. Su Aojuan and the rest looked extremely gloomy. Lian Hualong was an immortal emperor realm cultivator. He collided with Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. It was a completely one-sided collision. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, Lian Hualong was severely injured by Lin Feng. His arm was broken. It was truly inconceivable. Guan Guan also looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Guan Guan could naturally sense Lin Feng's cultivation. Of course. Guan Guan also knew that Lin Feng was extraordinary. However, in Guan Guan's opinion, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, even if he could fight against an emperor realm cultivator who was a whole realm higher than him, he was still too weak. In terms of Lin Feng's realm, it was already not easy to fight against a god emperor realm cultivator. After all, anyone who hadn't reached the great emperor realm was just an ant. For a cultivator who had yet to enter the great emperor realm to be able to fight against a god emperor realm cultivator was already a legend. It was shocking enough. Against immortal emperor realm experts, it should be very difficult. However, everything that was happening before his eyes was completely out of Guan Guan's expectations. Lin Feng was already so strong that a casual strike could heavily injure a second-layer immortal emperor. Was Lin Feng really just a quasi-emperor? Guan Guan even thought that Lin Feng had used a method to hide his cultivation. He had purposely concealed his cultivation level and only displayed the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor to the world. In fact, he wanted to confuse others. It was no wonder that Guan Guan would think that way. If it was anyone else, seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, they would probably think that way. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a ray of sword chi. Buzz. That ray of sword chi shook violently. Next. That ray of sword chi slashed towards Lian Hualong, who was sent flying. Brat, you are courting death. When Su Aojuan and the others saw this scene, they could not help but be furious. Lin Feng actually wanted to kill in front of them. Was he not putting them in his eyes at all? The eyes of the cultivators flashed with dense killing intent. They wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, his angry shout could not stop Lin Feng's attack. That terrifying sword chi instantly tore through the void and slashed in front of Lian Hualong. Lian Hualong was shocked and wanted to use his divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. There was a poochie sound. Along with that tearing sound, Lian Hualong's body was torn into two. Lian Hualong died tragically on the spot. Lin Feng waved his hand and Lian Hualong's body exploded, leaving behind the purest source, which Lin Feng kept. Now, Lin Feng had not broken through to the Emperor realm. An immortal Emperor-level origin source was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Feng had obtained a lot of great Emperor source. And these great Emperor source were all kept by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not refined these great Emperor source. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to refine these great Emperor source when he broke through to the Emperor realm. In this way, the probability of breaking through would be higher. Brat, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Su Aojuan's voice was extremely cold and filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, "A piece of trash like you dares to say such words to me." Everyone had already seen Lin Feng's arrogance. However, everyone realized. As it turned out, Lin Feng's arrogance was only the tip of the iceberg. Even when facing an Emperor-level expert like Su Aojuan, Lin Feng still acted so high and mighty. This made Su Aojuan and the others gnash their teeth in hatred. Does this guy really have the strength to deal with Su Aojuan? Guan Guan could not help but mutter in her heart. Guan Guan had some understanding of Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was not the kind of person who did not know what was important. But now, Lin Feng was so arrogant and arrogant. It made those close to him happy. It made those enemies hate him. Guan Guan felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to do so. After thinking about it, Guan Guan could not help but be shocked. She could not believe that this was real. After all, the other party still had 3 Emperor-level experts. As for the 9 immortal emperors, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, could it be that he could rely on his own strength to deal with so many experts? Later, I will definitely slice off your flesh piece by piece. Then, I will pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory. You will suffer endless torture for all eternity. Su Aojuan's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. As for the other cultivators, they had spread out. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng together. These people were really cautious. They were worried that Lin Feng had some powerful tricks up his sleeve, so they chose to attack together. Step back. I will deal with this group of trash. We will be able to end this battle soon, Lin Feng said. Hearing that, Guan Guan hurriedly stepped back. Su Aojuan and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked down on them. This caused their killing intent towards Lin Feng to reach its peak. Boom, Su Aojuan was the first to attack. Terrifying magic power surged out of his body. He began to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 Emperor-level experts also began to circulate their magic power and condense their divine abilities. 3 Emperor-level experts, 9 immortal emperors. Chapter 3380. Boom Boom Boom. A series of incomparably powerful divine powers blasted towards Lin Feng. The divine powers that Su Aojuan condensed were called the Proud Heaven Art. The power of this divine powers was incomparably terrifying. It looked down on the world and dominated the universe. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking and moving. The attacks of the other 11 Emperor Realm experts were also extremely terrifying. The 11 divine abilities were Thundercloud Slash, Dragon-shaped Divine Fist, Ancient Annihilation, Hand of the Heavens, Divine Tao Collapse, Chilling Desolation, 10,000 Miles of Ice, Sword of Endless Stars, Falling Moon Divine Art, Stars Descending, and Shattering the 3 Realms. Each divine powers had their own unique points. Every single one of his divine abilities was unrivaled. Basically, it was one of the trump cards of these experts. Humph. Facing the attacks of the 3 emperors and 9 immortal emperors, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His expression was cold. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Today, I will let you know what I am capable of. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to circulate the dharmic powers in his body. Powerful dharmic powers surged out and shook the void. Waves after waves of horrifying shockwaves rippled out, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. People couldn't help but be moved by this. Lin Feng directly circulated the Emperor laws in his body. These Emperor laws drove all the dharmic powers in his body to circulate together. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had completed some kind of sublimation. This was the first time he used the Emperor laws in his body to fight against an enemy. That feeling was simply too comfortable. It made Lin Feng have the urge to roar towards the sky. The power in his body. It was like an avalanche. 1 qi into 3 pure ones. 9 layers of qi superimpose. Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression. He used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones technique. Then, Lin Feng's original body and the 2 doppelgangers circulated 3 types of qi. In an instant, the 9 layers of qi superimposed together to form a powerful magnetic field that was so powerful that it would shock anyone who saw it. That terrifying magnetic field directly enveloped the 12 Emperor realm cultivators. Bang! 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 Along with a series of terrifying collisions, there was a sudden sound. Lin Feng's ninefold magnetic field broke through the 12 great monarchs' divine abilities one after another. Lin Feng's ninefold magnetic field had the ability to attack, defend, intimidate, and oppress. Now, Lin Feng, who was circulating the Emperor law in his body, cast the ninefold magnetic field. The power displayed by the ninefold magnetic field was truly shocking. This is absolutely impossible. The 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were in disbelief. So many strong cultivators had attacked together, but Lin Feng had defeated them all by himself. These people really couldn't accept what was happening in front of them. This, not far away, Guan Guan, who was watching the battle, also became incoherent. He thought that he was seeing things. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. Guan Guan couldn't even believe what he was seeing. But all of this, it was all real. Lin Feng was facing the attacks of the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors with ease. After the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were enveloped by Lin Feng's ninefold magnetic field, their battle prowess was greatly suppressed. Therefore, everyone's battle prowess was greatly weakened. It's my turn to attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 3 Lin Feng locked onto an immortal emperor-level cultivator and then quickly attacked. They were so fast. It made people speechless. The 3 immortal emperors didn't even have time to react. The 3 Lin Feng had already rushed in front of the 3 immortal emperors. Then, the 3 Lin Feng attacked the 3 immortal emperor-level cultivators. The 3 immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly condensed their divine abilities to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! 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 Then, along with the sound of a violent collision, the 3 Lin Feng collided with the 3 immortal emperors. Lin Feng was safe and sound. The 3 immortal emperors were all sent flying. Slash! The 3 Lin Feng shouted coldly at the same time. The 3 Lin Feng turned into 3 yin-yang Dao diagrams. They instantly tore through the void and headed towards the 3 immortal emperor-level experts who were sent flying. No, the 3 immortal emperor-level experts cried out in fear. However, other than shouting, they had no time to block Lin Feng's attack. The characteristic of Lin Feng's attack was that it was continuous and endless. Phut! A tearing sound was suddenly heard. Along with the sound of 3 ripping noises. The 3 immortal emperor-level experts were killed by the 3 Lin Feng. Strong. Too strong. Under the siege of the 3 great monarchs and 9 great immortal emperors, Lin Feng was still in an unstoppable state. He killed 3 great immortal emperors in a row. It was really terrifying. Damn it. Damn it. Su Aojuan's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, Su Aojuan clearly knew how bad their situation was. Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field was too strong. It caused a huge suppression on them. So, it was not good to continue fighting this battle. Although they still had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. But, if they continued fighting, how many of them would be left in the end? So, now, Su Aojuan had already decided to temporarily avoid Lin Feng's attack. "Let's retreat," Su Aojuan said in a deep voice. The rest of them obviously did not want to leave. One of the great monarchs said, "Brother Su, as long as we attack with all our might, we will definitely be able to kill this kid. Now, we can give it our all." The great monarch's words were agreed by the rest. These people had already lost 4 immortal emperor-level experts to Lin Feng. They had suffered such a huge loss. If they did not kill Lin Feng, they would feel extremely aggrieved. However, Su Aojuan was extremely cautious. Although Su Aojuan was arrogant, he had always been a cautious person. It was also because of this character. That was why he was able to survive until now. Su Aojuan said, "This kid is very strange. After we retreat, we will think of a way to deal with him." The rest of them were quite convinced by Su Aojuan. Since Su Aojuan insisted on retreating, the rest of the cultivators nodded and agreed. The other party had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to retreat, it would be very difficult for Lin Feng to make them stay. After all, currently, Lin Feng had only refined 1 great monarch-level emperor law. If he could refine a few more great monarch-level emperor laws, he might be able to kill Su Aojuan and the rest here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Su Aojuan and the rest quickly flew into the distance. They were as fast as lightning. Lin Feng did not chase after them. Do not chase after a cornered enemy. Lin Feng naturally understood this principle. Lin Feng retracted his divine ability. The battle ended. The surroundings were a mess. In this battle, Lin Feng had obtained the origins of the 4 great monarchs. It could be considered a great harvest. Moreover, other than the origins of the 4 great monarchs, Lin Feng had also obtained the storage rings of the 4 great monarchs. Chapter 3381. Husband, you're so powerful. I'm so infatuated with you. Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng in a charming and flirtatious way. Even Lin Feng felt infatuated with the seductive look that she exuded. Lin Feng felt that he would be defeated by this woman sooner or later. Her charm was too great. He really couldn't stop her. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "It's a pity that Su Aojuan and the others escape." Su Aojuan had 3 emperors and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to leave, it would be difficult to make them stay. So it's normal for them to be able to escape. And young master was able to kill 4 immortal emperors with ease under the siege of so many experts. This battle record is like a legend. Guan Guan couldn't help but say. In response to Guan Guan's flattery, Lin Feng smiled non-committally. Lin Feng knew his own situation. He also knew what he would face in the future. He also knew the pressure he had to bear. If it was someone else who had such combat power, they might be extremely happy. But Lin Feng wasn't. Because with his current combat power, to him, it was far from enough. Neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. This was Lin Feng's style of doing things. Lin Feng said, "There's no time to lose. Let's enter the star cave and take a look. I wonder if there are any opportunities waiting for us inside." Hearing that, Guan Guan's eyes lit up. She was also looking forward to it. She took out the ancient star map. Then, she poured her magic power into the ancient star map. The ancient star map flew into the air. Then, it shot out a ray of divine light. That ray of divine light. It directly shone on the restriction outside the star cave. Rumble. Rumble. Only to hear. A series of loud noises could be heard. The restriction of the star cave began to crack. In the end, a gap appeared in the restriction of the star cave. Lin Feng and Guan Guan entered the star cave through the gap. After they entered, the restriction of the star cave closed again. There was a deep passage in front of them. The 2 of them followed the passage and went deeper. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the passageway. The passage in the star cave was so quiet that it was almost strange. Lin Feng and Guan Guan could even hear each other's heartbeat. They walked for about 1,000 meters. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. Lin Feng and Guan Guan increased their speed and entered the cave dwelling. When they entered the cave, They immediately felt as if the world was spinning. When they stabilized their minds, they found that they had entered a starry sky world. It contained the power of the starry sky law. Most likely, the starry sky Saint Emperor had turned this place into a starry sky world. The Milky Way. And Milky Way. Numerous huge stars were revolving around them. Those stars. Guan Guan pointed at the stars in the Star River world. Ah. They were all densely packed with runes. Those runes were flowing with holy light. They were extremely mysterious. When he saw the stars, he was shocked. Lin Feng's face. They couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Divine ability runes. The runes on those stars are all divine ability runes. Lin Feng said. Divine ability runes? Guan Guan was extremely shocked. Lin Feng said, sit cross-legged in the starry sky and comprehend the Tao. You can try to get in touch with those stars and comprehend the wonders of the stars. Maybe you can comprehend something. Hearing Lin Feng say so, Guan Guan nodded. The two of them found a place to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng found a place and then sat cross-legged. Then he began to comprehend the stars that were densely packed with runes. Lin Feng locked onto a star and comprehended the densely packed runes on it. Not long after, Lin Feng sensed the contents of those runes. He memorized the contents of each rune in his heart. When all the runes had been memorized by him, Lin Feng found that these runes formed the cultivation chant of a divine ability. 9 chaotic strikes. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The name of the divine ability he comprehended was called 9 chaotic strikes. It should be a divine ability passed down by the starry sky Holy Emperor. I wonder how powerful it is. Lin Feng then looked at the stars. He couldn't help but think. Could it be that those were the stars? Did each star record a divine ability? If that's the case, then it's too amazing. Lin Feng began to comprehend the other stars. Time passed. Lin Feng found that some of these stars could be comprehended, and some couldn't. Of the stars that could be comprehended, not every star recorded a sacred art. Some of the stars recorded some of his memories. However, those memories were all scattered images. Lin Feng guessed that they should be the memories of the starry sky Holy Emperor. What made Lin Feng happy was that he actually comprehended the cultivation method of the 3000 Great Tao from the runes on a star. The 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng obtained was called the Great Confusion Technique. This Great Confusion Technique was very special. It was an auxiliary 3000 Great Tao. Once it was used, it could confuse others. For example, the cultivator who used the Great Confusion Technique wanted to make the other party believe that he was someone. Or he wanted the other party to believe something. The other party might really believe it. After discovering that these stars recorded the 3000 Great Tao, Lin Feng became even more excited. He continued to comprehend these stars. One after another, Lin Feng obtained more and more 3000 Great Tao. In the end, Lin Feng actually comprehended a total of 85 types of 3000 Great Tao. And among these 85 types of 3000 Great Tao, there were 67 types of 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 1033 types of 3000 Great Tao, including the 67 types of 3000 Great Tao that he had just comprehended and yet to cultivate. Added together, there were a total of 1100 types of 3000 Great Tao. Not long after, Guan Guan also woke up from her cultivation state. Guan Guan had obviously comprehended many divine abilities. Therefore, she was extremely excited. She said, "It's a pity that this place only has various divine ability inheritances, but I don't see the treasures of the Starry Sky Holy Emperor. For an expert at the level of the Starry Sky Holy Emperor, his lifetime collection must be astonishing." Lin Feng also felt that it was a pity. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Lin Feng said, "It's already an extremely heaven-defying harvest to obtain so many powerful divine abilities." Guan Guan nodded and left with Lin Feng. Not long after leaving the Starry Sky Cave, Lin Feng discovered. Chapter 3382. The martial talisman moved again. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. It seemed that these two fire demon talismans must have sensed the third fire demon talisman again. Lin Feng took out two fire demon talismans. He saw that the lines on the two fire demon talismans were actually distorted. Those lines were like a map. It guided Lin Feng. The map to find the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng studied it carefully. But he was confused. He didn't know where the specific location was. What is this? Guan Guan looked curiously at the two fire demon talismans in Lin Feng's hands and asked. This is a fire demon talisman, one of the 72 kinds of martial talismans. If you can gather all the fire demon talismans, you can improve the quality of your martial soul, Lin Feng said. Martial soul? Guan Guan was very surprised. She said, martial soul is an ability that can often be used in the early stages of cultivation. It is a special ability of us human cultivators. Other races basically don't have martial soul. Unless other races have human bloodlines or a mutation in their bodies, they can awaken martial soul. However, as your cultivation increases, the effect of martial soul seems to be getting smaller and smaller, right? It was indeed as Guan Guan said. As a cultivator's cultivation increased, the effect of martial soul was getting smaller and smaller. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was extremely extraordinary, and it was closely related to the arm of dragon and elephant. It could increase the power of the arm of dragon and elephant. Therefore, for Lin Feng, martial soul was still extremely important. In fact, in the world of cultivators, there was no lack of cultivators with special martial souls. Those special martial souls could bring about extraordinary abilities for these cultivators, even if their realms had been raised to a very high level. Those special martial souls, they could still provide great help to these cultivators. However, there were too few cultivators with these special martial souls. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And most people's martial souls would increase as their cultivation increased. The effect would gradually weaken. So, with the increase in cultivation, human cultivators' reliance on martial souls became less and less. Lin Feng said, my martial spirit is rather special, it has a special effect on my physical body. So that's how it is. Guan Guan couldn't help but nod. He then smiled and said, then I'll accompany you to find the third fire demon talisman. Ha ha. It's naturally the best thing to have a delicate beauty like you accompanying me, Lin Feng said with a smile. In the following period of time, the two fire devil talismans often acted strangely. Lin Feng had a feeling. Perhaps he was not far from finding the third fire demon talisman. 1 month later, on this day, a red-crowned crane descended from the sky. The red-crowned crane landed on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan with a letter in its mouth. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were both alarmed. Guan Guan obviously knew that crane. She asked, Fairy he, why are you here? The red-crowned crane said, it was the palace lord who sent me to deliver a letter to senior sister. The voice of this red-crowned crane sounded like the voice of a 10-year-old girl. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. Mother sent you here? Guan Guan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had previously heard Guan Guan mention the power of her mother's side. Although it wasn't as powerful as the family that Su Aojuan was in. But to be honest, compared to the Su family that Su Aojuan was in, it was perhaps only slightly weaker. This kind of gap was naturally not big. And Guan Guan's mother's cultivation was very powerful. In that family, she had a unique position. Now, he heard Fairy he called Guan Guan's mother Palace Lord. He didn't know why Fairy he called Guan Guan's mother that way. Guan Guan didn't talk much about her mother's matters. So Lin Feng didn't know much about it. And Lin Feng himself was also a person who didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Since Guan Guan didn't want to say more, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't ask more. After Guan Guan took down the letter, she opened it. Her expression was very calm. After reading the letter, Guan Guan said, Husband, Mother summoned me back, so I can't accompany you for the time being. I need to make a trip back to the family. If husband is done with the matters here, you can go to the Ning family in the mysterious domain Star Ocean to find me. Ning family in the mysterious domain Star Ocean. It should be Guan Guan's mother's family. Good. When the time comes, I will definitely go, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan revealed a charming smile and said, husband, you must come. When the time comes, perhaps you can talk to my mother about our matters. After saying that, Guan Guan and Fairy He left together. The fragrance was still lingering. The beauty had already left. What a seductress. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Guan Guan's charm was naturally irresistible. Peerless elegance. Beautiful like a fairy. Thus, for Guan Guan, Lin Feng was determined to win. Lin Feng knew the general location of the mysterious domain Star Ocean. It was on the route to the Undying Realm. When traveling through the starry sky to the Undying Realm, it happened to pass by the mysterious domain Star Ocean. When the time comes, he must go to the mysterious domain Star Ocean's Ning family to meet Guan Guan's mother. While he was at it, he would take the opportunity to take control of this bewitching woman. The ancient starry sky ship continued to travel through the starry sky world. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge battle erupting on a planet. Dozens of cultivators were fighting against 3 culinary god demons. Those cultivators' strength was extraordinary. However, the culinary god demons were too powerful. Even though those cultivators' cultivation was extremely strong, and there were even 4 god emperors guarding them. The rest were all in the quasi-emperor realm, and most of them were high-level quasi-emperors. However, so many people joining forces. They were not the culinary god demons match. 3 god emperor culinary god demons. Lin Feng's brows slightly raised. He flew out from the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. Then he kept the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. Immediately, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the battle. The 3 culinary god demons must die. He needed the emperor laws of these culinary god demons to increase his strength. Lin Feng had already refined 1 monarch-level culinary god demon emperor law and 3 god emperor level culinary god demon emperor laws. However, this was far from enough. Lin Feng wanted to continue hunting culinary god demons and refine their emperor laws to increase his strength. Unfortunately, culinary god demons were hard to find. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, each of you will die a more miserable death than the last. The 5th stage God Emperor culinary god demon said sinisterly. Among the 3 culinary god demons, this one was the strongest. As for the other 2, one was a 4th stage god emperor. The other was a 3rd stage god emperor. The 3 culinary god demons were killing this group of cultivators in the starry sky world. They seemed to be doing it for one thing. However, the group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons clearly did not intend to hand it over. Thus, the attacks of the 3 culinary god demons became increasingly fierce. Poochie, poochie. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons. Chapter 3383. After those cultivators were killed by the gluttonous god demons. Their souls were not killed by the gluttonous god demons. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator was killed, his soul would also be shaken to the point of dissipation. Obviously, the reason why those cultivators' souls did not die immediately, it was because the gluttonous god demons did it on purpose. The gluttonous god demons opened their hands and grabbed the souls of the dead cultivators. They then stuffed them into their mouths and began to chew. The souls of the cultivators were chewed alive by the gluttonous god demons. Those souls let out shrill screams. After those cultivators died, they still had to bear the tragic fate of having their souls chewed alive. They died too miserably. The battle prowess of these 3 devils was frightening to the point that it left others aghast. The 4 great emperors and dozens of boundary emperors could only hold their own against the 3 gluttonous god demons. Their attacks could not harm the 3 gluttonous god demons at all. In the midst of the battle, the 4 great emperors were injured one after another. The four great emperors did not abandon the others and escape. This made Lin Feng feel quite surprised. The moral conduct of these four people was not bad. Of course. Even if they abandoned the others and escaped. With the terrifying strength of the three gluttonous god demons, the four great emperors probably would not be able to escape. Soon, only a dozen or so cultivators were left. The battle between the two sides was not on the same level. Die. The gluttonous god demon, who was a third-layer god emperor, arrived in front of a female cultivator. His sharp claws clawed at the female cultivator. The female cultivator could not dodge in time. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously. The female cultivator was in complete despair. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to fight against such a terrifying existence like the gluttonous god demon. Such a beauty is meant to be loved. If she dies like this, wouldn't it be a pity? Just as the female cultivator thought she was going to die for sure. Suddenly, a voice resounded in her ears. Following that, the female cultivator felt her slim waist being held by a pair of strong hands. The female cultivator looked at the person who held her. She realized. The cultivator who held her was a very young master. And he was very handsome. There was a faint smile on this young master's face all the time. Brat, let's die together. The culinary god demon laughed sinisterly. Terrifying claws. It enveloped Lin Feng and the female cultivator. He wanted to kill the two of them together. Lin Feng raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. A beam of sword chi. He flew out. Poochie. A tearing sound was heard. Blood immediately spurted out. The female cultivator saw it. That third heavenly stage god emperor stage gluttonous god demon was actually split into two. Instant kill. An instant kill. Such a powerful god eater. He had actually been killed by this young master who had appeared out of nowhere. It was truly shocking. Who is this young master? What is his cultivation level? The female cultivator couldn't help but feel puzzled. This scene, the female cultivator was not the only one who was shocked. It also shocked everyone present. Brat, you're courting death. The other two culinary gods couldn't help but roar in anger. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. They directly pounced towards Lin Feng. These culinary gods could easily challenge those of a higher realm. Hence, their battle strength was extremely terrifying. Young master, be careful. The four great emperors couldn't help but exclaim. The two culinary gods that attacked now were much stronger than the one Lin Feng had killed before. Furthermore, they were attacking Lin Feng together. Hence, the four great emperors couldn't help but warn Lin Feng. At the same time, they all flew towards Lin Feng. They wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the four culinary gods together. However, at the next moment, the four great emperors revealed an extremely shocked expression. They saw, facing the attacks of two powerful culinary gods, Lin Feng's right hand gently moved. Two beams of sword chi shot out from his fingertips. The two beams of sword chi cut through the void. They slashed towards the two powerful culinary gods. Poochie, poochie. Two tearing sounds were heard. Two culinary gods. They were actually killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Shocking. In everyone's eyes. They were deeply shocked. Instant kill. Another instant kill. No matter if it was the culinary god that was at the third stage emperor god realm. It was the two culinary gods behind him. Lin Feng killed those godly eater demons in one attack. However, everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation. They actually discovered Lin Feng was only at the boundary emperor realm. Naturally, no one believed that Lin Feng was only at the boundary emperor realm. They all thought that Lin Feng must have cultivated a special technique to conceal his cultivation. He suppressed his cultivation to the boundary emperor realm. Lin Feng's right hand lightly patted the void. Peng peng peng, the bodies of the three gluttonous god demons, which had been split in half, exploded. Then, the exploded flesh turned into a bloody mist. Lin Feng collected the bloody mist. The bloody mist of the three culinary gods turned into three culinary god fruits. Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a smile. Culinary god fruits. He obtained 3 in one go. How many emperor laws were contained in these 3 culinary god fruits? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. I am Wang Lui. I have yet to ask for your name. The leading cultivator clasped his fists. He asked aloud. This cultivator's cultivation was not ordinary. He was at the 8th stage Emperor God realm. We met by chance. Why do you need to ask so clearly? Lin Feng said indifferently. He turned and walked towards the depths of the starry sky world. At this moment, Wang Lui said, Young master, please wait. Why? Is there anything else? Lin Feng looked at Wang Lui indifferently. Young master, this time we are going to a mysterious place. It is said that there is an immortal buried in that mysterious place. Wang Lui said. Oh, an immortal is buried. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. If it was really as Wang Lui said, that place was too shocking. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the culinary god demon that was at the 6th stage Emperor God realm. He was asking for something from Wang Lui and the others. Lin Feng guessed. The thing that the culinary god asked for should be related to the immortal graveyard that Wang Lui mentioned. Buried an immortal. Such a place was enough to make all the forces palpitate. If the immortal's legacy, magic treasures, and treasures that he had collected in his life were also in this place, the value was too great. Wang Lui saw Lin Feng's interest and said, It's like this. There must be a lot of good things in the immortal graveyard. If young master wants to go with us, you can choose the treasures inside first. Wang Lui knew that this trip would be dangerous. Hence, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he wanted Lin Feng to join them and get Lin Feng's protection. Chapter 3384. Good. I agree to join you. Lin Feng nodded and said. Hearing that Lin Feng had agreed to join them, the group of people were extremely excited. However, thinking of the tragic deaths of so many of their companions, these people's mood became low again. The death of their companions caused them to feel incomparable grief. But there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only watch helplessly as their companions died, unable to save them. If not for Lin Feng's appearance, perhaps even more people would have died. We need to go to the fire snake star to meet up with the other forces, Wang Lui said. Lin Feng asked in surprise, What's wrong? There are other forces going with us on this trip. Wang Lui nodded and said, That's right, we only obtained one of the keys. The other forces also obtained one each. But don't worry, young master, we have already discussed it. When we find the treasures, the various forces will equally distribute the treasures. When it's time for us to choose the treasures, we will definitely let young master choose first. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. However, Wang Lui's equal distribution of the treasures was somewhat unrealistic in Lin Feng's eyes. Or rather, Wang Lui was taking things for granted. He might be a normal person who wanted to distribute the treasures equally, but the other forces would inevitably have other thoughts. Killing and stealing treasures was something that happened almost every day in the world of cultivators. Therefore, they had to be on guard against such things. Wang Lui and the others went to collect the corpses of their dead companions. They kept the bodies of their dead companions into their storage rings, preparing to bring these corpses back when they returned from the immortal graveyard. Lin Feng traveled with Wang Lui and the others. After chatting for a while, he found out that Wang Lui and the others came from the Sacred Star Sea. The Sacred Star Sea was quite far from here. In Lin Feng's memories, the Sacred Star Sea seemed to be even further away than the mysterious Domain Star Sea. Therefore, when Lin Feng introduced himself, these people did not recognize him. Everyone boarded the ancient starship and headed towards the Fire Snake Star. Everyone had their own room for cultivation. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Creak. Lin Feng opened the door and saw a female cultivator standing outside. This female cultivator was tall and slender. Her pair of straight and slender legs made her look so stunning. This long-legged beauty had a palm-sized oval-shaped face. Her face was extremely beautiful and delicate. Her skin was also very good, as smooth as cream. She was definitely a rare beauty. This woman was none other than the woman Lin Feng had saved earlier. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but recall the feeling of being held in Lin Feng's arms. She couldn't help but blush slightly. However, his movements did not slow down in the slightest. She bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Fairy, you don't have to be so polite, Lin Feng said. To the young master, it may have been as easy as lifting a finger. But to Yu Lan, it was a life-saving grace. The female cultivator said, Yu Lan, is that your name? You're beautiful, and your name is also beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He felt that this female cultivator was not only beautiful, but her name was also very pleasant to hear. After the female cultivator heard Lin Feng's praise, her face couldn't help but become more rosy. She even felt her heartbeat quicken. Lin Feng also came back to his senses. He also felt that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. It was as if he had some intentions towards this female cultivator. It was as if he was hinting something to this female cultivator. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Fairy, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. I also didn't mean to offend you. The female cultivator said. I naturally wouldn't dare to misunderstand, young master. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's not a good place to talk outside. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? A man and a woman alone in a room, if word got out, it would not be good. However, the female cultivator took a step forward as if she was possessed by a supernatural force. She entered Lin Feng's room. You're called Yu Lan, is your surname Yu? This surname is rather rare, Lin Feng said. The female cultivator said, My surname isn't Yu, but Xia. My full name is Xia Yu Lan. I see. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Xia Yu Lan curiously asked, Young master, did you come out to train alone? Lin Feng said, I was originally with a few companions, but we got separated some time ago. Therefore, I'm now training alone outside. Young master's cultivation is very strong. Even if you train alone in the starry sky world, you can still protect yourself. Unlike us, when we encounter a few god-eaters, we might be wiped out. After saying this, Xia Yu Lan's mood became somewhat gloomy. This was because the people who had died earlier were all from her sect. Some of them had a very close relationship with her. However, she could only watch helplessly as her companions died. Xia Yu Lan was powerless. This caused her to be overshadowed. Lin Feng said, It's good for the living to be filled with hope. Only with hope in one's heart can one have the motivation to move forward. Xia Yu Lan carefully pondered over Lin Feng's words. In the end, she nodded. She understood something. The pain in her heart, it also lessened a lot. The fiery snake star was a star with an extremely strange appearance. Looking at it from the starry sky world, the fiery snake star looked like a giant snake coiled in flames. The fiery snake star was enveloped in raging flames all year round. The temperature was incomparably hot. Lin Feng and the others boarded the ancient starship and arrived at the starry sky world outside the fiery snake star. We've arrived at the fiery snake star, Wang Lui said with a smile. Everyone walked out of the cabin. Lin Feng saw many ancient starships flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. There were also some cultivators flying in the sky. Similarly, they were flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. The fiery snake star is a rather famous gathering place of cultivators in the starry sky world. Therefore, there are many cultivators coming from all over the world every day. There's a huge trading market in the fiery snake star. There are many good things in the trading market. This trading market is second to none in the surrounding starfields. When the time comes, Lin Gongzi can go to the trading market to take a look. Wang Lui introduced the fiery snake star to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right. When the time comes, I'll enter the trading market to take a look. At this moment, the ancient starship Lin Feng and the others boarded also descended towards the fiery snake star. They directly landed on the huge square of the fiery snake star's main city, the fiery snake city. In this square, many ancient starships landed. Many cultivators walked out of the ancient starships one after another. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the ancient starship. Wang Lui kept the ancient starship. Then, everyone walked towards the main road of the city. Lin Feng followed Wang Lui and the others. Presumably, these people had already agreed on a rendezvous point. Just as they were about to leave the square, Lin Feng saw a female cultivator not far away. Chapter 3385. Lin Feng really didn't expect to see this woman here. Zi Yuan. The woman he saw was none other than Zi Yuan. However, when the two of them met in the 9 provinces, they were already strangers. Zi Yuan obviously saw Lin Feng as well. However, she only glanced at Lin Feng. Then, she turned her head. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't disturb Zi Yuan. Perhaps this was the fate of people. Some things. It was fated. Some people. It was the same. There were many things and many people that couldn't be forced. This wasn't beneficial to anyone. Azure Dragon Inn. It was located in the northwest of Fire Snake City and occupied a huge area. This was an extremely high-end inn with many courtyards. The scenery was extremely beautiful. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng saw Zi Yuan again. And the place where Zi Yuan lived. It was very close to Lin Feng's place, only 1,000 meters away. Zi Yuan wasn't alone. There were more than 10 cultivators beside her. What really attracted Lin Feng's attention was a female cultivator in a black robe. That female cultivator gave Lin Feng a familiar feeling. And that female cultivator gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. Lin Feng, Zi Yuan, and the others went to their courtyards one after the other. That kid actually appeared in this place. How interesting. The female cultivator in the black robe couldn't help but say. The corners of her mouth curled up into a sinister arc. No one knew what she was thinking. This female cultivator was none other than Supremacy Yuan. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Their clan was very terrifying. They had transcended eras and were immortal. Previously, Tai Dao Supremacy even treated Lin Feng as a toy in his palm. He wanted to slowly toy with Lin Feng to death. What do you plan to do? Should we just kill him? Zi Yuan asked indifferently. I really want to kill this kid directly, but I received a message from the higher-ups some time ago. This kid can't die yet. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Oh, he still couldn't die. Why is that? Zi Yuan asked in surprise. For the time being, I don't know the exact reason behind this, but I'm guessing that it might have something to do with this kid's identity. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Lin Feng has the blood of the Undying clan and the Sovereign clan in him. You said that the seniors might have spared him because of his identity. Which clan do you think it is related to? Zi Yuan couldn't help asking. Supremacy Yuan Tian said, I'm not sure about that. It's hard for us to guess what old Antique is thinking. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the residence. Wang Lui said, Lin Gongzi, let's rest here for a while. At night, we'll meet with the other forces. At that time, we'll introduce Lin Gongzi to the other forces. No problem. Lin Feng said. Yu Lan, bring Lin Gongzi to rest. Wang Lui said. Yes, Marshal Uncle. Xia Yu Lan replied and brought Lin Feng to the 2nd floor to rest. In the bedroom, Xia Yu Lan took out a cleansing talisman. In an instant, the room became spotless. Young master, this is your room. I live next door. If there's anything you need, you can call me, Xia Yu Lan said. Perhaps Wang Lui had noticed that Lin Feng and Xia Yu Lan were close. Therefore, he had let Xia Yu Lan stay next to Lin Feng. At the same time, she could take care of Lin Feng. If something happened between Lin Feng and Xia Yu Lan, Lin Feng wouldn't care. Wang Lui would be happy to see that happen. Because, this way, their relationship with Lin Feng would improve. Wang Lui didn't know what level of cultivator Lin Feng was. But Wang Lui knew. Lin Feng was so young. He could instantly kill an ogre at the 6th heavenly layer God Emperor realm. This was enough to show how shocking Lin Feng's potential was. Now, he was already so strong. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. If they could establish a relationship with someone like Lin Feng, it would be extremely beneficial for them. Good. You should go back and rest, Lin Feng said. Then, Yu Lan will take her leave, Xia Yu Lan said. Then, she left Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng closed the door. Then, he took out 3 divine eating fruits. Then, he sealed the room with a restriction. Previously, on the ancient starry sky ship, Lin Feng hadn't refined these divine eating fruits. After all, he was on someone else's ancient starry sky ship. He didn't know if the other party had any powerful methods. One must always be on guard against others. Therefore, to be safe, Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment. Now, he was in Fire Snake City. This inn was relatively safe. If Wang Lui and the others had any bad intentions, without the help of the ancient starry sky ship, it would be difficult for them to do so. Of course. It was even better if they didn't have any bad intentions. Lin Feng began to refine the 3 divine eating fruits. A large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. His battle strength was steadily increasing. When all the energy contained in the divine eating fruits was refined by Lin Feng, only 7 emperor laws were left floating in the air. After seeing the 7 emperor laws, Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Although they were only emperor laws of the god emperor level, but they were terrifying enough. And he actually obtained 7 of them at once. What a great harvest! If he refined these 7 emperor laws, his battle strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. He began to refine these emperor laws. Now, Lin Feng was already very familiar with refining the god-eating devil emperor laws. Soon, the 7 god-eating devil emperor laws were refined by Lin Feng. After refining the 7 god-eating devil emperor laws, Lin Feng had a total of 1 emperor-level god-eating devil emperor law, 10 god-emperor-level god-eating devil emperor laws. Bang! 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 Lin Feng had just finished his cultivation when he heard a knock on the door. Lin Gongzi, have you rested enough? We're about to set off. Xia Yulan's voice came from outside. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. She opened the door to her room and saw Xia Yulan standing outside. All right, she said. Let's set off now. Xia Yulan nodded and led the way. After Lin Feng met up with Wang Lui and the others, they left their residence. The gathering place was called the Fiery Serpent House. It was opened by a mysterious person from the Fiery Serpent family, the master of the Fiery Serpent Star. It was the most lively and high-end gathering place on the Fiery Serpent Star. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Fiery Serpent House, they found that it was bustling with people coming and going. Many beautiful women shuttled back and forth in the Fiery Serpent House. Wang Lui and the others had clearly arranged everything in advance. Chapter 3386. Lin Feng and the others were the first batch of cultivators to arrive. After arriving here, everyone patiently waited for the cultivators of the other forces. Lin Feng had already done a certain understanding of the other forces. The other forces were also forces in the sacred star field. They were about the same strength as the force that Wang Lui and the others were in. The force that Wang Lui and the others were in was called the Star Sect. This force was not considered a top force in the sacred star field, but it was said that they also had an emperor-level powerhouse. Just like in the starfield world, only a force with a holy emperor-level powerhouse could be called a top force. If there was an emperor-level powerhouse in charge of a force, that would be the absolute overlord of the starry sky world. Their appeal would definitely be incomparably strong. It could be said that hundreds of people responded to a single call. For example, the myriad races from before. The heavenly sage great world where the myriad races were located had a total of 5 emperor-level old antiques. At that time, the myriad races were the super overlords of the starry sky world. So, the myriad races invaded the 9 prefectures. Many forces in the outer realm responded one after another. They followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures. However, No one would have thought that the 9 prefectures that seemed to have weakened long ago still had a few terrifying existences. Even the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 prefectures. And those major forces that had followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures. They had suffered heavy casualties. Many forces had suffered too many losses in the 9 prefectures, causing their forces to decline sharply. As a result, they were attacked by their enemies. In the end, they were destroyed. A great world like the 9 Mysteries' great world was now in turmoil. It was also because the 9 Mysteries' realm lord who had invaded the 9 prefectures had fallen in the 9 prefectures. That was why such a situation had occurred. As a force with an emperor-level powerhouse, the Star Sect still had a certain status in the starry sky world. Many forces. They would also give face to the Star Sect. As for the other forces, they also had Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Among these forces, if someone broke through to the Emperor level, the forces they were in would immediately undergo a transformation. Obviously, such a large force was not peaceful. Many large forces were often accompanied by power struggles. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator who had obtained the key to the immortal graveyard should be one of the 4 emperors. The 4 great emperors were on good terms with each other. They didn't inform the higher-ups of the sect because they were worried that the higher-ups of the sect would take away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. Therefore, after some discussion, the 4 great emperors brought some people out to search for the immortal graveyard. The 4 great emperors couldn't be blamed for being cautious. The world of cultivators was indeed too cruel. What happened to the Red World Fairy back then explained everything. Not long after, the second wave of cultivators arrived. All of them were female cultivators. The female cultivator in the lead was a middle-aged woman who looked quite graceful and noble. This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. This is fellow Daoist Liu Yixiang of the Female Abyss Pavilion. Wang Lui introduced both parties to each other. The cultivators of the pavilion were very confused. They didn't know why Wang Lu would be so cautious in recommending a quasi-emperor cultivator to Liu Yixiang. Could this young cultivator be a descendant of one of the great emperors of Astral Sect? The female cultivators of the Female Abyss Pavilion couldn't help but think. After thinking of this, some pretty female cultivators threw flirtatious glances at Lin Feng from time to time. They hoped to attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng was young, a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was extraordinary. If he was really a descendant of a great emperor, his background was extremely extraordinary. Such a background. Naturally, it was easy to attract the favor of female cultivators. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to the seduction of the female cultivators of the Female Abyss Pavilion. So it's Lin Gongzi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Liu Yixiang smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist, you're welcome. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ha 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 ha, it seems that we're late. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Then, a group of cultivators poured into the private room. This group of cultivators. The leader was an old man. So it's Brother Situ. Wang Lui cupped his fists. Liu Yixiang also bowed slightly to the burly old man. This old man was a powerhouse of the immortal emperor realm, much stronger than Wang Lui and Liu Yixiang. Ha, you two fellow Taoists are too polite, the old man said with a smile. Wang Lui continued. Brother Situ, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi. This is Situ Lei of the Situ family. Wang Lui introduced the two sides again. Situ Lei was also quite surprised that Wang Lui would specially introduce a young cultivator to him. However, Situ Lei was also an old fox. Although he was puzzled in his heart, there was a smile on his face. He had the same thoughts as Liu Yixiang. Situ Lei suspected that Lin Feng might be a descendant of a big shot of the Star Sect. This time, he came out with Wang Lui and the others to gain experience and get some benefits. There were many people like this. Therefore, Situ Lei was already used to it. Both sides greeted each other and then took their seats. Everyone chatted while waiting for the cultivators of the other two forces to arrive. Not long after, the cultivators of the other two forces also arrived. The other two forces. The first force was called the Devil Saber sect. This sect was a Devil Dao force. And the core cultivation technique of the sect was called the Devil Saber Immortal Slaughtering Art. Therefore, the cultivators of this force were extremely good at using saber-type weapons. The second force was called the Eclipse Gate. It was an evil force. The cultivator leading the Devil Saber sect was called Zhong Yaokuan. He didn't look particularly big and only had one arm. He was called the One-Armed Saber Demon. He was also an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. The cultivator leading the Eclipse Gate was a woman. Enchanting and charming. But she looked a little slutty. This woman was called Shangguan Zun Chun. Her name had the word Chun in it. It was really in line with her temperament. Wang Lui also made introductions for both parties. Then, everyone began to discuss about going to the immortal graveyard. After some discussion, the 5 forces decided to set off for the immortal graveyard in 3 days. No one had any objections, so they all dispersed. Lin Feng planned to go to the trading market to take a look. Perhaps he could get some good things from the trading market. Wang Lui asked Xie Yulon to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng's impression of Xie Yulon was quite good. Therefore, he didn't refuse. The man was handsome. The woman was beautiful. The two of them walked together, attracting a lot of attention. Not long after, they arrived at the trading market. The trading market was very large. People came and went, and it was very lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls. And all kinds of things were placed on the stalls. There were some things unearthed from ancient tombs, as well as pills, talismans, magic treasures, array materials, forging materials, and so on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after they arrived at the trading market, Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar started to fluctuate violently. Chapter 3387. The heaven-devouring jar emitting a fluctuation was no small matter. This was a treasure passed down by the ancestor of the sovereign emperor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. However, it was now shattered. Lin Feng found 2 fragments of the heaven-devouring jar. He had always wanted to restore the heaven-devouring jar, but he hadn't been able to do so. Finding a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this world was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the heaven-devouring jar was emitting a fluctuation, did that mean that there was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this market? As he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He relied on the heaven-devouring jar's senses. He began to search for the heaven-devouring jar fragment. Found it. Before long, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In a small stall, Lin Feng saw a pitch-black tattered jar. No one was interested in the tattered jar. It was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. Every time a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar was added to the jar, its power would greatly increase. If he could restore the heaven-devouring jar completely, it would be amazing. At that time, the heaven-devouring jar's power would be restored. Lin Feng walked toward the small stall. Xie Yulon followed closely behind him. The two of them arrived in front of the stall. There were many things on display. Most of them were unearthed antiques. The owner was a skinny cultivator in his 50s. His eyes occasionally shone with a sharp light. He was clearly a shrewd businessman. Why does this stall look so much like the things that Daoist Wu Liang usually sells? Is he a tomb raider? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Tomb raiding had always been an extremely popular profession. There were many sects that specialized in tomb raiding. Of course, the most famous and ancient sects were the mountain-moving Daoist, the Tomb Raider, and Qiuzhonglong. However, there were countless other sects that specialized in tomb raiding. In terms of inheritance, however, they weren't as powerful as these 3 sects. In fact, it wasn't just the world of cultivators that had tomb raiders. There were even tomb raiders in the mundane world. Previously, Lin Feng had read a story. It said that the army of the mundane world needed money for war. But most of the time, the country could not afford to pay the soldiers. At this time, the kings would organize an army and have them disguise themselves as grave robbers to steal the tombs of the nobles. They took out the funerary goods from the graves and sold them in exchange for military pay. This kind of thing was happening everywhere. The world of cultivators was naturally the same. How much is this broken jar? Lin Feng asked as he picked up the heaven-devouring jar fragment. He. Young master really has a good eye. The fragment of this jar is a treasure. It's densely covered with runes. Just one look and you can tell that the material is very ancient. If you can comprehend the runes on it, you might be able to obtain a great harvest. The stall owner spoke frankly. Obviously, he wanted a high price. Just tell me the price, Lin Feng said impatiently. Since young master is fated with this mysterious jar fragment, young master can take it for 100,000 top-grade origin crystals, the stall owner said. 100,000? Who are you trying to cheat? How dare you ask for 100,000 for a broken jar? You're too black-hearted. Xia Yulon couldn't help but ask. When women bought things, they were very good at bargaining. A goddess-like woman like Xia Yulon was no exception. If she really wanted to bargain, she would go from being a goddess to a crazy woman. Little girl, look at how beautiful you are. Why are you so aggressive with your words? The stall owner couldn't help but roll his eyes. 10 top-grade origin crystals. If you're willing to sell, we'll take it. If not, we'll leave. This thing will rot in your hands. Xia Yulon snorted. Hearing Xia Yulon's price, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. The other party wanted 100,000. Xia Yulon had actually bargained down to 10. Wasn't this a little too fierce? Xia Yulon usually had a gentle and charming appearance. Even when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. She was a typical goddess. Now that she bargained down the price, she didn't hesitate at all. Little girl, how can you buy things like this? I'm not selling. Go elsewhere. The stall owner waved his hand and said. Put down the item and we'll leave. Xia Yulon looked at Lin Feng and said. She pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave. The stall owner saw that Xia Yulon was really about to pull Lin Feng away. He said, Fine. 10 it is. Since I met a little girl like you today, I'll give you a big discount and sell it to you at a loss. 10 is too high, Xia Yulon said. After hearing Xia Yulon's words, the corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched violently. Buying things was just like this. It mainly depended on whether or not one dared to bargain. As long as one dared to do so, there was nothing that couldn't be bought at a low price. Lin Feng paid 10 crystals and put the broken pieces of the celestial absorbing jar away. The two left. Xia Yulon's face couldn't help but redden. When she was alone with Lin Feng, she recalled the scene when she bargained with the stall owner. Xia Yulon couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Feng said with a smile, Thank you for saving me 99,990 top-grade origin crystals. With Lin Feng's rich and overbearing style, the other party had asked for 100,000 origin crystals. Lin Feng definitely wouldn't haggle. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too rich. 100,000 origin crystals was just a drop in the ocean for him. He didn't care about it at all. However, not everyone was as rich and overbearing as Lin Feng. For a female disciple like Xia Yulon, the sect's resources were limited. Therefore, one had to be careful when buying things. Xia Yulon said, I often come to this kind of market, so I know a few things. Young master definitely doesn't lack origin crystals. However, these are origin crystals that you've painstakingly saved up. You can't just casually give them away to others. A person without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. You should be careful with your spending so that you won't be strapped for cash when you need it in the future. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Xia Yulon's character was really good. She was a completely virtuous wife and mother-type woman. Originally, Lin Feng had a very good impression of Xia Yulon. Now, Lin Feng discovered that he actually liked Xia Yulon a little. Why are you looking at me like that? Xia Yulon's face became even redder. Women were more sensitive. Therefore, Xia Yulon felt that the current Lin Feng, the way he looked at her seemed to have changed a little. This change made Xia Yulon's heart beat faster. Could it be that Lin Gongzi, Xia Yulon couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. After thinking of this possibility, Xia Yulon's heart suddenly became like a little deer jumping around. Everyone likes to see beautiful things and beautiful people. I'm no exception. Chapter 3388. Lin Feng bought a lot of array materials to cultivate the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, and chaos demon refining insects. In such a huge market, it was easier to find some materials that Lin Feng needed. During this time, more and more chaos demon refining insects were hatching and needed a lot of precious insect materials to cultivate. Including the primordial ancestral worm and emperor archaic, they all needed a lot of insect materials to cultivate. Lin Feng's insect materials were almost used up. But fortunately, he had replenished a lot of insect materials in the market of Fire Snake Star. Now, whether it was the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, or the chaos demon refining insect, they were all in an extremely crucial growth period. And during this time, he must not run out of insect materials. Or else, it would have a great impact on their growth. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find a heaven and earth treasure to cultivate dragon eggs. Dragon eggs only needed a heaven-defying heaven and earth treasure to complete the final transformation, and then break out of the shell. But unfortunately, how could a heaven and earth treasure of this level be found just because one wanted to? It needed a great opportunity, only then could one find it. In such a huge market, one could not find such a treasure. 1,000 treasure tower. Lin Feng looked at a huge palace in the market. This palace was dazzling and huge, covering an area of more than 10 acres. There was a huge golden plaque hanging on it, and 3 words were written on the plaque in flamboyant calligraphy. And these 3 words. It was 1,000 treasure tower. Densely packed cultivators. Coming in and out. The 1,000 treasure tower was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the huge market. This place is the center of the market, and there are even auctions inside. Many precious things will appear in the 1,000 treasure tower. Xia Yulon could not help but say, "Okay, let's enter the 1,000 treasure tower and take a look," Lin Feng said. Xia Yulon nodded obediently and followed Lin Feng to the 1,000 treasure tower. After entering the first floor of the 1,000 treasure tower, immediately, they saw a lot of exhibition booths. Behind the booths, there was a dazzling array of goods. Many goods. The value was high. The most attractive booth was the one for auctioning slaves. There were more than a dozen slaves standing on the platform. There were both men and women among the slaves. But there was no exception. They were all handcuffed and shackled. The female slaves were all beautiful and alluring. As for those male slaves, it was because he was powerful. Next up is a fox spirit, the female cultivator hosting the auction said. The vixen that was about to be auctioned walked to the front. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. This immediately caused many people below to cheer. Lin Feng had seen a lot of slave auctions. Many places had this tradition. Lin Feng and Xia Yulon arrived at the second floor. The goods on the second floor were more expensive. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. There seemed to be a conflict. Many people crowded around him. Lin Feng and the others were also drawn over. In front of a booth, a young cultivator who looked somewhat down and out was arguing with a middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng found out after asking the people around him. It turned out that the young master was in a hurry to use origin crystals. So, 3 days ago, he left an ancestral item at this booth. He exchanged it for a portion of origin crystals from this booth. The young man and the booth owner, who was also the middle-aged man, knew each other. It was said that their ancestors were family friends. The young man even called the middle-aged man uncle. The 2 sides agreed that after 3 days, the young man would take out a portion of origin crystals to redeem the ancestral item. Now, the young man took out the origin crystals he had prepared to redeem his ancestral item. But this uncle went back on his word. He didn't admit to this matter. He even asked the young man to take out the agreement they had signed. Because the 2 families were family friends. So, the young man didn't sign an agreement when he exchanged his ancestral treasure for origin crystals. Now, he naturally couldn't take it out. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the secular world. Some people gave this kind of thing a name. It was called scraping. Cultivators in the world of cultivators paid more attention to reputation. Therefore, scraping wasn't particularly common. But it wasn't impossible. Obviously, this young cultivator trusted this so-called uncle too much. Therefore, he was scammed by this uncle. Ju Chong, I didn't chase you out because our two families are family friends. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame uncle for falling out with you. The middle-aged cultivator looked coldly at the young man and said, Since you know we're family friends, why are you still scamming me like this? Do you have any shame? This young cultivator named Ju Chong had obviously fallen out with the middle-aged cultivator. Therefore, there was nothing polite in his words. You reckless thing, do you think the Ju family is still the same Ju family as before? Men, beat this kid half to death and then throw him out, the middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Immediately, two cultivators appeared like ghosts. The middle-aged cultivator's identity was extraordinary. He had booked the entire second floor of the 10,000 treasure tower for business. One could see how capable he was. Bang! One of the guards attacked, throwing a punch at Ju Chong. Ju Chong punched him. Ju Chong was no match for him and was immediately sent flying. The other person appeared behind Ju Chong. He kicked Ju Chong. Bang! A second sound was heard. Ju Chong was directly kicked to the ground. These two people's figures were extremely ghostly. They rushed towards Ju Chong. They wanted to cripple Ju Chong. The fickleness of human nature and the hypocrisy of the world. Now, it was vividly displayed here. Whoosh! A light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in front of Ju Chong. With a light sweep of his right hand, he pushed back the two cultivators who wanted to cripple Ju Chong. Then, he said, even if you are greedy for other people's things, there is no need to cripple them, right? Moreover, they are the descendants of an old friend. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? The middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng, little brother, don't meddle in other people's business. This middle-aged man is called Wu Yungui. This fellow's daughter is the most favored concubine of the Fire Snake Star's fifth prince. If you offend this person, you won't have a good ending. Someone secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. It's fine. Lin Feng replied. He ignored Wu Yungui. Instead, he helped Ju Chong up. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Ju Chong cupped his fists. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Chapter 3389. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'll hold these people back. You should leave quickly. Ju Chong's expression changed slightly when he saw so many people surrounding him fiercely. Lin Feng felt that Ju Chong was not a bad person. As for this Wu Yungui, he was simply detestable. Lin Feng had the intention to help Ju Chong. Naturally, he would not leave. Lin Feng's character was like this. If he encountered something he wanted to care about, no one could change him. If he encountered something he did not want to care about, no matter who begged him, Lin Feng would not care. Brother Ju, don't worry. They're just a bunch of trash. I can deal with them in a few moves. Lin Feng said. Who is this kid? How can he be so arrogant? I'm afraid he doesn't know Wu Yungui's identity. If he knew Wu Yungui's identity, he probably wouldn't dare to treat Wu Yungui with such an attitude. Wu Yungui is not a kind person. Offending him won't end well. Some of the surrounding cultivators could not help but start discussing. Obviously, in their opinion, Lin Feng, who stood up for Ju Chong, would definitely not have a good ending. Capture this kid. I'm going to torture him. Wu Yungui revealed a ferocious look. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. This Wu Yungui relied on the fact that his daughter was the fifth prince's favorite concubine. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted on the fiery snake star. There was nothing he did not dare to do. Yes, sir. More than a dozen guards responded. They all attacked. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His eyes suddenly turned cold. A cold aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That cold aura was suffocating. Plop. Plop, plop. Next. One by one, the cultivators could not withstand the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were as pale as a sheet. It was only now that they realized how powerful and terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng walked towards Wu Yungui step by step, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Wu Yungui's cultivation was very ordinary. So, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he was completely scared silly. He kept retreating. I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. This is the fire snake star, and my son-in-law is the fifth prince. Moreover, our Wu family has many experts. If you dare to act recklessly, no one can save you. When Wu Yungui thought of the fifth prince and the Wu clan's strength, he felt much more confident. He then began to threaten Lin Feng. Kneel. Lin Feng stared coldly at Wu Yungui as a terrifying aura emanated from him. After that terrifying aura enveloped Wu Yungui simply couldn't bear it. There was a thump. Wu Yungui also knelt on the ground. Ah, little bastard, you dare to humiliate me like this. You're dead, you're dead. Wu Yungui usually relied on his reputation as the fifth prince, so who dared to provoke him? Now that he was being humiliated like this, he immediately found it hard to accept and began to curse loudly. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You reckless thing. An ant like you dares to jump around in front of this young master? You must be tired of living. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over Ju Chong's item and I'll spare you. Otherwise, you'll die." The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all shocked. No one expected Lin Feng, who looked so young, to be so powerful. And he really dared to deal with Wu Yungui so brazenly. As a result, both sides had completely fallen out. "I'll hand it over." Wu Yungui gritted his teeth and said. He was very cooperative with Lin Feng. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely surprised. This Wu Yungui had just threatened him with a fierce look, saying that he was dead. So, Lin Feng originally thought that Wu Yungui would not cooperate honestly. But Wu Yungui did not do so. This caused Lin Feng to have a higher opinion of Wu Yungui. This person was able to bend and stand tall. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The only pity was that a person with such a character was a despicable and shameless bastard who even coveted the things of his old friend's descendants. Lin Feng removed the terrifying aura that suppressed Wu Yungui. And Wu Yungui hurriedly took out a compass. That compass was very simple and unadorned. It should be Ju Chong's ancestral treasure. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect Ju Chong's ancestral treasure to be a compass. After Wu Yungui took out the compass, he directly threw it to Ju Chong. "Get lost." Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Wu Yungui was suddenly thrown dozens of meters away. Bang! His head smashed into a pillar, causing blood to flow from his head as he fainted. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sneer. He deliberately did what he did just now. This Wu Yungui was not a good person. It was better to directly turn him into an idiot. Lin Feng only promised to spare Wu Yungui's life. But he did not say that he would not beat Wu Yungui into an idiot. Moreover, after Lin Feng had beaten Wu Yungui until he was an idiot, Lin Feng had drawn all the hatred towards him. When the time came, the person behind Wu Yungui would come to seek revenge. Solve it all together. There was no need to worry about Ju Chong being retaliated against. Brother, take advantage of the fact that Wu Yungui's people have not reacted in time and quickly leave the fire snake star. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be killed. Ju Chong looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Brother Ju, don't worry about me. To me, this is just a matter that can be solved easily, Lin Feng said. Many people could not help but be shocked by Lin Feng's calm temperament. This young master is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid he has an extremely shocking origin. Many people could not help but think in their hearts. Ju Chong was also slightly stunned. He also felt more and more that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Brother, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Ju Chong cupped his fists and said. Let's hear it. Lin Feng said. My grandfather is on the verge of death. I hope that brother can follow me to take a look. In the future, I will be an ox or a horse for you to command, Ju Chong said. Brother Ju, you don't have to be so polite. Please lead the way, Lin Feng said. Brother, follow me. Ju Chong was delighted and continued. He led the way in front, while Lin Feng and Xia Yulon followed Ju Chong and left the Thousand Treasure Tower together. Along the way, Lin Feng and Ju Chong chatted about many things. After some understanding, they found out that Ju Chong's family was also a famous and powerful clan. Unfortunately, in his great-grandfather's generation, the core teachings were lost along with his great-grandfather's death. In addition, when his great-grandfather died, Ju Chong's grandfather returned with serious injuries. This caused their clan to completely decline. The Fire Snake Star's royal family took the opportunity to suppress the Ju family. The Ju family fell apart, and many of the clansmen left the Fire Snake Star. Chapter 3390. Lin Feng followed Ju Chong to the Ju family's mansion. The Ju family's mansion was several hundred mu in size. However, due to years of disrepair, it looked rather dilapidated. Lin Feng was astonished. It was such a large courtyard. If he sold it, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin crystals. However, Ju Chong looked rather down and out. Since the Ju family's mansion was empty, why didn't he sell it? Ju Chong seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, grandfather had a wish, and that was to die in the Ju family's mansion. Therefore, over the years, no matter how difficult it was, he never had any intention of selling it. Do you know the details of what happened in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That battle. Ju Chong's great-grandfather fell, and Ju Chong's grandfather returned with heavy injuries. Ju Chong's parents also died tragically in that battle. However, Ju Chong was still young at that time. That was something that happened almost 100 years ago. Ju Chong said, grandfather didn't mention a single word about what happened in the past. I'm afraid there's some secret behind it. Lin Feng nodded. Ju Chong's grandfather didn't mention what happened in the past. Furthermore, Ju Chong's grandfather was someone who had experienced it. One could imagine that the incident back then was definitely not simple. Lin Feng and Xia Yulon followed Ju Chong into the Ju family's courtyard. Young master, you're back. After passing through the many courtyards, Lin Feng saw a lame old servant. This old servant was the only clansman in the Ju family apart from Ju Chong and Ju Chong's grandfather. Ju Chong had never treated this old servant as a servant. Instead, he treated this old servant as his own relative. Back then, Ju Chong's father had been raised by this old servant. However, everything had changed. It made one sigh. Third grandfather. I'll bring my two friends to see grandfather, Ju Chong said. This old servant had been in the Ju family for many years, and he was the third child. Now, Ju Chong addressed him as third grandfather. From this, one could see how important this old servant was to Ju Chong. All right, go, the old servant said. The three of them continued to walk deeper into the courtyard. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Lin Feng sensed the aura of the earth fire. Previously, I left my ancestral treasure with Wu Yungui because I wanted to gather some spiritual herbs for grandfather. Grandfather's condition is extremely bad. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this point, Ju Chong could not help but sigh. Not necessarily. I'll take a closer look later. Maybe things will take a turn for the better, Lin Feng said. Ju Chong nodded. Under Ju Chong's guidance, Lin Feng and Xia Yulon arrived at a special room. This was a room with earth fire. There was a passageway that was connected to the earth fire gushing out from underground. An old man was lying on a stone bed, motionless. That old man was obviously Ju Chong's grandfather. Although this was the earth fire room. However, after entering the room, Lin Feng felt that the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped. There was even a hint of coldness. The problem lay with Ju Chong's grandfather. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lin. Ju Chong cupped his fists and said. He was extremely worried. He was worried that Lin Feng would not be able to cure his grandfather. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the old man who had fainted on the bed. Lin Feng used his divine sense to probe the old man. He carefully examined the situation of Ju Chong's grandfather. Immediately, he discovered a large amount of cold yin energy in Ju Chong's grandfather's dantian. This cold yin energy was extremely terrifying. It directly froze Ju Chong's grandfather's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians. If not for Ju Chong's grandfather's powerful cultivation, perhaps he would have died countless times already. Brother Lin, is there a way to cure grandfather? Ju Chong looked nervously at Lin Feng. There should be a way, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Ju Chong was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. Ever since his parents died, Ju Chong's direct descendant, only his grandfather was left. Ju Chong naturally could not bear to see his grandfather die. Don't make any noise, Lin Feng said. Ju Chong and Xia Yulon quickly nodded. They did not dare to make any noise. Lin Feng began to dissolve the terrifying cold yin energy in Ju Chong's grandfather's body. If it were someone else, they might not be able to dissolve this terrifying cold yin energy. If they forcefully dissolved it, they might even lose their lives. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. This time, Lin Feng planned to use the heavenly fire to dissolve the terrifying cold yin energy in Ju Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A purple earth core flame flew out and merged into Ju Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng also had a stronger heavenly fire. However, he did not use it. This was because Lin Feng felt Ju Chong's grandfather had been corroded by the cold yin energy for many years. His situation was not good. If he used the stronger heavenly fire, his body might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Lin Feng used the weaker purple earth core flame. Ancestor of cold yin, ancestor of cold yin. Not long after the heavenly fire entered his body, a cold voice came from Ju Chong's grandfather's dantian. Following that, endless amounts of cold air gushed out. A terrifying existence appeared in the cold air. That existence was shrouded in the cold air, and his body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The cold air in Ju Chong's grandfather's dantian had actually given birth to its own spirituality. This kind of cold air was truly terrifying. No wonder Ju Chong's grandfather was unable to restrain the cold air in his body. The ancestor of cold yin wanted to rush out and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What ancestor of cold yin, in front of me, it is simply unable to withstand a single blow." The purple earth core flame flew directly towards the ancestor of cold yin. This ancestor of cold yin was indeed very powerful. However, everything had its own counter. The ancestor of cold yin was destined to be restrained by Lin Feng's purple earth core flame. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon. The purple earth core flame surrounded the ancestor of cold yin. Then, it began to burn fiercely. The ancestor of cold yin continued to struggle, but was unable to resist the purple earth core flame. No, why is it like this? The ancestor of cold yin roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his might. However, he struggled many times. But to no avail. In the end, this ancestor of cold yin was refined to death by the purple earth core flame. After the ancestor of cold yin died, the cold air in Ju Chong's grandfather's body began to gradually dissolve. 4 hours later, the cold air in Ju Chong's grandfather's body was completely refined. Ju Chong's grandfather. He opened his eyes. It was just that he was still relatively weak. "Grandfather, you're finally awake." Ju Chong was extremely excited as he knelt by the bed. This old man is actually not dead. Ju Chong's grandfather's expression was full of disbelief. It was this brother Lin who saved grandfather, Ju Chong said. Ju Chong's grandfather looked at Lin Feng and struggled to get up. Ju Chong hurriedly got up and helped his grandfather up. "Thank you, little friend, for saving me." Ju Chong's grandfather thanked him. "Old man, you're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ju Chong, and that brat. Get out here and die." At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Chapter 3391. Lin Feng smiled faintly when he heard the voice filled with killing intent. Looks like these people are slower than expected. Let's go and see what's going on outside. Ju Chong's grandfather didn't know much about what had happened, but he knew that the people outside didn't have good intentions when he heard the curses. However, he had just woken up and his body was still very weak. Thus, he couldn't help much. Ju Chong's grandfather said, "Be careful." "We will," Lin Feng said. Then, he walked out with Ju Chong and Xia Yulon. When they arrived outside, they saw dozens of cultivators floating in the air not far away. This group of people didn't hide their auras. Their arrival. They attracted the attention of many people. Thus, many cultivators gathered to watch the show. "They're all from the Wu clan," Ju Chong whispered. At this moment, the group of Wu clan members saw Lin Feng and the other two. They quickly flew over, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're finally here. Have you decided how you want to die?" The leader of the Wu clan members said coldly. This person was a seventh heavenly layer god emperor cultivator. He was very strong. He glanced at Lin Feng and the other two, his eyes filled with killing intent. This person is called Wu Yunfan. He's one of the 3 god emperors in the Wu clan. The other 2 god emperors are the Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya. The other is the Wu clan ancestor, Wu Qingfeng. However, it's said that Wu Qingfeng left the fire snake star a few hundred years ago and hasn't returned yet. The Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya, is also in seclusion. The current leader of the Wu clan is Wu Yunfan, Ju Chong whispered. Lin Feng said, "He's just a small character, don't worry." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ju Chong's mouth twitched. A 7th heaven god emperor realm expert. In front of this brother Lin, he was just a small character. This brother Lin was too strong, wasn't he? What kind of character could be considered a big character in front of this brother Lin? Ju Chong did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had a special temperament that made Ju Chong believe everything that Lin Feng said. Even if Lin Feng called a cultivator of the 7th heavenly supreme god layer a nobody, Ju Chong was also convinced. "Brat, do you know that you are courting death?" The conversation between Lin Feng and Ju Chong naturally didn't escape the ears of Wu Yunfan, a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Yunfan's face instantly turned gloomy and he couldn't help but shout coldly. Wu Yunfan was a big shot on the fire snake star. Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator, actually looked down on him. Wu Yunfan was naturally infuriated. The Wu family members looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Now, before this young master gets angry, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, this young master will make you regret coming to this place, Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were simply too arrogant. Wu Yunfan was so angry that his face turned green. In his opinion, he, a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert, was actually being looked down on by Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. "You don't know life from death. Since you are in such a hurry to die, this seat will fulfill your wish." Wu Yunfan's voice was extremely cold. Across the void, Wu Yunfan sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A giant energy handprint was formed. That huge energy palm struck towards Lin Feng. That gigantic hand was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The huge energy palm formed by Wu Yunfan was directly shattered by an invisible force. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. Lin Feng's casual strike had actually broken his attack. This made Wu Yunfan feel a trace of danger. How is this possible? Those from the Wu family looked as though they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was so young. His quasi-emperor realm cultivation was already inconceivable to them. But now, Lin Feng had easily broken Wu Yunfan's attack. This was simply too inconceivable. Xia Yulon had previously seen Lin Feng instantly kill 3 divine eaters. Thus, she wasn't surprised by Lin Feng's strength. However, this was the first time she saw Lin Feng display such terrifying strength. She couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. "Now, it's my turn to attack," Lin Feng said indifferently. He raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. Wang. In an instant. A dazzling sword qi condensed into form. It directly slashed towards Wu Yunfan. The sword energy instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Wu Yunfan. Wu Yunfan's expression couldn't help but change greatly. He hurriedly took out a defensive treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. That defensive treasure was called the Mixed Element Shield. It fused with the sky crystal. Its defensive power was extremely tyrannical. It could block the attacks of immortal emperors. However, the Mixed Element Shield wasn't able to block Lin Feng's attack. Fut. The sound of something being torn apart. It suddenly sounded. The Mixed Element Shield was directly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword energy. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Fut. The sound of something being torn apart rang out again. This time, Lin Feng's sword energy directly pierced through Wu Yunfan's dantian. Ah! Wu Yunfan screamed as his body fell down. My dantian! My dantian! You actually destroyed my dantian! Wu Yunfan couldn't help but scream. If Lin Feng wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But Lin Feng didn't kill Wu Yunfan. There was nothing more painful than crippling an expert. Killing him. Instead, it was easy for him. Seeing this scene, the Wu family members were completely dumbfounded. Wu Yunfan was a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert, but he was destroyed by a young cultivator in one move. It was like a legend. The Wu clan cultivators, who had been arrogant before, were now all pale and trembling in fear. Take this person and scram. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, we'll scram. We'll scram right now. The Wu family members hurriedly said. They didn't dare to hesitate. They took the crippled Wu Yunfan and hurriedly left. What happened in the Zhu family's residence quickly spread out. It caused a huge uproar. Many people flew towards the Zhu family's residence. They wanted to see who crippled Wu Yunfan. The situation has changed. A war is about to start, some of the martial emperors in the Fire Serpent City said. Those emperors knew. The Wu family members. Chapter 3392. Zhu Chong's grandfather was called Zhu Jiyuan. At his peak. He was also an immortal emperor-level expert. And he was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. He was very strong. So he recovered quickly. When the Wu clan people left, Lin Feng and the other two returned to Zhu Jiyuan's room. He was already able to move. Zhu Jiyuan also saw Lin Feng crippling Wu Yunfan, who was a 7th heaven god emperor with one move. He was also shocked by Lin Feng's powerful battle strength. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, little friend, such an outstanding talent. It's really rare. Lin Feng said. Senior, you praise me too much. Zhu Jiyuan smiled, then looked at Zhu Chong and said, Chong it's been hard on you all these years. Grandson didn't suffer. To be able to see grandfather recover, everything was worth it. Zhu Chong said. Zhu Jiyuan patted Zhu Chong's shoulder and said, Chong take out the compass passed down by our ancestors. Hearing this, Zhu Chong didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly took out the compass. Things like compasses were very common. When traveling in the universe, one needed to use a compass. This was because the compass could determine the position in the universe. It was very magical. Lin Feng also had a compass. Almost every cultivator who traveled through the starry skies would prepare a few compasses and carry them with them. This compass. It's called the heart compass. Rumor has it that no matter where you want to go, you can use this compass to determine the position. Zhu Jiyuan said. What? There's such a compass? Hearing Zhu Jiyuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was too extraordinary. It was simply unbelievable. If it was really as Zhu Jiyuan said. With this compass, wouldn't it mean that he could go wherever he wanted to go? Is this true? Does this compass really have such a powerful ability? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It should be true. I once saw an ancestor use this compass. However, to use this compass, it seems that some secret techniques are needed. Zhu Jiyuan said. Secret techniques. Doesn't the Zhu clan have these secret techniques? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Zhu Jiyuan shook his head and said, "When I was young, I heard from my elders that this kind of secret technique is very special and needs to be comprehended. The secret technique that everyone obtains is different, and the more powerful the secret technique that one obtains, the more accurate the compass will be." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. This compass was too extraordinary. In fact, Lin Feng had long been tempted. If he could comprehend the secret technique of the compass, then wouldn't he be able to use this compass to go to many places he wanted to go? Heart compass, the compass that allows one's wishes to come true, even if he didn't know where that place was. However, as long as he thought of that place in his heart, he would be able to use the heart compass to locate the location of that place. This was how extraordinary the heart plate was. Leaving this compass with us would only be a waste of it. Young friend, you're young, but your talent, strength, and character are unquestionable. Giving this compass to you can be considered as finding a good home for it, Zhu Jiyuan said as he handed the compass to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect Zhu Jiyuan to give this compass to him. Such a precious compass, and an ancestral treasure. He gave it away just like that. He was really open-minded. "Thank you, Elder." Lin Feng took the compass. He really wanted this compass. Since Zhu Jiyuan gave it to him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Feng was a straightforward person. If he wanted it, then he wanted it. Since he wanted it, then he would accept it. Zhu Jiyuan said, "Young friend, you don't have to be so polite. However, now that Wu Yunfan has been crippled, I'm afraid the Wu family won't let this matter rest. Although young friend is strong, you still have to be careful." Lin Feng said, "Elder, don't worry. I'll be careful." Next, Lin Feng asked Zhu Jiyuan about the heart compass in detail. They chatted for about 2 hours. Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. After Lin Feng and Xie Yulon left the Zhu family, they found many cultivators gathered outside. "Look, it's that person. He crippled Wu Yunfan in one move." Someone pointed at Lin Feng. In the previous battle, there were cultivators watching from afar. Those people saw with their own eyes how Lin Feng crippled Wu Yunfan in one move. So this news. It was also spread by those who were watching the show. And now, the cultivator who pointed at Lin Feng was one of the cultivators who were watching the show. "Isn't he too young?" Someone couldn't help but say. They could sense Lin Feng's life aura. His lifespan was less than 100 years. Such a young cultivator actually crippled a 7th heavenly layer God Emperor expert in one move. It was like a fantasy story. However, this fairytale-like thing actually happened. This person seems to be a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor crippled a 7th heavenly layer God Emperor cultivator in one move? This isn't a fairy tale. Someone continued to say. They still felt that the previous rumor wasn't true. Lin Feng was too young, and he was also a quasi-emperor. They couldn't believe that Wu Yunfan was crippled by Lin Feng. In this world, there are always monstrous existences that surpass our understanding, someone said. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those cultivators. He quickly left with Xie Yulon. Is there really such a magical compass in this world? On the way, Xie Yulon couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng said, "Maybe. After all, it's an ancestral treasure of the Zhu family. But it does sound incredible." Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to study this compass. If he could obtain the secret to activating the compass, then it would be heaven-defying. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng returned to his room to study the compass. Wang Lui had also heard about what had happened outside, and the news had spread like wildfire. He personally came to ask Xie Yulon about what happened. Naturally, Xie Yulon told him everything she knew. However, she didn't mention the matter of the heart plate. This was because the heart compass was too important. Xie Yulon was worried that if she told him about the heart compass, it would cause unnecessary trouble. This Lin Gongzi is really a sentimental person. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Many people felt that the Wu family would definitely take revenge on Lin Feng. However, the Wu family didn't make any moves, which surprised everyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The heart compass was mysterious. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the secret of the heart compass. He kept the heart compass. Then, he followed Wang Lui and the rest to meet up with the other 4 major powers. The cultivators of the 5 major powers boarded the ancient starship and left the Fire Snake Star. Chapter 3393. In this world of stars, there was a mysterious starfield. This starfield was called the Immortal Burial Starfield. This starfield was extremely dangerous. It was simply full of dangers. Therefore, very few people would come to this starfield. Because if they came here, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, naturally, no one was willing to take the risk. In the celestial burial starfield, there were many huge stars. Many of the stars were destructive stars, containing a powerful destructive force. Cultivators were not allowed to casually step onto the stars of destruction. Because once they boarded those destructive stars were very likely to self-destruct. At that time, the cultivators who boarded those destructive stars would not be able to escape in time and would be destroyed along with the destructive stars. It was precisely because of this that even if they knew that there might be amazing opportunities in some places of the Immortal Burial Starfield. However, very few cultivators entered the Immortal Burial Starfield to look for opportunities. The starfield world was so huge. There were too many places with opportunities. However, the Immortal Burial Starfield was so dangerous. There was no need to take the risk to come here. The ancient starship flew quickly in the Immortal Burial Starfield. It was as fast as lightning. It quickly crossed the starfield world. In the end, the ancient starship stopped in front of a star. That star was surrounded by a terrifying destructive force. If one approached it rashly, they would definitely suffer. It should be here. However, the destructive force here is very powerful. Everyone, be careful. Liu Yixiang could not help but remind them. Everyone nodded. Then, the ancient starship landed on this planet. After passing through layers of destructive force, they finally landed on this planet. This was a dry planet. The aura of death was everywhere. One could see the towering ancient trees that had long withered. One could also see the dried-up rivers. Take out the tokens that everyone has, Sichu Lei said. Then, Wang Lui, Liu Yixiang, Sichu Lei, Zhong Yaoquan, and Shangguan Xuanchuan all took out the incomplete tokens that they had. After the 5 incomplete tokens sensed each other's aura, they all flew into the air. Then, the 5 incomplete tokens merged into one. The 2 tokens seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force. They quickly flew towards the depths. Go, follow them, Sichu Lei said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone moved quickly. He followed behind the token. Everyone crossed the dry sea, the withered primitive forest, the endless desert, and the cold snowfield. Finally, they arrived at a bone sea world. As far as the eye could see, endless skeletons. He didn't know how many there were. Where is this place? So many living beings have died. Everyone was extremely shocked. There were too many skeletons in this place. What kind of terrifying battle had taken place back then? Was that why so many living beings had died? In the distance, a war spear stabbed into the ground. Every spear contained a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the world. With a light sweep of the spear, it was as if it could collapse the world of the void. It was so powerful. It was shocking. A battle spear left behind by an expert. A cultivator said excitedly and quickly rushed towards the war spear. When the cultivator approached the spear, within the war spear, endless fighting spirit burst forth. That terrifying battle intent shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It enveloped the cultivator who was rushing over. Poof! The cultivator's body was instantly pierced through by the terrifying battle intent surging from the battle spear. Then, the cultivator fell to the ground on his back and died. Just the battle intent emitted from the battle spear was enough to kill a peak quasi-emperor expert. This is too unbelievable. Many people were shocked. The power of the war spear was too powerful. It made many people palpitate with excitement. But in the face of such a terrifying war spear, Not everyone dared to make a move. Sichu Lei stepped out. He was an expert of the immortal Emperor realm and his battle strength was powerful. He wanted to go over and collect the war spear. Sichu Lei was quickly approaching the war spear. Buzz. Just like before, a terrifying battle intent surged from the war spear. And this time, the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear directly blasted towards Sichu Lei. Sichu Lei's cultivation was tyrannical. He unleashed a powerful supernatural power. He blocked the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear. Sichu Lei was quickly approaching the war spear. Finally, he came to the war spear and then reached out to grab it. But at this moment, a bang was heard. The war spear was actually shattered. Everyone was very surprised and did not expect this scene at all. The war spear actually broke on its own. It was really unbelievable. Damn it, Sichu Lei could not help but curse. It was not easy to get close to the war spear, and he was about to collect this powerful war spear. But something like the war spear breaking happened. Sichu Lei was naturally very depressed. It's been too long. It's enough to destroy everything. Even this powerful war spear is no exception. This war spear was not damaged before, perhaps because of the powerful battle intent in the war spear. Brother Sichu approached the war spear and broke the battle intent in the war spear, so the war spear was damaged. Zhong Yaokuan said. Everyone agreed with Zhong Yaokuan's point of view. Buzz. At this time, the token that was originally suspended in mid-air vibrated with an amazing fluctuation. Then the token continued to fly deeper. It was extremely fast. Everyone followed closely behind the token. Along the way, they saw all kinds of skeletons in the Bone Sea world. Some skeletons were similar to human skeletons. Some skeletons had wings on their backs and horns on their foreheads. Some skeletons were abnormally huge, and it was unknown what kind of skeletons they were. Endless skeletons. All kinds of different races. On the ground were magic treasures that had been destroyed by time. All of this was enough to show how tragic the battle back then was. A day later, everyone saw a continuous mountain range appear in their line of sight. Within the mountain range, there were also white bones. The token flew into the mountain range. Everyone flew into the mountain range. When they entered the range of the mountain range, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura enveloping his entire body. This caused his heart to tremble involuntarily. Lin Feng pinched his fingers and calculated. He felt that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "This is a place of absolute death. We can't stay here. Let's go quickly." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and rushed out without thinking. How can there be no danger in the immortal graveyard? A cultivator sneered. Lin Feng did not care what these people thought. He quickly rushed out of the mountain range. Wang Lui and the others hesitated for a moment, but also followed Lin Feng and quickly flew out. They had just left the mountain range. Suddenly. Chapter 3394. Who dares to trespass into the paradise of the dead? Suddenly, a deep roar could be heard. It contained a monstrous killing intent. The skeletal creatures had all come back to life. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were evil spirits that had been revived. They were so powerful. There were so many of them, so densely packed that it was unknown how many skeletal creatures there were. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the cultivators from the 4 major factions who were surrounded in the mountain range changed abruptly. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too despairing. They regretted that they hadn't listened to Lin Feng. Wang Lui and the others were incomparably glad because they had rushed out with Lin Feng. The immortal graveyard is actually so dangerous. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the opportunities here. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he was also someone who had seen the world. This kind of situation was actually not rare. Opportunities and dangers often coexisted. Even though he knew that there were many opportunities, he still didn't know where they were. But even if they paid the price with their lives, they might not be able to obtain them. At this time, one should be a smart person. Quickly leave. That way, one could still keep their life. As long as they were alive, there was still hope. Even if they had to give up this opportunity. But there were still many opportunities that could be fought for. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Wang Lui and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed behind Lin Feng and flew out. In the mountain range, the skeletal creatures had already begun to surround and attack the cultivators from the 4 major factions. In the end, it was unknown how many people from the 4 major factions would be able to escape alive. But one could imagine that this would definitely be an extremely tragic battle. Lin Feng and the others hadn't even left yet. Then, something terrible happened. In the world of bones outside, the skeletons came back to life one after another. All of them turned into skeletal creatures. This is the world of the dead, the paradise of the dead. If any living thing dares to enter, they will all die, one by one, the skeletal creatures spoke in a cold voice. Their eyes were filled with a monstrous murderous intent. Those skeletons were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at full speed. Seeing the overwhelming number of skeletons, the faces of Wang Lui and the others turned as pale as paper. The situation in front of them. It was truly despairing. These skeletons are not as strong as the skeletons in the mountain range. Everyone, follow them closely, don't lose them, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng. Prehistoric demon refining insect. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, hordes of primitive demon refining insects rushed out at high speed. Those desolate demon refining insects were extremely powerful. They charged directly at the skeletons. Wherever the primordial demon refining insect passed, bone dust flew everywhere. Countless skeletons were gnawed into piles of white bone powder by those bugs. What a powerful swarm! Everyone was shocked. Facing such a powerful insect swarm, even some high-level great emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be difficult for them to deal with it. No one expected Lin Feng to have such a terrifying technique. With the help of the primitive demon refining insects. In the end, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the Bone Sea realm. The skeletons in the Bone Sea realm seemed to be unable to leave the Bone Sea realm. As for the fate of the cultivators from the other 4 forces, no one knew. Lin Feng didn't have the time to consider the fate of a group of strangers. When they left earlier, he reminded everyone that the mountain range was too dangerous and they had to leave quickly. He had already done his duty. However, they didn't listen. Lin Feng had no choice. The loss this time is too great. Wang Lui sighed. Many of them had died, but they didn't get anything. That was why Wang Lui said that the loss was too great. That's how cultivation is. It's unrealistic to think that we can get an opportunity every time we move, Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi, you're right. Wang Lui couldn't help but cup his fists. Lin Feng said, let's part ways here. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and left. Lin Gongzi, seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xia Yulon suddenly felt a deep sense of reluctance. She couldn't help but call out. Lin Feng stopped and looked at Xia Yulon. Although Xia Yulon hadn't been with him for a long time, Lin Feng still liked her. Her appearance was only one aspect. Lin Feng liked Xia Yulon's personality. However, Lin Feng had too many things to do. He wouldn't stop for a woman. He had too many responsibilities. He wouldn't allow himself to do so. Will we meet again in the future? Xia Yulon asked. If fate wills it, we'll definitely meet again, Lin Feng said. Xia Yulon nodded and said, I look forward to our reunion. Everyone present could see that Xia Yulon was deeply in love with Lin Feng. However, they couldn't say anything about it. Lin Feng turned around and left. Wang Lui and the others didn't stay and quickly left as well. Lin Feng didn't leave the planet. He returned to the edge of the Bone Sea realm and looked into its depths. An immortal was buried here. Lin Feng didn't want to leave just like that. He didn't know if there would be any other unforeseen events. Until now, the skeletons of the Bone Sea realm hadn't quieted down yet. The great battle in the depths was still ongoing. Now wasn't the time to enter. Lin Feng planned to wait until the skeletons had quieted down. He had to think of a way to hide his aura, then sneak in again. Not long after, the fluctuations in the depths disappeared. The great battle has stopped. I wonder if the people from the four great powers have been completely annihilated. Or perhaps, there are still some experts who managed to escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Roar! Roar! The skeletons of the Bone Sea realm couldn't help but let out a series of earth-shattering roars. The skeletal beings gathered together and roared continuously. The void was about to collapse from the tremors. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, causing the void to crack. It was a demonic hand. It had appeared from the crack in the void. When Lin Feng saw the demonic hand, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was the demonic hand that had been suppressed by the Undying clan in Jojo. Back then, Lin Feng had inadvertently released it. Later on, it had left Jojo and disappeared without a trace. Now, it had actually appeared in this place. Lin Feng was very surprised. After the demonic hand appeared, it didn't stop and directly flew into the Bone Sea realm. What is the demonic hand doing here? Chapter 3395. Lin Feng reckoned that the devil hand had already discovered him. After all, the devil hand was so powerful. It was normal for him to be discovered by the devil hand. It was just that the devil hand did not greet Lin Feng. Trespassing into the undead paradise will only lead to death. The densely packed skeletal creatures roared. Then, they all rushed towards the devil hand. The devil hand gently patted the void. Suddenly, an unimaginably powerful and terrifying power spread out in all directions. This power was so powerful that it shocked all the living beings in the world. Bang, 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 then, something terrifying happened. The bodies of the skeletons exploded one after another. Not long after, those skeletal creatures died one after another. Further away, the overwhelming number of skeletal creatures continued to rush over. However, facing the devil hand's attack, those skeletal creatures did not have the strength to resist at all. So what if they had thousands of troops? In front of the devil hand, they were still unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. It was simply too shocking. The devil hand's attack was simply like the end of the world. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the time when the devil hand had just been born. It had almost destroyed the Undying clan's branch in the 9 states. Back then, the devil hand had also been separated by the 7 sages of the Undying clan and suppressed in different places. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the devil hand's original body was, but there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. The devil hand seemed to have an immortal body. If the devil hand's original body could be killed, then the 7 sages of the Undying clan had such a powerful cultivation. Why couldn't they kill the devil hand's original body? This was enough to explain a lot of questions. Now that the devil hand had escaped for a period of time, his battle strength seemed to have become even stronger. Isn't the devil hand looking for his separated and suppressed body? Could it be that the immortal graveyard is suppressing the devil hand's body? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. After thinking of this, he could not help but be shocked. If that was really the case, that was too shocking. Once the devil hand found another body, his combat strength would continue to increase. Previously, Devil Hand had said that once he recovered, he would kill his way to the Undying clan's main branch to take revenge for what happened back then. The Demon Hand's resentment was great. If such a day really came, there would definitely be a shocking battle. Along the way, the Demon Hand was practically invincible. After destroying the skeleton army, it arrived at the mountain range deep within the Bone Sea realm. The skeletal creatures in the mountain range were even more powerful. Now, all of the skeletons were attacking the Devil Hand. The demonic hand trembled slightly. Bang, 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 countless skeletons exploded. Heaven-defying. Truly heaven-defying. I wonder how much strength Devil Hand has recovered. Lin Feng watched from afar, his heart filled with shock. Devil Hand's battle prowess had deeply shocked him. One had to know. The Devil Hand was only a palm now. There was still a long way to go before his body could be reassembled. Yet, even a single palm was so powerful. In the past, when he was at his peak. Just how terrifyingly strong was he? Think about it. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. The skeletons in the entire mountain range were all killed by the Devil Hand. The Devil Hand flew into the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng also followed the Devil Hand into the depths of the mountain range. That is, suddenly. Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. A huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountain range. The tomb was surrounded by immortal light. The void around the tomb was distorted. It was actually an immortal tomb. Although they were very far away, Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. It was hard to imagine how powerful the existence buried in the tomb was when it was alive. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years after its death. It was actually able to emit such a terrifying aura. Immortal herbs. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a few immortal herbs in the immortal tomb. Those immortal herbs were extraordinary. They had been growing for more than 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transformed into immortal herbs. I haven't even entered the immortal tomb and I've already seen a few immortal herbs. As expected of the immortal burial ground, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. There were many immortal burial grounds in the world. Every immortal burial ground might be extremely dangerous. However, danger and opportunity often coexist. Just like this immortal burial ground. Because of the existence of the skeleton's army, this place was simply a land of death. But an expert of the Devil Hand's level came and destroyed the skeleton's army. This place suddenly became a treasure land. Rumble. The Devil Hand directly slapped toward the immortal tomb, wanting to destroy it directly. The Devil Hand's attack caused a loud noise. It was like an ancient immortal mountain, violently crushing the sky. The power of that terrifying attack was so strong that it was shocking. Just at this moment, catcher sounds were heard. The immortal tomb actually cracked open. After the immortal tomb cracked open, an ancient bronze coffin flew out from it. The ancient bronze coffin collided with the Devil Hand. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Even the void began to collapse. A collision of this level was simply too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Get out! The Devil Hand roared in anger. You're not dead yet. A voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. This voice was actually a woman's voice. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Catcher. The ancient bronze coffin opened, and a woman appeared. She was a woman wearing a purple dress. She had a celestial aura and was incomparably beautiful. At this moment, she coldly looked at the Devil Hand. What a good method. You actually hid in the ancient bronze coffin and avoided calamity after calamity to live until now, the Devil Hand said coldly. Lin Feng was shocked. Who was this woman in purple? From the looks of it, she seemed to be in existence of the same era as the Devil Hand. And it was very likely that they had a grudge. You shouldn't have come looking for me, because you've found the wrong person. If you leave now, I can spare you. Otherwise, I don't mind suppressing you, the woman in purple said coldly. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. You want to suppress me? Tell me, where is my body? The Devil Hand roared and charged toward the woman in purple. She knows where the Devil Hand's main body is being suppressed. Just who was this purple-dressed woman? Is she from the Undying clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. You're destined to be a thing of the past. Why fight against fate? The woman in purple said coldly. She controlled the bronze coffin. Chapter 3396. The bronze sarcophagus was extraordinary. It was a powerful offensive magic treasure, and it was controlled by the purple-dressed woman. It was very powerful. Extreme demon palm. The demon hand shouted. As the shout fell, the demon hand began to grow bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of dozens of acres. It covered the sky, trying to grab the ancient bronze sarcophagus. But the ancient bronze sarcophagus was too powerful. Bang! 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 The ancient bronze sarcophagus and the demon hand collided. Violent collisions occurred again and again, the sound was deafening. It was extremely powerful. After many collisions, the demon hand sent the ancient bronze sarcophagus flying. Then, the demon hand quickly flew toward the purple-dressed woman. It directly descended from the sky and suppressed the purple-dressed woman. The purple-dressed woman's cultivation was extremely powerful. She collided with the demon hand. She was not at a disadvantage. The demon hand's attack became more and more violent. The purple-dressed woman controlled the ancient bronze sarcophagus to fight the demon hand. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The entire huge planet couldn't help but make cracking sounds. The entire planet. It began to crack. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. A battle of this level was simply unimaginable. It was just the energy aftermath of the shock, but it was actually going to destroy a planet. It was easy to imagine just how tyrannical these two existences were. It was truly shocking. Rumble. 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 This was accompanied by a series of loud noises. The void began to collapse. At the same time, the earth also began to collapse. The situation was extremely bad. This planet seemed to be beginning to dismember. The battle between the demon hand and the purple-dressed woman was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Lin Feng quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. In the end, this planet was really dismembered into 4 parts. The dismembered planet could no longer maintain celestial motion. Therefore, it began to fall to an unknown location in the starry sky world. The battle between the demon hand and the purple-dressed woman became more and more intense. However, their battle moved from this planet to the starry sky world. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to watch the battle between the devil hand and the purple-dressed woman. His thoughts were all on the immortal tomb. After the purple-dressed woman came out of the immortal tomb, the suffocating pressure from the immortal tomb finally lessened a lot. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immortal tomb. He collected the few stalks of immortal herbs. The value of these immortal herbs was immeasurable. Even if there were no other opportunities, being able to obtain these immortal herbs was already a great opportunity. After collecting these immortal herbs, Lin Feng quickly entered the immortal tomb. There's actually a skeleton here. Lin Feng saw a skeleton. The skeleton was very strange. It was actually made of jade. He had been dead for far too long. Even the jade-like bones had already decayed. Is this the skeleton of an immortal? However, it has already decayed. Does this mean that this tomb wasn't built by that purple-dressed woman? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had originally thought that this immortal tomb was built by that purple-dressed woman. That purple-dressed woman had hidden in the immortal tomb and avoided the passage of time. She had lived until now. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The immortal tomb itself existed. However, the purple-dressed woman had taken over the immortal tomb. Lin Feng quickly walked towards the skeleton. If it was really the skeleton of an immortal, it would definitely have an origin immortal bone. The value of an origin immortal bone was unimaginable. But at that moment, the skeleton actually emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. That terrifying qi immediately moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Even though it was a skeleton that was close to decaying, it was still able to emit that suffocating pressure. If this skeleton wasn't the skeleton of an immortal, Lin Feng would definitely not believe it. Perhaps only the skeleton of an immortal could have such terrifying power. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his haki. Once his haki was activated, it immediately blocked the terrifying aura emitted by the skeleton. Lin Feng came in front of the skeleton. When he reached out and touched the skeleton, something shocking happened. The skeleton directly turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes helplessly. Lin Feng got up and continued to look for other things. The immortal tomb was so big. Lin Feng felt that there must be something good. That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw a mysterious item. He quickly rushed over and found that it was a bronze book. The coffin here was originally made of bronze. Now that a bronze book has appeared, could that be a living being from the Bronze Age? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. The Bronze Age was an extremely important era. The leap from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age was an important transformation of the myriad worlds. The experts of the Bronze Age, even in the perspective of the 3000 eras, stood at the peak of the experts. Their combat strength was unparalleled. Experts of that level were absolutely terrifying to the extent that it would make one's expression change. Immortals. In that era, although there were not many, but there were still many. Unlike now, when one was searching for immortals in the myriad worlds. Where were the immortals? Lin Feng held the bronze book in his hand. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, suddenly, he felt an eerie and terrifying aura enveloping his body. When Lin Feng felt that aura, his expression changed slightly. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that in the darkness, a terrifying living being was walking out step by step. Yin God. No, it's not a Yin God. Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. He originally thought that the living being that walked out of the darkness was a Yin God. But soon, Lin Feng realized that it was not a Yin God. Although it was somewhat similar to a Yin God's aura, it was definitely not a Yin God. Not bad. Not bad. Your bloodline is very powerful. The terrifying living being said aloud. A pair of eerie and terrifying eyes stared at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at an exquisite piece of art. It was a blatant greed. Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with this gaze. In the past, when the divine servant wanted to take over his body, he had shown such a gaze. Now that this terrifying living being had shown such a terrifying gaze, Lin Feng guessed his purpose. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the mysterious metal box. He planned to use the mysterious metal box to deal with this terrifying living being. This metal box fell into your hands. Are the dismembered corpse still inside? Chapter 3397. Lin Feng was shocked. This terrifying creature actually knew about the mysterious iron box, and it even knew about the broken corpse inside the box. You know about the mysterious metal box too? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Back then, countless people fought over the mysterious metal box, but it disappeared in the end. No one was able to obtain it. I'm really curious. How did an ant like you obtain it? The terrifying existence couldn't help but say. Clearly, he didn't think much of Lin Feng. Earlier, he had used the term ant to address Lin Feng. It was no wonder that this terrifying being didn't think much of Lin Feng. He was indeed too powerful. No one would necessarily be able to win against such a terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng was more curious. Had this being been in the tomb all this time? Did he share the tomb with the purple-dressed woman? Did these two terrifying existences not fight? Although Lin Feng was puzzled, he still decided to ask about the corpse's origin. If there was a chance, he would ask about this terrifying being's origin. Do you know the origin of the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious metal box? Lin Feng asked. Of course. The terrifying being said. What is the corpse's origin? Lin Feng continued asking. The corpse's origin is. The terrifying being said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he remained silent. An ant like you doesn't have the right to know about the corpse's origin. I can't be bothered to say anything else to you. Now, you can die. The terrifying being said coldly. Then, he attacked Lin Feng. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The aura was suffocating. This terrifying being's combat strength was heaven-defying. Now that he had unleashed a portion of his combat strength, Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into hell. Open! Lin Feng roared as he opened the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng wanted to use the mysterious iron box to deal with this terrifying existence. This move of his had been tested time and time again. But this time, after Lin Feng opened the mysterious iron box, the dismembered corpse did not move at all. The dismembered corpse seemed to have fallen silent. Originally, the dismembered corpse contained an extremely terrifying power. But now, however, that power was not released. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't know what had gone wrong. In the past, every time the mysterious iron box was opened, the dismembered corpse would erupt with terrifying power. Why did it lose its effect this time? This puzzled Lin Feng. He didn't know what had caused all this. It's useless, the dismembered corpse won't attack me, the terrifying being said. Then, a palm shot towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng received a blow from this terrifying existence and was directly sent flying. This terrifying existence seemed to be deliberately restraining its power. Therefore, it didn't hurt Lin Feng's body. It simply sent him flying. Why won't it attack you? Lin Feng asked. He felt that it was too strange. The dismembered corpse could almost cause indiscriminate attacks, but it didn't attack this living being in front of him. This was enough to explain the problem. This is because I used my life essence blood to sacrifice the dismembered corpse in the past. The terrifying being said. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder the dismembered corpse didn't attack this person. Perhaps it was related to the sacrifice that year. Boom! A terrifying pressure quickly surged out from the body of this terrifying being. That pressure directly suppressed Lin Feng's body, making it difficult for Lin Feng to move. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. He wanted to struggle. But he struggled several times. He still failed. This terrifying being completely suppressed Lin Feng. It made it impossible for him to struggle. He came to Lin Feng's side and said sinisterly, "What a perfect body. The immortal divine body and the sovereign imperial body. What a powerful bloodline. If I can get your body, I will be reborn." At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw the body of this being clearly. His body was shining with a metallic luster. A puppet. Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. That's right. This body of mine is a puppet. I have been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to be reborn. Now, I have finally waited for it. The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "You are that dead immortal?" This terrifying being said coldly, "You are very smart to be able to guess my identity." Lin Feng had already guessed the whole story. He said, "Back then, that purple-dressed woman stole the ancient bronze coffin that buried you. Your remnant soul hid in this puppet and has been struggling at death's door until now. When that purple-dressed woman was here, you didn't dare to show yourself. It was only when she left that you dared to show yourself. My guess should be correct, right? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Back then, she was the one who helped me forge this puppet body." This terrifying being said. When he mentioned the purple-dressed woman, his expression couldn't help but change. Lin Feng realized. There seemed to be a trace of warmth in that pair of cold eyes. This made him extremely puzzled. This terrifying being in front of him. What was the relationship between that purple-dressed woman and him? Obviously. Their relationship must be extraordinary. "Brat, I've already told you enough today. Everything can end now." This terrifying being stretched out his right hand. He directly grabbed Lin Feng's forehead. Soul transfer technique. Then, this terrifying being let out a low roar. He used an extremely terrifying technique to take over Lin Feng's body. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's two bloodlines actively operated. The undying bloodline. An extremely terrifying power shook out from the sovereign bloodline. Two terrifying powers. They rushed towards this terrifying being. Humph. The undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline are indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. You can't use the wonders of these two bloodlines at all. Therefore, even if these two bloodlines actively protect you, it won't be of any use at all. This terrifying being said coldly. Next. This terrifying being swept a fist towards the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. The terrifying power that surged out from the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline instantly broke the powerful power that surged out from the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. The situation was in imminent danger. It was simply despairing. But at this moment, something amazing happened. Buzz. In Lin Feng's body, a third power surged out. This power was incomparably mysterious. It seemed to be the power of bloodline, but also seemed to not be the power of bloodline. Chapter 3398. This is. When it sensed the third type of energy in Lin Feng's body, the terrifying creature revealed a look of disbelief. The owner of this type of energy, you are, the terrifying creature screamed in horror. It did not dare to say the rest of the words. The reason for that was because this living being knew that he absolutely could not say those words. That would be taboo words. If it was really said, it would be beyond redemption. Swoosh. The creature turned around and tried to escape. However, it was too late. The third type of energy that surged out of Lin Feng's body instantly entered the mind of the terrifying creature. Ah! Why is this happening? The terrifying existence let out a miserable cry of unwillingness. Then, his body fell head first onto the ground. It was motionless. There was no aura. The third type of energy that surged out of Lin Feng's body disappeared silently. That type of energy, it was as if it had never appeared. What is going on? Lin Feng's face was filled with confusion. Just now, he vaguely felt a terrifying energy surging out of his body. It was this terrifying power that had scared off this terrifying creature, and then killed it. However, regarding that energy, Lin Feng was unfamiliar with it. Where did that energy come from? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. He had a few powerful treasures. Could it be those powerful magic treasures? For example, ancient weapons, ancient devil rings, or devil beads. Lin Feng could not figure it out, but he did not think too much about it. Following that, Lin Feng walked over to the terrifying creature and inspected it carefully. He realized that the terrifying creature had been completely killed. Not even a trace of its soul was left. Damn it! How dare you try to take over my body? You deserve to die. Looking at the death of the terrifying creature, Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. Lin Feng held the bronze book in his hand and opened it. He sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the content. The name of the bronze book was the 3000 Grimoire. Lin Feng had obtained the second half of the grimoire. As for where the first half of the grimoire went, Lin Feng did not know. The 3000 grimoires actually recorded the 3000 great Taos. The second half of the grimoire recorded 1500 types of 3000 great Taos. When he saw the introduction above, Lin Feng almost cried out in surprise. One had to know that Lin Feng had only cultivated 1100 types of 3000 great Taos. The second half of the 3000 grimoire actually recorded a total of 1500 types of 3000 great Taos. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng's face was full of surprise. He carefully flipped through the 3000 grimoires. It turned out that the 3000 great Taos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great Taos started from the 1501st place. The 1501st great Tao was called the Great Clairvoyance Technique. It was said that after successfully cultivating it, one would gain the ability to see through things. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. There was actually such a 3000 great Tao. It was really too evil. If he cultivated the Great Clairvoyance Technique, wouldn't he be able to see all the beauties in the world? Lin Feng compared the 3000 great Taos that he cultivated with the 1500 types of 3000 great Taos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great Taos. Lin Feng discovered that the 3000 great Taos that he cultivated had a total of 300 types of 3000 great Taos that overlapped with the 3000 great Taos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great Taos. Then, in other words, of the 1500 types of 3000 great Taos recorded in the second half of the 3000 great Taos, only 1200 types of 3000 great Taos were useful to Lin Feng. However, this already made Lin Feng extremely excited. The 3000 great Taos that he cultivated now, in addition to the 1200 types of 3000 great Taos that he obtained now, made a total of 2300 types of 3000 great Taos. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the Red World Fairies' 3000 great Taos. However, the gap between them had been greatly narrowed. If I were to successfully cultivate all of these 1200 types of 3000 great Taos, to what extent would my cultivation base reach? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. It's a pity that the first half of the 3,000 Great Taos can't be found. If only I could find it, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Then, he looked at the corpse of the terrifying expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. What kind of existence was this guy at back then? He actually obtained so many 3,000 Great Taos. Lin Feng even suspected that the 3,000 Great Taos weren't created by this existence. The 3,000 Great Taos might have been created by some unknown super expert. However, in the end, it was obtained by this terrifying existence. Countless years later, the 3,000 Great Taos fell into his hands. Whether or not this was the reason, it didn't seem to be important anymore. Because Lin Feng had already obtained what he wanted the most. To be able to obtain the 3,000 Great Taos this time, this opportunity was really too heaven-defying. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. The things left behind by immortals were indeed different. It was a pity. The immortal tomb was too rare. And even if the immortal tomb appeared, it wasn't something that ordinary people could explore. For example, this immortal tomb. If not for the appearance of the demonic hand and the attack on the immortal tomb, perhaps Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to obtain the 3,000 Great Taos. Lin Feng kept the 3,000 Great Taos. Then, he flew outside. Just as he flew out, suddenly, an emperor's sword tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. This attack was too sudden. Lin Feng didn't even have time to resist. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the emperor's sword. Just at this moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng instantly disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was shocked. He had already appeared a few hundred meters away. The void split open. An old man stepped out. That emperor's sword flew back into the old man's hand. Little bastard. Consider yourself lucky that you managed to dodge the attack just now. The old man's expression was gloomy. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the old man with a gloomy expression. In his eyes, a dense killing intent flashed. Wu family's Wu Moya, the old man said coldly. So it's the Wu family's patriarch. I didn't expect you to personally make a move. Lin Feng looked at Wu Moya indifferently. The Wu family's three great experts. Wu Yunfan, who was in the God Emperor realm, was crippled by Lin Feng in one move. Other than that, there was the Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qingfeng, who had gone missing during a space voyage hundreds of years ago. Then there was the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Moya. Previously, Lin Feng heard that this person was in closed-door cultivation. Now, this person had come out. And Lin Feng felt that this Wu Moya's cultivation was extremely high. It wasn't the immortal emperor realm that was widely rumored in the outside world. Chapter 3399. Seeing Lin Feng's calm look, Wu Moya's face turned extremely ugly. Facing a powerful expert like him, Lin Feng didn't seem to care at all. What did this mean? Was he looking down on Wu Moya? Thinking of this, Wu Moya's killing intent towards Lin Feng became even stronger. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Wu Moya looked coldly at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, a mere first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm dares to find trouble with me. I think you're tired of living. Brat. You're really arrogant. When you're suppressed by me later, let's see if you're still as stubborn as you are now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Moya rushed towards Lin Feng. The magic treasure in his hand was an emperor-level treasure sword. It was extremely powerful. Sacred sword, immortal slaying art. Wu Moya shouted coldly. Then, a sword slashed towards Lin Feng. Endless holy light condensed and formed. The holy light was dazzling. It was incomparably gorgeous. Amidst the boundless sacred light, the emperor's sword slashed out a terrifying sword gleam. Whoosh! The sword light quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. It instantly tore through the void. It came to Lin Feng's side. The dazzling sword light directly slashed down. It was as if it wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Humph! Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He flicked his finger. A clang was heard. Lin Feng collided with the sword Qi that was slashing towards him. In an instant, the terrifying sword Qi that was slashing towards him. It was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Wu Moya's expression changed drastically. Although he knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extremely tyrannical, Wu Moya never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. It was really unbelievable. He was so young. It was actually able to withstand the attack of an imperial monarch. Furthermore, it was still quite easy to break his attack. This kind of shock was simply unimaginable. An imperial emperor's cultivation base is already considered pretty good, but compared to me, there's still a huge gap. Lin Feng said indifferently. His figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Wu Moya. Then, he threw a punch at Wu Moya. Lin Feng's punch was the ancestral dragon fist. It was the supreme divine ability passed down by the third ancestral dragon. In fact, only the dragon clan could unleash the full power of this mystic ability. Of course, Lin Feng was not a dragon. However, the ancestral dragon fist itself was too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng used this divine ability. The ancestral dragon fist also displayed enough power. After Wu Moya felt the terrifying power of Lin Feng's punch, he didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly stabbed his sword towards Lin Feng. Buzz! That terrifying sword instantly locked onto Lin Feng. Clang! Lin Feng's fist collided with Wu Moya's emperor sword. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the ancestral dragon aura. This ancestral dragon aura was extremely powerful. It directly broke Wu Moya's sword Qi. That tyrannical fist force directly landed on Wu Moya's body. Wu Moya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew backwards. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Lin Feng had absorbed a great imperial emperor level devouring godly demons imperial law. 10 divine emperor level food god demon emperor laws. Wu Moya, a cultivator who had just entered the imperial emperor realm, was naturally no match for Lin Feng. Unless it was those high-level imperial emperor realm experts. Only then would they be able to defeat Lin Feng. After Lin Feng repelled Wu Moya, he quickly flew towards Wu Moya. Then, he directly pressed down on Wu Moya with his large hand. Monstrous magic power condensed and formed. It was as if it could destroy the world. Its power was so strong that it moved people. Wu Moya wanted to resist. But it was difficult for him to resist Lin Feng's suppression. His body was almost unable to move. Cultivating to the Imperial Emperor realm is already an overlord of the universe. It's such a pity to kill you. On account of the goodness of the heavens, if you swear to acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life. Lin Feng looked down at Wu Moya. The current Lin Feng was like an immortal ancient immortal. Every move. It gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die. I won't become your slave either. Wu Moya gritted his teeth and said. In the world of cultivators, there was naturally no lack of people who were afraid of death. But there were also many cultivators who were very unyielding. They would rather die than be manipulated by others. Wu Moya was obviously such a person. Lin Feng sneered and said, even if you want to die, I won't let you die. In this starfield, there are currently no forces that belong to me. I see that your cultivation is not bad, so I'll convert you into my slave. Then, I'll accumulate strength and recruit experts. Maybe one day, I'll be able to use you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng directly used the incomparably tyrannical Great Purification Art. This 3000 Great Tao directly converted the craftsman into a slave. Once he was converted, he would definitely be loyal and devoted. He would definitely not be disloyal. Even if Lin Feng wanted him to die, when the time came, he would commit suicide without hesitation. This was the terror of the Great Purification Art. The power of purification condensed and poured into Wu Moya's head. No. I don't want to be purified. I don't want to become a slave. Brat. Die with me. Wu Moya couldn't help but roar. Following that, his body began to swell. Wu Moya actually wanted to self-destruct. The self-destruction of an Emperor Realm expert was naturally no small matter. However, Lin Feng didn't give Wu Moya the chance to self-destruct. Seeing that Wu Moya wanted to self-destruct, Lin Feng flicked his finger. One rune after another wrapped around Wu Moya's body. Immediately, Wu Moya's mana was sealed. Wu Moya couldn't self-destruct even if he wanted to. At this moment, a large amount of the power of purification had already poured into Wu Moya's soul. This was the first time Lin Feng had purified an Emperor Realm expert. And the first thing he did was to purify an Emperor Realm expert. However, Lin Feng wasn't nervous at all. Purifying an Emperor Realm expert was exactly the same as purifying an ordinary cultivator. The only difference was that purifying an Emperor Realm cultivator was much more difficult than purifying an ordinary cultivator. An hour later, Wu Moya finally couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification. His ferocious eyes gradually calmed down. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Wu Moya's body had an additional aura of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Amitabha, good. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping me cross the sea of bitterness. Wu Moya pressed his palms together in an incomparably pious manner. Ha, fellow Daoist Wu is too polite. I am very gratified to see fellow Daoist Wu return from the wrong path. Chapter 3400. After edifying an Emperor-level expert, Lin Feng was in a very good mood. After instructing Wu Moya on some things that he needed to do over the years, he let Wu Moya return to the Fire Snake Star. Lin Feng also left this place. He planned to go into seclusion again, to refine the 3,000 great Dao that he had just obtained. Just like before, Lin Feng found a lonely planet and entered the center of the planet. He began his seclusion. This time, Lin Feng would probably spend even more time in seclusion. After all, comprehending the 3,000 great Dao, it would take time. Time passed day by day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 18 years, 20 years. This time, Lin Feng spent 20 years comprehending 1,200 types of 3,000 great Dao. When he came out of seclusion, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's brows could no longer be suppressed. However, Lin Feng relied on the power of the Emperor Law to suppress the light of calamity between his brows. Lin Feng couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After refining the Emperor Law, his talent had also increased greatly. Therefore, Lin Feng could refine more 3,000 great Dao. If he hadn't refined the Emperor Law, Lin Feng felt that refining 1,500 to 600 types of 3,000 great Dao might have been his body's limit. At that time, even if he didn't want to break through to the Emperor Realm, he had to break through to the Emperor Realm. Because once his body reached its limit, the light of calamity could no longer be suppressed. Once the light of calamity could no longer be suppressed, it would attract the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. Therefore, at that time, Lin Feng had no choice but to transcend the tribulation and become an emperor. However, after refining the Emperor Law, his body's condition had been improved by the Emperor Law. His talent had increased greatly. Lin Feng could also refine more 3,000 great Dao. For Lin Feng, this was naturally a good thing. Although Lin Feng was still at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. However, Lin Feng knew his battle prowess had increased by many times. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he continued to follow the ancient path and flew towards the undying realm. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators. After asking around carefully, he found out. Not long ago, more than a dozen Emperor Sect-level experts besieged a God-Eater demon expert. Although that God-eating demon expert was only at the peak Emperor realm, but his combat strength was extremely heaven-defying. Under the siege of more than a dozen Emperor Sect experts, he didn't die. He was only injured and managed to escape. Currently, many cultivators were searching for the whereabouts of the culinary god. If he could find the whereabouts of the culinary god, he would be able to report this news to the major factions. At that time, the various great Emperor demon expert. Thus, Many cultivators in the star world were searching for the whereabouts of the culinary god demon. However, it was not an easy task to find him. God demons to God. Moreover, culinary god demons were very good at disguising themselves. Even if an ordinary person saw a god-eating demon expert, they might not be able to recognize him. God-eating demons were similar to the heavenly demons. They were proficient in disguise and confusion. If a peak Emperor realm god-eating demon expert is injured, his combat strength will definitely decrease greatly. If I can find this god-eating demon expert, I might be able to kill him. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng had obtained a lot of benefits from refining a few 10 sounds fruits. Therefore, Lin Feng was very eager to find the god-eating demon expert and kill him. When the time came, Lin Feng would be able to obtain the god-eating fruit that the god-eating demon had turned into. Every time Lin Feng refined a god-eating fruit, he would be able to obtain an emperor law of the god-eating demon. How many emperor laws would a peak imperial emperor level culinary god fruit have? Thinking about it, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Lin Feng also began to search for the whereabouts of the god-eating demon in this star field. Many cultivators quickly flew towards the various planets in the star field. Then, they searched for the god-eating demon's whereabouts. Lin Feng also searched a few planets, but he didn't find any clues. He asked the other cultivators if they had found the gluttonous god demon's whereabouts. However, no one could find the gluttonous god demon. The injured god-eating demon seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce the whereabouts of the god-eating demon. It was very difficult to deduce the whereabouts of the god-eating demon. This was because the god-eating demon was very powerful and knew how to hide his presence. He also knew how to hide from the heavenly secrets. Therefore, Lin Feng's several divinations ended in failure. Until a certain day a month later, Lin Feng actually managed to deduce the whereabouts of the god-eating demon. He quickly flew in the direction he deduced. In the end, Lin Feng saw a planet shrouded in endless death energy. Quite a few cultivators had found this place. When the cultivators looked at this planet, they also felt that this planet was extremely extraordinary. It was a good place to hide. And so, many cultivators entered this planet to find the whereabouts of the god-eating demon. It should be here. Looking at this planet shrouded in death energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He quickly flew towards this planet. Soon, Lin Feng landed on the planet. This planet was shrouded in death energy. Wandering spirits and ghosts could be seen everywhere. The cultivators who landed on the planet scattered to look for the god-eating demon. Lin Feng also began to look for the god-eating demon on this planet. But after searching for a long time, he still didn't find any clues. And Lin Feng also noticed something. In the beginning, he would often see traces of cultivators. However, recently, he didn't see any cultivators. Something's not right. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This strange situation attracted his attention. Something was clearly wrong. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. Could it be that the god-eating demon made a move? 2 hours later, Lin Feng suddenly heard a scream from afar. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't seen any other cultivators for about 3 days. Now, he finally heard the voices of other cultivators. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the source of the sound. When he arrived, Lin Feng saw a cultivator lying on the ground. The cultivator was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground, unmoving. But Lin Feng was shocked to find that the cultivator wasn't dead. There was still an extremely weak aura. Lin Feng was about to quickly go over to check when the demon lord reminded him. Use the heavenly demon snake eye. The god-eating demon is extremely cunning. It's not normal for him to suddenly appear at this time. Hearing that, Lin Feng nodded and opened the heavenly demon snake eye. The heavenly demon snake eye was the eye of origin. It could see through all illusions. When Lin Feng saw the dying cultivator, he was shocked. Chapter 3401. If it wasn't for the demon lord's warning, Lin Feng wouldn't even have noticed that this cultivator was actually a man-eating demon. Man-eating demons were indeed extremely cunning. This man-eating demon had transformed into a heavily injured and dying cultivator in order to attract his attention. Then, he let his guard down. When he went over to check on his condition, this man-eating demon would probably instantly explode. Then, he would use his most powerful attack and launch a sudden attack on Lin Feng. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng might really fall into this man-eating demon's trap. Fortunately, Lin Feng had seen through this man-eating demon's scheme. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't worried about falling into this man-eating demon's trap. Lin Feng planned to beat this man-eating demon at his own game. Didn't this man-eating demon want to trick him? Lin Feng planned to pretend that he didn't know anything. Then, he approached this man-eating demon. When Lin Feng arrived next to this man-eating demon, Lin Feng unleashed a thunderous attack. Then, he attacked this man-eating demon. Lin Feng might even be able to kill this man-eating demon. Lin Feng had already established communication with several treasures. He quickly ran toward the man-eating demon. As he ran, he shouted, "Fellow Daoist, are you alright? What happened just now? What injured you? Idiot, if you come any closer, I'll immediately kill you." The man-eating demon couldn't help but laugh coldly. Naturally, he couldn't answer Lin Feng's questions right now. Moreover, this man-eating demon wanted to disguise himself as well. Thus, he didn't even dare to release his divine sense. Lin Feng guessed that most of the cultivators who entered this place had already been killed by this man-eating demon. The reason he hadn't attacked Lin Feng was probably because this man-eating demon sensed that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, the gluttonous godfiend decided to attack him after killing everyone else. There was a high probability of this happening. Moreover, this man-eating demon wanted to deal with Lin Feng. He didn't even hesitate to use his schemes against Lin Feng. When Lin Feng arrived 3 meters away from the man-eating demon, Lin Feng's divine sense moved. Instantly, Black Dragon Sword. Along with the 3 stone swords, they all flew towards the culinary god demon. It was a short-distance fight. Naturally, sword-type magic treasures were the most lethal. The power of the 4 swords was incomparably powerful. They instantly arrived beside the gluttonous god demon. Then, he charged toward the culinary god demon. "Brat, how dare you trick me?" The culinary god demon couldn't help but roar in anger. Originally, he wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would see through it, and he would be played by Lin Feng instead? The culinary god demon quickly got up and dodged the attacks of the 4 swords. But the distance was too close. The gluttonous god demon was only able to block the Black Dragon Sword's attack. The other 3 stone swords struck the culinary god demon directly. Poochie poochie poochie. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. 3 bone-deep wounds appeared on the culinary god demon's body. The gluttonous god demon couldn't help but scream. The injuries caused by the stone sword were not as simple as 3 wounds. The sword chi from the stone sword would directly enter the culinary god demon's body. Then, it would cause great damage to the culinary god demon's internal organs. That was the most terrifying part. Therefore, the damage of the stone sword was extremely powerful. Now, the culinary god demon was injured by the stone sword. He was already severely injured when he was surrounded by more than 10 Emperor-level experts. His previous injuries hadn't healed yet, and now, he was injured by the stone sword. Now, he was even more injured. The situation was extremely bad. "Brat, how dare you injure me so badly? You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times." The culinary god demon was very extraordinary. After being injured by the stone sword, he quickly retreated. After putting some distance between them, he looked at Lin Feng with a chilling gaze. It was a gaze of unforgettable hatred. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Seeing the chilling gaze on the culinary god demon's face, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. "How dare you boast so shamelessly when you're heavily injured? Today, I'll kill you and refine you into a culinary god fruit to help me increase my combat strength. Brat, do you think I'm one of those culinary god demons you killed before? Even though I'm heavily injured, it's still easy to deal with you." The culinary god demon said coldly. "Obviously. The culinary god demon should have sensed the culinary god demon emperor law in Lin Feng's body. The culinary god demon's cultivation realm was very high. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that he could sense the culinary god demon emperor law in his body. Boom. Both sides didn't hold back and started fighting. Now, Lin Feng had obtained 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords could form a combination. With one thought, he could control the stone sword combination. It was like controlling highs. With one thought, he could condense the 3 highs into a magnetic field. Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra at the same time. The weapon mantra was one of the 9 secrets of Taoism. Lin Feng had already seen how powerful it was. It was just that he didn't know how to use the weapon mantra before. Now, Lin Feng had also learned the weapon mantra. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was gradually released. The stone swords were one of the most terrifying magic treasures since ancient times. Lin Feng would never forget the scene he saw back then. A stone sword flew across the sky. With one sword, it killed a black fog creature at its peak. The power of the stone swords was unimaginably powerful. Previously, Lin Feng didn't have the incantation to control the stone swords, so he couldn't release the power of the stone swords. But now, Lin Feng had mastered the weapon mantra. Although the weapon mantra couldn't release the full power of the stone swords, the weapon mantra could release part of the stone sword's power. The stone swords were supreme treasures. Even if they could only release part of their power, it was already terrifying enough. The 3 stone swords instantly arrived in front of the gluttonous god demon. The gluttonous god demon's voice was cold. Suppress your stone swords. The gluttonous god demon opened his hand and evolved a mysterious world. He wanted to use that mysterious world to suppress Lin Feng's stone swords. However, the gluttonous god demon had underestimated the power of the 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords were Lin Feng's strongest combat power at the moment. The moment the 3 stone swords appeared, it was simply earth-shattering. They were so powerful. Everyone turned pale with fright. Facing the suppression of the illusory world condensed by the gluttonous god demon, the 3 stone swords instantly pierced through the illusory world. Then, they flew in front of the gluttonous god demon as fast as lightning. The gluttonous god demon couldn't dodge in time. Pu, pu, pu. 3 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. Chapter 3402. The gluttonous god demon couldn't help but scream in agony as the 3 stone swords pierced his body. His body was severely injured. This kind of injury was fatal to the gluttonous god demon. When the 3 stone swords pierced the gluttonous god demon's body, the sword energy released by the stone swords almost destroyed his internal organs. The gluttonous god demon didn't die immediately because his cultivation was strong enough. The gluttonous god demon grabbed the 3 stone swords and pulled them out of his body. He threw all 3 stone swords out. He quickly retreated. Blood gushed out of the gluttonous god demon's body. Gluttonous god demon, it's time for you to die. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued to control the 3 stone swords to attack the gluttonous god demon. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What kind of storms have I not seen in my life? But in the end, I actually died at the hands of an ant like you. I can't accept this. The gluttonous god demon knew that he had lost. However, he didn't want to die like this. He had already recovered to the peak of the sovereign emperor realm. If he had slowly recovered, the day would have come. He would have regained his former glory. However, now, all hope seemed to have been extinguished. Lin Feng said indifferently, I heard that you destroyed dozens of vital planets and devoured all the living beings on them. That's why so many experts from the sovereign sects surrounded you. Have you ever thought about how many innocent people have died at your hands? Have you ever thought about how great of a sin you've committed? There's a saying that goes, those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. This saying is very suitable for you. The gluttonous god demon said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. Only the fittest survive. Did I do anything wrong? Lin Feng sneered. Since you don't think you did anything wrong, then there's naturally nothing wrong with me killing you. After saying that, Lin Feng continued to attack the gluttonous god-demon. The 3 stone swords, under the influence of Lin Feng's soldier incantation, were astonishingly strong. The 3 stone swords moved as fast as lightning and once again arrived before the gluttonous god-demon. Then, they attacked the gluttonous god-demon. The gluttonous god-demon couldn't resist the 3 stone swords. In the end, he was killed by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Bang! Lin Feng waved his sleeve and the gluttonous god-demon's body exploded, turning into a gluttonous god-fruit. Lin god-demon. Then, he would find a place to refine the divine eating fruit. Very few people came to this planet. Planet. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it with a deployment spell. Then, he sat as Lin Feng continued to refine the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to completely refine the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power. Although his cultivation realm didn't increase, his combat strength increased by a lot. Of course, what made Lin Feng the happiest was that after the gluttonous god fruit's medicinal power was refined, the emperor laws within the fruit appeared. There were actually a total of 8 emperor laws. These were the emperor laws of the emperor realm. The stronger the gluttonous god demon, the harder it was for their emperor laws to integrate into the gluttonous god fruit. Therefore, the gluttonous god demon actually left behind a total of 8 emperor laws after its death. It was extremely difficult. Lin Feng refined all 8 emperor laws. These were 8 emperor laws of the peak emperor realm. They were very powerful. It was hard to imagine. After refining the 8 emperor laws, Lin Feng felt as if his body had endless power. This feeling. It was too comfortable. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued to fly towards the undying realm on the ancient ship. On the way, he would often study this treasure, the heart plate. This was a heaven-defying compass. Lin Feng had been trying to comprehend the method to activate the heart plate. However, after trying many times, he didn't gain anything, which made Lin Feng feel quite disappointed. Although he was very disappointed, Lin Feng had always been a person who became braver the more setbacks he faced. Now, he couldn't find a way to activate the heart plate. It didn't mean that he couldn't find a way to activate the heart plate in the future. The harder it was to find a way to activate the heart plate, the more extraordinary the heart plate was. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge world. That world was bigger than any of the planets Lin Feng had seen before. Cultivators and ancient starships arrived one after another from all directions, flying towards the vast and boundless world. Brother, can you ask around what kind of world that is? Lin Feng pointed at the huge world that appeared in the distant starry sky world. That world is the 9 Mysteries Great World. The cultivator stopped by Lin Feng said impatiently. Then, he quickly left. The 9 Mysteries Great World. Originally, this world was the 9 Mysteries Great World. Lin Feng was very surprised. If the 9 Mysteries Great World hadn't died in the 9 prefectures, it would still be in a flourishing state. The current situation of the 9 Mysteries Great World was quite similar to that of the 9 Prefectures Great World. After the 9 Mysteries Great World's death, many forces came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to snatch its resources. Then, they besieged the 9 Mysteries Great World's clansmen. They wanted to obtain the treasure that the 9 Mysteries Great World's Great World had. Lin Feng didn't know what that treasure was. Perhaps some people knew, but Lin Feng guessed that those who knew what it was must be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. So many cultivators came to the 9 Mysteries Great World not just for that treasure. Although the supreme treasure from the Supreme Celestial Court was incomparably precious, there was only one of it. Many people came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to get as many benefits as they could. The 9 Mysteries Great World was one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Although it ranked lower, it was still one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Therefore, there were still many treasures in the 9 Mysteries Great World. Some top forces even had their eyes on the Great World origin of the 9 Mysteries Great World, wanting to seize it. The Great World origin was too precious. If they could get enough of it, it might be able to help cultivators become immortals. I heard that the treasure from the Divine Court hasn't been found by many forces yet. I wonder what it is. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He was also very interested in that treasure. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the two fire talismans in Lin Feng's hands emitted fluctuations again. Moreover. Chapter 3403. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The fluctuation from the fire demon talisman was so intense. Could it be that the third fire demon talisman was in the Nine Mysteries world? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. If that was the case, it would naturally be a good thing for him. If he could find the third fire demon talisman, the fire demon talisman would be reorganized. When the time came, he would be able to evolve his martial soul once more. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the Nine Mysteries world. When Lin Feng landed in the Nine Mysteries world, the fluctuation of the fire demon talisman disappeared. Lin Feng's fire demon talisman couldn't sense the whereabouts of the third fire demon talisman at any time and place. It was always intermittent. If I can understand the secret of the heart plate and get the method to control it, maybe I can find the whereabouts of the third fire demon talisman with the help of the heart plate. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. It was a pity. The heart plate was mysterious and had an incredible positioning ability. But Lin Feng couldn't activate the heart plate now. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce. The result was that Lin Feng went all the way west. The location of the fire demon talisman seemed to be somewhere in the western region of the Nine Mysteries world. But Lin Feng couldn't deduce the specific location. After all, Lin Feng didn't practice the innate 8 trigrams for a long time. In addition, the deduction technique was mysterious and unpredictable. How could it be so easy to master it? Everything needed to be done step by step. It couldn't be done in a flash. It was unrealistic. For Lin Feng, it was good enough to know the approximate location. At least he knew the direction to look for it. And Lin Feng believed that as he got closer to the location of the fire demon talisman, at that time, the two fire demon talismans on him would also react. At that time, the two fire demon talismans on him would definitely guide him to find the third fire demon talisman. The Nine Mysteries world was very chaotic because too many forces came to fight for the resources of the Nine Mysteries world. So, cultivators fighting could be seen everywhere. It was like a river of blood. It was extremely difficult for the native forces of the Nine Mysteries Great World to survive. Many local forces were destroyed during this period of time. The situation was dire. This kind of thing was predictable. Whenever a force was invaded, its native forces would usually suffer a heavy blow. On this day, Lin Feng saw the woman in white from afar. Previously, the white-clothed woman had been surrounded and attacked by the black fog creatures. There seemed to be something on the white-robed woman that the black fog creature had set its eyes on. An item that could catch the attention of a being from the previous era definitely had an extraordinary origin. Therefore, the identity of the white-clothed woman would definitely cause people to speculate. Lin Feng had previously made a deal with this woman in white at the trade fair. Lin Feng had heard through the grapevine that this woman in white might be related to the Undying Realm, but whether it was true or not, Lin Feng was not sure. She's been looking for something, and now she's in the Nine Mysteries Great World. Could it be that the thing she's looking for has also appeared in the Nine Mysteries Great World? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The white-clothed woman also saw Lin Feng, but she didn't say anything. Her expression was cold as she quickly left. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, they had made a deal before. She actually had such a cold expression. What a heartless woman. Lin Feng flew all the way to the west. Along the way, many opportunities appeared, but Lin Feng didn't care about them. He didn't stop to compete with others for those opportunities. This was because Lin Feng's thoughts were all on the third fire demon talisman. If he could find the third fire demon talisman, it was too important to him. The third fire demon talisman was enough to transform Lin Feng's martial soul. Lin Feng was looking forward to seeing his devouring martial soul evolve again. His martial soul was closely related to him. When his devouring martial soul evolved, Lin Feng's battle strength would increase greatly. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the famous Nine Black Fallen Immortal Realm in the Nine Black Great World. It was an endless stretch of ancient forest. The place was very quiet. 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm. The legendary land of fallen immortals. That place was almost a forbidden zone for life. Although there were countless opportunities, few people took the risk to enter it. That was because that place was too dangerous. Many experts had been buried there in the past. Countless years ago, someone saw an immortal fall from the outer world into the depths of the forest. It was said that an immortal could form a strong magnetic field. Therefore, after the immortal fell, he changed the law of heaven and earth and gradually turned this place into a forbidden zone for life. Many cultivators gathered outside the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm. Some of them were quite familiar with the legend of the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm. I heard another version. A cultivator said. It was different from what the previous cultivator had heard. The cultivator said, it said that a continent fell from the sky when the Xiantian lifeforms ruled the heavens and realms. Later, the fallen continent formed the Joshuan Fallen Immortal Realm. More and more people came out with a few more legends. However, it was impossible to tell which of the legends about the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was the real deal. Because no one had experienced what had happened back then. That was something that had happened countless years ago. Later generations could only understand what had happened back then from some legends. How much of what everyone knew was true, and how much was made up by the later generations? Who knew? Buzz. Buzz. As Lin Feng looked into the depths of the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm, the 2 fire demon talismans in his mountain river ring vibrated again. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked into the depths of the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm. Could the fire demon talismans be in the depths of the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm? Maybe it was possible. Lin Feng felt that he had to enter the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm to search. At this moment, a beam of immortal light shot up into the sky from the 9 Black Fallen Immortal Realm. What's that? Many people were shocked. Something could be vaguely seen floating in the immortal light. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a scepter. As time passed, everyone could finally see what was inside the immortal light. It really was a scepter, and a golden one at that. A golden scepter. What's so special about it? A cultivator asked, puzzled. Could it be that thing? An old cultivator asked, his expression uncertain. He seemed to have thought of something shocking. Senior, what is that scepter? A cultivator asked impatiently. It's very likely to be the legendary divine scepter. Hiss. Chapter 3404. This was Lin Feng's first time hearing the name Holy Scepter. He didn't know the origin of the Holy Scepter. There were many cultivators like Lin Feng who had never heard of the Holy Scepter. They didn't know what the Holy Scepter was either. However, from the shocked expressions in the eyes of those who had heard of the Holy Scepter, one could tell how extraordinary the Holy Scepter was. The old cultivator said, do you know the division of forces in the innate life form era? Nuer, Pangu, Fire God Zhurong, 12 ancestral shamans, and so on were all experts of that era, and they stood at the peak, a cultivator said. Indeed, many experts appeared in that era, and those experts often had many followers, which formed the earliest division of forces. However, the existences we are talking about all belonged to the forces of the Eastern Universe world. The old man said. Eastern Universe world? What does that mean? Many people couldn't help but be puzzled. You meant boundless and limitless. You meant the fusion of time and space. The meaning of the universe was the boundless world. It also meant the boundless starry sky world. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, all the starry sky, stars, worlds, parallel spaces, and so on included in an era were collectively called universe. However, countless people had never heard of the concept of the Eastern Universe world. The old man continued, everyone should know that everything in the world is divided into yin and yang. At this point, the old man glanced at the surrounding cultivators. Many people nodded. Of course, everyone knew this. It was like day and night. Men and women. The sun and the moon. Everything in the world seemed to follow the cycle of yin and yang. The old man continued, although the universe is only a macroscopic concept, in reality, the universe also follows the principle of the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, There was the division of the Eastern universe and the Western universe. The beginning of the era. The Eastern and Western universes gave birth to each other, and in the Eastern universe, existences like Pangu, Nua, and so on appeared. And in the Western universe, terrifying existences like Zeus, Allah, God, and Odin appeared. The development of the Eastern and Western universes is different, but in history, two universes with different cultures will collide sooner or later. Therefore, in the great wars since ancient times, in addition to the wars between the creatures of the previous era, the creatures of the alien domain, and the innate realm, there are also wars between the forces of the Western universe and the Western universe. It's just that too much time has passed, and a lot of information has disappeared. When the era of Xiantian lifeforms ended, there was an unprecedented disaster. Even cultivation was cut off, not to mention the Daoist scriptures that recorded the historical records. They were all destroyed in the Great War. That's why the world doesn't know much about the Western universe anymore. After hearing the old man's words, countless people were shocked. For too many people, the Western universe was full of mysteries and unknowns. It was even full of fear and worry. The cultivation system of the Western universe forces was definitely different from the cultivation system of the Eastern universe forces. However, this didn't affect the strength of the powers in the Western universe. Lin Feng was also shocked. This was the first time he had heard about the Western universe. For example, Zeus, Allah, God, and other existences. This was also the first time Lin Feng had heard about them. Of course, from the old man's description, he could clearly know how terrifying those existences were. They should be existences of the same era as Nua, Pangu, and the others. Lin Feng didn't know if the Demon Lord knew about the Western universe. Anyway, the Demon Lord had never mentioned the Western universe to him before. At this time, the old man continued, the Holy Scepter is the top treasure of the Western universe world. Many people couldn't help but be moved. Since it was the top treasure of the Western universe, its power was definitely very powerful. Moreover, if they could get the Holy Scepter, they might be able to understand the Western universe world in detail through the Holy Scepter. Soon, the holy light disappeared. The Holy Scepter also disappeared. However, the news quickly spread. Many major forces were alarmed, and more experts came here. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could continue to wait. The Zhoushuan fallen immortal domain was very dangerous. If those top forces entered to look for the Holy Scepter, the dangers in the Zhoushuan fallen immortal domain would most likely be attracted by those top forces. When he entered the Zhoushuan fallen immortal domain, the danger factor would be much lower. Boom. A day later, a terrifying expert arrived. It was an expert at the Emperor sect level, shrouded in a demonic light. It was a saint demon expert. Soon, more Emperor sect level experts arrived, their bodies surrounded by Emperor Qi. It's a cultivator from the mystic god clan. It's rumored that they are an extremely mysterious clan, a cultivator said. The various races outside the domain, including the myriad races of the heavenly sage great world. There were cultivators arriving. The experts were as numerous as clouds, gathered here. On the third day, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the world. Next, in the distance, a 9-headed dragon pulled a divine chariot over. Around the divine chariot, there were more than 10 great emperors guarding it. Everyone was shocked. Because the other party's formation was too big. Who is it? Could it be a saint emperor? Many people were shocked. Perhaps only a saint emperor's trip would cause such a huge formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the divine chariot in the distance. 9 dragons pulling the chariot. It was extremely noble. Finally, the divine chariot stopped in the void. One of the great emperors lifted the curtain. A young man in embroidered robes walked out of the divine chariot. It was a very young and handsome young master. When they saw the young master, everyone was astonished. Originally, everyone thought that it was a saint emperor. Who would have thought that it was just a young cultivator? For such a young cultivator to travel with such a huge entourage, it was simply too inconceivable. Who is that person? Could he be a direct descendant of a superpower? Someone asked. He was very curious about that young cultivator. Many people were discussing the young man's identity. Someone said, "That young man is from the heavenly human clan. I think his name is Tian Wuya." What? The legendary heavenly human clan cultivator? Countless people heard the cultivator's words. Chapter 3405. The Celestial Race. What an ancient race. This was the earliest human race. It was also one of the most powerful human forces. The ancestors of the Primordial era were actually the Celestial race, the Immortal race, and other races. Originally, these humans had also experienced weakness. However, after experiencing many upheavals, not only did they not go extinct, they became stronger and stronger. Later, after the War of the Liches and Demons, the Celestial race and the Immortal race joined forces to occupy the Supreme Heaven realm. However, at this time, the human race was very divided. The Celestial race and the Immortal race were still powerful, but the bloodlines of many human tribes began to weaken. Their physical bodies were not as strong as before. The Celestial race and the Immortal race no longer recognized themselves as humans. Because they looked down on those human forces that were becoming more and more ordinary. Perhaps, the Primordial era human race, the Celestial race, and the Immortal race were the only human forces whose bloodlines had not weakened. Today, the Celestial race and the Immortal race were still powerful. The Heaven realm was still under the joint control of the Celestial race and the Immortal race. It was said that even the Celestial Emperor, the leader of the Undying realm, which was ranked first in the 3,000 great worlds. He was also an expert of the Celestial race. In order to better control the Undying realm, the Celestial Emperor had just come to the Undying realm from the Supreme Heaven realm. To the cultivators of the mortal world, the Celestial race and the Immortal race were basically legendary races. In the mortal world, there were no cultivators of the Celestial race and the Immortal race at all. If all the worlds in the Eastern universe were regarded as a centralized country, then the Celestial race and the Immortal race would be the supreme ruler. And these direct descendants of the Celestial race and the Immortal race, they would take in princes and princesses. Their status was high and mighty. Now that they knew Tian Wuya's identity, everyone finally understood why a young cultivator like Tian Wuya would be followed by so many emperor-level experts. This was the prince of the Eastern universe world. Any cultivator of any faction would naturally have to curry favor with Tian Wuya when they saw him. It's very rare to hear of the Celestial race or the Immortal race's clansmen moving around in the mortal world. At most, they would move around in the Undying world and a few other top-ranked worlds. How did this Tian Wuya come to our Nine Mysteries Great World? The Star Ocean world where our Nine Mysteries world is located is already far away from the center of the universe. It is equivalent to a frontier area of a centralized country. Such a royal family member would not come to such a frontier area to suffer. Some cultivators voiced out their doubts. Who knows what these big shots are thinking? Maybe there are some unknown things that need to be dealt with, so I came to this Star Sea world and heard many things about the Nine Mysterious world. So I came to the Nine Mysterious world. Someone said. Tian Wuya stood outside the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal realm. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the past, present, and future. Tian Wuya was really too young. Lin Feng felt that this person's lifespan should only be around 100 years. However, his cultivation was actually at the Imperial Emperor realm. This was truly inconceivable. He had no idea how this fellow cultivated. But then he remembered that Tian Wuya was from the heavenly human tribe. He must have all kinds of cultivation resources. If he encountered a cultivation bottleneck, he would definitely have extremely powerful teachers to guide his cultivation. This was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. Is this Tian Wuya from the Undying realm or the Celestial realm? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. A powerful force like the heavenly human tribe was definitely divided into many factions. For example, the Celestial Emperor belonged to one of the factions. Moreover, he belonged to the feudal officials. He held an important position in the heavenly human tribe. The Celestial Emperor was just a title. In fact, the Celestial Emperor's surname was Di. The Celestial Emperor's son, Di Wudao, had followed his father in the past. However, he betrayed his father and even plotted against him. Otherwise, the tragedy would not have happened. His mother would not have been suppressed, his uncle, whom he had never met, would not have died, and his father would not have been seriously injured. Tian Wuya and Di Wudao both belonged to the heavenly human tribe. However, their surnames were different. Perhaps they belonged to different factions. When the experts of the Starry Sky realm saw Tian Wuya, they wanted to go up and greet him. However, they were stopped by the great emperors beside Tian Wuya. The group of experts had ugly expressions. However, when faced with someone as important as Tian Wuya, they could only swallow their pride. They could only swallow their pride. They could only retreat with their tails between their legs. Which one of them isn't a famous expert in the Starry Sky realm? If it were any other time, they would have already flared up. But now, they don't even dare to say a word. Someone could not help but sigh. Perhaps the important figures in our eyes are just ants in the eyes of the heavenly human tribe, someone else said. Many people nodded. Perhaps only those who had reached the sage emperor, emperor lord, or even the immortal realm. That was why the heavenly human tribe and immortal tribe valued them. The apocalypse has arrived and the worlds have been destroyed. However, with the strength of the heavenly human tribe and immortal tribe, they will definitely be able to survive until the next era. Lin Feng could not help but think. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Tian Wuya said. Yes, young master. The great emperors beside Tian Wuya replied. These great emperors did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly followed Tian Wuya into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. After these people entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, cultivators flew into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm one after another. However, most of the cultivators who entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm were great emperors. Without reaching the great emperor realm, these cultivators did not dare to enter the 9 profound fallen immortal realm casually. After all, the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was very dangerous. Without reaching the great emperor realm, entering the 9 profound fallen immortal realm was no different from suicide. Lin Feng also entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm because the fire demon talisman was in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to enter and search for it. Fortunately, there were already many cultivators who had entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. These cultivators helped Lin Feng attract many dangers in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. The 9 profound fallen immortal realm was very quiet, surrounded by white mist. This white mist separated the 9 profound fallen immortal realm from the outside world. Looking into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm from the outside world, one could not see the situation inside at all. Unless there was a huge commotion like when the golden scepter appeared and a glaring light was released, the cultivators outside would not be able to see it clearly. Buzz. Buzz. After entering the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, the 2 fire demon talismans vibrated more and more violently. Lin Feng took out the 2 fire demon talismans. Chapter 3406. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It seemed that the 2 fire demon talismans must have sensed the aura of the third one. That was why they took the initiative to fly deeper. Lin Feng followed the 2 fire demon talismans all the way into the Joshuan fallen immortal realm. The Joshuan fallen immortal realm contained extremely terrifying and powerful restrictions. Those restrictions contained terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, those restrictions couldn't hurt Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's research on large arrays had reached a level of perfection. No matter how powerful the restrictions were, it wasn't easy to hurt Lin Feng. Just like the restrictions here. Although they were very powerful, they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's journey was relatively smooth. When he arrived at the 5th mountain, Lin Feng felt a cold aura spread all over his body. The fire demon talisman also stopped and floated in mid-air. White fog rolled. This place severely restrained the mental power of a cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng's perception was severely suppressed. When his divine thought searched for the source of the cold aura, but he didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Swoosh. At this moment, a chill came from behind. Then a cold light suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a sharp claw. It reached out from the void and grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even notice all this in advance. This showed how terrifying the existence was. However, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. Now his body seemed to have an instinctive reaction. This was an ability to actively avoid danger that he had developed in countless battles. When the terrifying attack came, Lin Feng's body would actively avoid it. It was the same this time. Whoosh! When the danger came, his body moved horizontally to the left. Immediately, he dodged that terrifying attack by a hair's breadth. And the terrifying existence that attacked Lin Feng disappeared without a trace again. Lin Feng searched with his divine thought. But he found nothing. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the terrifying existence, when the terrifying existence approached Lin Feng's body would have an unprecedented sense of tension. This was a sense of unknown danger. At this moment, Lin Feng had this feeling again. Lin Feng knew that terrifying existence must have appeared again. That terrifying existence must be closing in on him at a rapid pace. So, the situation was extremely bad. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. He performed the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. 2 clones appeared. Then, the 9 domineering aura magnetic field. The power of the 9 layers domineering magnetic field was so terrifying that it could make ghosts and gods pale in comparison. When the 9 aura magnetic field was released, the terrifying creature that could merge into the void and attack silently was immediately enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic field. After being enveloped by the 9 domineering magnetic field, the terrifying creature could no longer completely hide its body. A silver-white figure flashed and disappeared. But soon it became invisible again. Found you. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Although the silver-white figure only appeared for a short time. However, Lin Feng was still staring at the silver-white silhouette. The silver-white figure. There was nowhere to hide. Then, Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed forward. The speed was too fast. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive clangs of collision were heard. 2 of the stone swords were hit by the creature hidden in the void. The 2 stone swords were sent flying. However, the 3rd stone sword unleashed its might and struck the terrifying creature that was hiding in the void. A puff was heard. The 3rd stone sword tore the body of the terrifying creature apart. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. Screech! The being hidden in the void couldn't help but let out a painful shriek. Then it rushed out of Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic field. What a powerful creature! If I didn't have so many tricks up my sleeve, I might have really fallen into the hands of this creature. After the terrifying creature left, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary and he successfully resolved the danger. There are quite a few great emperors who have entered this place. I think some of them will fall here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was completely predictable. Because the Juxian Fallen Immortal region was indeed incomparably dangerous. Hum. The 2 fire demon talismans that were floating motionlessly in the air vibrated violently again. Then the 2 fire demon talismans continued to fly deeper. Lin Feng followed the 2 fire demon talismans. In the end, the 2 fire demon talismans arrived in front of a cave on the 6th mountain. That cave. It was extremely deep. Waves of gloomy and cold aura were emitted from the cave. After feeling the gloomy and cold aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The inside of this cave was probably not a safe place. Perhaps there was something terrifying hidden inside. However, the 2 fire demon talismans flew into the cave without hesitation. The 3rd fire demon talisman is in the cave. Lin Feng couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He followed the 2 fire demon talismans into the cave. Along the way, Lin Feng was very cautious. because this place was a forbidden zone for life. In such a dangerous place, one must be careful at all times. Or else, you might die in such a dangerous place. The cave was extremely long. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't reach the end. Half an hour later, a huge mountain appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the mountain. The 2 fire demon talismans were floating in the mountain. That's... Lin Feng looked at the rock wall of the mountain. Suddenly, he showed an extremely shocked expression. He saw that there were murals on the rock wall. He didn't know who carved the murals. Those murals were surrounded by immortal power. Therefore, even though an extremely long time had passed, those murals were still preserved. If it weren't for the immortal power surrounding those murals, perhaps they would have been destroyed by the power of time. What are these murals painted? Lin Feng was puzzled. He quickly walked towards a mural. Then, Lin Feng saw that this mural was actually a stone tower. The stone tower had a total of 7 floors. There were many stone pillars on each floor of the stone tower. Chapter 3407. A person tied to a pillar? What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The demon lord said, sacrifice. It's a type of sacrifice from a very long time ago. This type of sacrifice is very evil. It binds a person to a pillar, and the pillar will gradually suck away the person's essence, blood, and soul. In the end, the person tied to the pillar will only be left with a skeleton. Hearing this type of sacrifice, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. This was using a living person as a sacrifice. This type of sacrifice was incomparably evil and forbidden. Of course, in extremely ancient times, this type of sacrifice might have been allowed. Stone pagoda, stone pillars, when will such sacrificial rituals be used? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, this type of sacrifice should only be used in burial. Because it's too cruel, this type of sacrifice was lost later on. Burial? Could it be that this stone pagoda is actually a burial ground? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. His expression became serious. A stone tower was actually used as a burial ground. It seemed that the existence that had fallen back then was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps he was a peerless and invincible expert. Yes, it should be a burial ground. In the Stone Age and some eras before, some top forces would often use stone burial methods. The so-called stone burial method is to create powerful stone treasures, such as the more common stone coffins. Of course, there are also many things made of stone. The corpses of experts would be placed in these things made of stone. Some of the more evil forces would carry out extremely cruel and evil sacrifices during burial. This type of sacrifice is very strange. For example, this type of sacrifice that appears on the murals. It binds a person to a stone pillar, and the cultivator's essence, blood, and soul will be completely devoured. This is a type of sacrifice from that era. The demon lord continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. He continued to look at the murals. The second mural showed a group of people carrying a stone coffin into a stone tower. Stone coffin, stone tower. It seems that the identity of the person who died all those years ago was not ordinary at all, Lin Feng said. The third mural appeared on the 7th floor of the stone tower. The group of people carried the sarcophagus to the 7th floor. On the ground of the 7th floor of the stone tower, there was an unknown array. The sarcophagus was placed in the center of the formation by the group of people. The demon lord said, many forces in that era believed in the resurrection of the dead. They felt that the soul of the dead had temporarily left the body, and that the soul would return again one day. Therefore, in that era, people generally did not burn the body after death, but preserved the body very well. Look at the array on the 7th floor of the tower. If I'm not wrong, that should be a resurrection array set up by this evil force to resurrect the dead. Resurrection array? There's such a formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. This was the first time he had heard of the so-called resurrection array. Yes, at that time, there were indeed many forces that researched all kinds of resurrection arrays. Because the era was different, the concept was different as well. Some of the actions of the people of that era might be inconceivable, but in their era, it was very normal. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Because Lin Feng discovered that the Demon Lord had a very clear understanding of things that happened in the distant past. When the Demon Lord had just awakened, his memories were incomplete. He didn't even remember who he was. Now, the Demon Lord actually remembered things that happened so long ago so clearly. It seemed that the Demon Lord had recovered quite well. Lin Feng continued to look at the murals. The murals at the back were scenes of various sacrifices. Many creatures appeared and surrounded the stone pagoda. Then, they began to worship it. The last mural was filled with endless black fog. The boundless black fog completely covered the stone pagoda. Then, the stone pagoda disappeared. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng was very surprised. How did the stone tower disappear? Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the black fog? Where did the stone tower go after it disappeared? But there were no more murals at the back. So, everything was a mystery. After Lin Feng finished looking at the murals, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why would these murals appear in this place? Did these murals hint at something? Lin Feng thought. These murals shouldn't have appeared in this place for no reason. There must be some deep meaning in it. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly had a feeling of being on his back. It was as if he was being stared at by some terrifying creature. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something and looked up. He immediately saw. At the top of the rock wall, there were actually densely packed stone bats. After seeing those stone bats, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. One must know. The Stone Clan was a very terrifying creature. And it was very difficult to see Stone Clan creatures. But there were so many stone bats in front of him. This was too terrifying. The stone bats looked at Lin Feng with their cold eyes. Those pairs of eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Some stone bats seemed to still be in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up. But many stone bats had already woken up. And, at this moment, there were more stone bats that were constantly waking up from their deep sleep. It was really terrifying. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely solemn expression. There were too many stone bats and their aura was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. If he was besieged by these stone bats, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng was very clear about this point, so Lin Feng planned to quickly leave this place before these stone bats attacked. Whoosh! At this time, 2 fire demon talismans flew as fast as lightning towards the depths of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into a passage in the depths of the mountain. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He didn't fly out, but rushed into the deeper passage. Screech! At this time, the densely packed stone bats let out a sharp ear-piercing cry. Then, those stone bats spread their wings and rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 3408. The terrifying waves coming from behind were simply suffocating. Lin Feng increased his speed to the extreme. Those stone bats were in hot pursuit. And those stone bats could release powerful sound wave attacks. Those sound waves condensed together. They attacked Lin Feng again and again. The sound wave attacks of these stone bats were extremely strange. Not only could they form a powerful physical attack, they could also have a great impact on a cultivator's soul. Before the sound waves arrived, they had already shaken the void and launched a soul attack on Lin Feng from a long distance. Lin Feng's soul had been greatly affected by it. He almost fell head first into the abyss. But fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough to withstand the sound wave attack at the critical moment. Therefore, Lin Feng stabilized his body. Then, he quickly dodged and moved, avoiding the terrifying sound waves that were bombarding him. These stone bats are so freakishly strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The stone bats were so terrifying that people couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, Lin Feng's means were also extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, he might have died under the attack of the stone bats just now. Lin Feng stepped on the world in all directions. He increased his speed to the extreme. Fast. 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 Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He gradually pulled some distance away from the stone bats. Although he couldn't shake off those stone bats, But fortunately, the distance between the two sides was quite far, and this distance was considered a safe distance. The stone bat's attacks couldn't cross this distance to hurt Lin Feng for the time being. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but show an expression of relief on his face. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that the passage ahead was getting wider and wider. After rushing out of the passage, Lin Feng saw a huge underground rift valley. The two fire demon talismans quickly rushed into the underground rift valley. Lin Feng also quickly chased after the two fire demon talismans. After the stone bats reached this place, they didn't continue to chase Lin Feng. After those stone bats let out a shrill cry of unwillingness, they quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, flew all the way down. The further down they went, the higher the temperature. When Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, he discovered that there was a world of magma below the Great Rift Valley. This was a magma world formed underground. Everywhere was boiling magma. The two fire demon talismans flew towards the depths of the lava world. Lin Feng continued to follow behind the two fire devil talismans. Looks like we're about to reach the location of the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Once he obtained the third fire demon talisman, his martial soul would evolve once again. Roar. Suddenly, the roar resounded throughout the world. Clattering sounds could be heard. Next, a large amount of lava splashed in all directions. A terrifying existence rushed out of the world of lava. It was a giant fiery red beast. Its whole body was like a round meatball. After rushing out, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. It wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. Is this a chaos divine beast? Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The creature that rushed out looked like the legendary chaos divine beast. The demon lord said, "It's not a chaos divine beast, but a magma giant beast." This magma giant beast's appearance is quite similar to a chaos divine beast, but its strength is far inferior. Although the magma giant beast's strength and the chaos divine beast's strength were quite different. But that was because the magma giant beast was inferior to the chaos divine beast. But in fact, the magma giant beast was also an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, Lin Feng was even more powerful. This magma giant beast wanted to compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body quickly moved to the left and immediately dodged the magma giant beast's attack. Then Lin Feng raised his right hand and used his palm as a knife. He directly slashed out a blow. Puff! The power of that blow was so tyrannical that it made people turn pale with fright. It directly split the magma giant beast down the middle. Blood spurted out. The magma giant beast's huge body fell into the lava. In an instant, it was drowned by the boiling lava. Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the lava. The fire demon talisman stopped above a piece of boiling lava. But that place was very ordinary. Lin Feng didn't see anything special. Could the third fire demon talisman be under the lava? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He was about to enter the depths of the lava to explore, but he didn't expect that the fire demon talisman would undergo a shocking change. The runes on the fire demon talisman lit up. Looking carefully, it was actually two maps. They were two maps to find the third fire demon talisman. Both fire demon talismans shot out a beam of light. And that beam of light shone into the lava below. Rumbling sounds came from under the lava. Then, a stone platform broke through the lava and appeared in Lin Feng's sight. He saw a fiery red toad lying on the stone platform. But that fiery red toad was no longer alive. In the mouth of the fiery red toad, there was a fire demon talisman. The fiery toad had a talisman in its mouth. That fiery red toad was definitely not an ordinary character. Lin Feng even felt a suffocating pressure from the body of the fiery red toad. That fiery red toad had been dead for so many years. But its body could still release such a powerful pressure. He really didn't know how terrifying the power of that fiery red toad was when it was alive. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. He flew toward the fiery red toad. But at that moment, someone flew over from afar. Lin Feng looked over and found that there were a total of 7 people. Among these people, Lin Feng only knew one of them, which was the white-clothed woman who was besieged by the black fog creatures. Of course, he didn't really know her. After all, Lin Feng didn't even know the name of the white-clothed woman. They had only met a few times and made a deal at the trade fair on planet Lanzhou. As for the other 6 people, Lin Feng had never seen them before. These 7 people came together. They probably joined forces to resist the attack of the stone bats and arrived here. But after coming in, they distanced themselves from each other. They were clearly not from the same camp. Previously, they were only temporarily working together to deal with the stone bats. Martial talismans. 3 martial talismans. An Emperor Realm cultivator looked at the 3 fire demon talismans in shock. The other cultivators also saw the 3 fire demon talismans, but they weren't very interested. Because they weren't human cultivators. Those cultivators all looked at the fiery red toad lying on the stone platform. Holy fire toad. It really is this terrifying creature. In the past, it was only one step away from becoming an immortal. It was said that when it was refining some kind of heavenly fire, it was devoured by the heavenly fire and finally died. Chapter 3409. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It was one step away from becoming an immortal. It seemed to be a sub-immortal existence. But in the end, it died from the backlash of refining the heavenly fire. What a pity. However, this was the world of cultivators. It was an extremely cruel world. Many cultivators might have cultivated to an extremely high level. But in the end, they still couldn't escape death. Take this holy flame toad for example. In the past, it was only one step away from becoming an immortal, but in the end, it still died. It was really sad. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of another possibility. The reason why this holy flame toad died. Was it because, in the past, it wanted to use the heavenly fire to break through to the immortal realm. But it was devoured by the heavenly fire. Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Lin Feng couldn't sense the aura of the heavenly fire. This meant that there was no heavenly fire that the holy flame toad refined in the past. Was the clue to the heavenly fire on the holy flame toad? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heartbeat suddenly become much faster. Heavenly fire. It was equally important to him. Because heavenly fire could play an extremely important role in many cases. If one could gather 9 types of heavenly fire, they could form the legendary 9 heavenly fire immortal slaughtering formation and other top heavenly fire formations. It was said that once these heavenly fire formations were used, they could directly refine a great world. If an immortal realm expert was trapped in such a heavenly fire array, only death would await them in the end. Of course, these were just legends after all. Lin Feng didn't know whether they were true or not. He would have to wait until Lin Feng collected all 9 types of heavenly fire in the future to know. Lin Feng now had 5 types of heavenly fire. It would be even better if he could get the heavenly fire that the holy flame toad failed to refine in the past. When the time came, Lin Feng collected 6 types of heavenly fire. Everyone, you're late. The things here already have an owner. Please go back the way you came, Lin Feng said. Humph. Immediately, a great emperor snorted and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. An ant-like thing dares to boast shamelessly here? These great emperors all looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. They did not put Lin Feng in their eyes at all. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant or a dog. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would be as simple as moving a finger. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You keep saying that others are ants, but I think that you are the ants. Just now, I gave you face and let you go back the way you came. However, if you don't want face, I don't mind stepping on you like bugs under my feet and directly crushing you to death." The 7 great emperors entered. Only the white-robed female cultivator did not say anything. Instead, she watched the conflict between Lin Feng and the 6 Theurches from the side. The white-robed female cultivator had long recognized Lin Feng's identity and knew that Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, she had been waiting and watching. As for the other 6 Theurches, they naturally did not put Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor cultivator, in their eyes. However, a mere quasi-emperor cultivator, whom they regarded as an ant, was now looking down on them. How could the 6 Theurches tolerate it? The Emperor Realm Cultivator who spoke first looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Boy, this seat is a guard under the command of young Master Tian Wu Ya of the Celestial Clan. Now, this seat orders you to hand over that martial talisman to this seat, then sever one of your arms. Then, this seat will not pursue today's matter with you." This Emperor Realm expert said these words to Lin Feng from his personal point of view. He did not pursue the matter with Lin Feng. As for whether others would pursue the matter with Lin Feng, it was none of his business. This Emperor Realm expert's tone was completely unquestionable. He glanced sideways at Lin Feng, treating Lin Feng as an ant. This was a kind of arrogance that emanated from his bones. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Heavenly Human Clan's Tian Wuya? You want to give the martial talisman to your master and let your master refine it? What a loyal servant." Although the Heavenly Human Clan that Tian Wuya belonged to had long since stopped recognizing themselves as humans. But they were still humans in essence, and they also had martial souls. Therefore, Tian Wuya could indeed use the martial talisman. When he heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was furious. The corners of this Emperor Realm expert's mouth twitched violently. Many great emperors saw it as an honor to be able to follow Tian Wuya, because Tian Wuya was a supreme disciple of the Heavenly Human Clan. Following Tian Wuya, his future was limitless. But now that these words came out of Lin Feng's mouth, he, who followed Tian Wuya, had actually become a loyal servant. Of course. To be honest, Lin Feng's words were not wrong. But in the eyes of this Emperor Realm expert, Lin Feng's words were clearly mocking him. How could this Monarch Realm cultivator endure such mockery? "Brat, since you want to die so badly, then I don't mind fulfilling your wish." The Emperor Realm expert's voice was cold as he spoke. His dharmic powers started to flow within his body. This person began to prepare his attack. The rest of the great emperors looked at this scene indifferently. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They were also happy to see Lin Feng be killed. After Lin Feng died, they would then fight for the Holy Fire Toad's corpse. As for the 3 martial talismans, these people planned to give them to Tian Wuya as a favor. "I never kill a nameless person. Tell me your name," Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Emperor Realm expert's mouth twitched violently. He was actually looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. This Emperor Realm expert's killing intent was monstrous. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately. "Brat, go to hell." This Emperor Realm expert took a step forward and then punched towards Lin Feng. This Emperor Realm expert didn't use any divine ability. With his cultivation base, it would be a joke if he used divine ability to deal with a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. That brat is dead for sure. The other 5 great emperors looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They didn't think that a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator could resist the attack of an Emperor Realm expert. Among all the people present, only the white-clothed female cultivator had a little confidence in Lin Feng. However, this confidence was also negligible. After all, Lin Feng was only a boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. A boundary Emperor Realm cultivator wanted to resist the attack of an Emperor Realm cultivator. It was simply daydreaming. Boom. At this moment, the Emperor Realm cultivator's terrifying punch had already arrived and was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, even the little confidence the white-clothed female cultivator had in Lin Feng disappeared. Everyone felt that. Chapter 34:10. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure, Lin Feng attacked. He threw a punch at the opponent. Even in the face of the attack of an Emperor Realm expert, Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. In the past, the Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. It was very likely that she had also refined some powerful emperor laws. Her combat strength was almost heaven-defying. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 2,300 types of 3,000 great Daos. Although he was still 700 types of 3,000 great Daos away from the Red World Fairy's 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. But in reality, Lin Feng had cultivated enough 3,000 great Daos. One had to know. There were many cultivators. Before becoming an emperor, one only needed a few dozen types of 3,000 great Daos. However, Lin Feng had cultivated so many. In addition, Lin Feng had already refined 9 emperor laws. 10 God Emperor laws. These laws could provide him with power that was so powerful that it made people pale in shock. At that moment, Lin Feng could kill gods and Buddhas if they tried to block his path. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Everyone saw Lin Feng colliding with the Emperor Realm expert. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would be instantly killed, but it did not happen. Instead, the Emperor Realm expert was forced to retreat after colliding with Lin Feng. How is this possible? LV Wenjun was forced to retreat. Is that kid really only at the Quasi-Emperor realm? A series of exclamations suddenly resounded. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. The cultivator who was fighting with Lin Feng was called LV Wenjun. She was at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. She had originally followed Tian Wuya into the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. However, after Tian Wuya and the others entered the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, they were attacked by some terrifying creatures in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. In the end, LV Wenjun and Tian Wuya separated. Later, LV Wenjun joined forces with the other 6 emperors to enter this place. They let everyone know how terrifying LV Wenjun was. LV Wenjun had always been by Tian Wuya's side, so she had gained a lot of benefits over the years. Therefore, LV Wenjun was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, such a powerful LV Wenjun was actually no match for a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. It was truly inconceivable. No, this is absolutely impossible. LV Wenjun found it even more unacceptable. He was actually forced back by a young human cultivator in front of everyone. Just now, LV Wenjun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Looking at it now, it was really ironic. LV Wenjun roared angrily, "Brat, today I will definitely let you die without a burial ground." At this moment, LV Wenjun had completely lost her mind. After following Tian Wu Ya for such a long time, LV Wenjun felt that she was superior to others. Only he could humiliate others. How could he be humiliated by others? Being repelled by Lin Feng was a great humiliation to LV Wenjun, so no matter what, LV Wenjun had to regain her face. And from LV Wenjun's point of view, only by killing Lin Feng, only then could she regain her face. Whoosh! LV Wenjun quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, and endless holy light gushed out from his body. At this moment, LV Wenjun gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. Myriad divine Tao, billions of living beings, immortal law, destroy all world. LV Wenjun's cold voice suddenly rang out. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, today, I will let you have a taste of the supreme divine ability passed down by the celestial race." Celestial race. The most ancient human race. The divine ability passed down by the celestial race would naturally be so powerful that it could not help but shock people. Now, LV Wenjun began to display the divine ability passed down by the celestial race. It was probably taught to this person by Tian Wu Ya. Heavenly Tao breaks all world. Suddenly, LV Wenjun roared. His body turned into eternal holy light and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. At that moment, LV Wenjun seemed to have become the only one in the world. The entire world. It was as if it was about to stop. Around. All the cultivators revealed looks of extreme shock. LV Wenjun's attack was really too powerful. It was indeed worthy of being the supreme divine ability passed down by the celestial race. Can that brat still withstand LV Wenjun's attack? The 5 great emperors could not help but think. Because Lin Feng's battle strength was strong enough. Therefore, even though LV Wenjun had displayed extremely terrifying battle strength now, everyone was not sure if LV Wenjun could defeat Lin Feng. The female cultivator in white narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng as if she wanted to see through Lin Feng. LV Wenjun's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng displayed an unparalleled divine ability. With a thought, flowers bloomed and the sovereign descended. It was the supreme inheritance that originated from the mysterious demon lord. This was definitely one of the most terrifying techniques since ancient times. After Lin Feng displayed this divine ability, he seemed to have turned into an invincible demon lord. With a look, it was as if he could destroy the world in all directions. Lin Feng directly swept his fist towards the holy light that LV Wenjun had transformed into. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and LV Wenjun collided once again. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's punch directly shattered the endless holy light. LV Wenjun was beaten back to his original form. Oh my god, has the celestial race's inheritance been destroyed by that brat? The 5 great emperors who were watching the battle could not help but be shocked. They could not believe their eyes. Seeing Lin Feng's divine ability, the woman in white was also very shocked. Lin Feng's attack did not end there. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about the logic of beating a drowning dog. Take his life while he was sick. Therefore, after LV Wenjun's divine ability was broken by Lin Feng followed like a shadow and quickly arrived beside LV Wenjun. Then, his fist continued to bombard LV Wenjun. Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly swept across LV Wenjun's body. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Countless bones in LV Wenjun's body were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Puff, puff. LV Wenjun vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. He had already suffered internal injuries from Lin Feng's attack. His combat strength plummeted. Is this your strength? You dare to jump around in front of me with this little strength? You really don't know what death is. Lin Feng stepped on the 7 stars and punched towards LV Wenjun again. LV Wenjun felt the aura of death enveloping his body. He felt a deep killing intent from Lin Feng. LV Wenjun knew. Lin Feng really wanted to kill him. It was not as simple as just saying, "My master is young Master Tian Wuya of the celestial race. If you dare to kill me, you are dead meat." LV Wenjun used Tian Wuya to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about LV Wenjun's threat.